This is Joy News live coverage of the Budget 2026 presentation. But right now in Parliament, the minority is taking time to go through the report of Chief Justice nominee Paul Baffour-Bonny. We'll take a break or return with more.
Your own son.
Well, proceedings have resumed. We go back to Parliament.
This very important session of Parliament. I hope they will get time to listen to this debate and also the presentation of the budget. Honorable members, please, your own sons and daughters will be judging you. I hope and pray that you put up the best for them to emulate. Please, you are most welcome. You may resume your seats. Honorable members, we may now go on. Chairman of the committee, you may present the report now.
Right, Honorable Speaker. As indicated, the committee duly complied with Standing Order 217 and any other relevant law relating to the vetting of the Chief Justice. Right, Honorable Speaker, by way of welcome address, the minority leader raised some issues. Right, Honorable Speaker, all the issues raised by the minority leader have been dealt with by the committee in accordance with law. Right, Honorable Speaker, at the conclusion of the preliminary issues raised by the minority leader, the minority staged a walkout and indicated that the minority caucus has rejected the nominee and that The minority caucus hereby votes en bloc to reject the nominee, though at that material moment the actual vetting had not commenced and we were not voting. Right Honorable Speaker, thereafter the committee proceeded to vet the nominee, and by the report we can see the preliminary comments made by the nominee, his background, and the response to salient questions. Right Honorable Speaker, the nominee was asked questions such as the perceived nomination by the president as reward. He provided answers to that. Questions like duration of presidential election petition, cost of litigation and access to justice, regional access to Court of Appeal, empaneling of judges at the Supreme Court, addressing backlog of cases and delays in justice delivery, judicial leadership, and managing dissent views. Cases involving remand prisoners and congestion in our prisons. Establishment of Court of Appeal for the 5 northern regions. Restoration of public confidence in the judiciary. Addressing perception of corruption on part of the judiciary. Reintroduction of electronic case management system. Appointment of judges and judicial independence. Curbing public suspicion of executive overreach in judicial appointment. Judicial reforms and institution of development. Propriety of proceedings with the vetting process. Case management and judicial administration. Right, Honorable Speaker, I will urge the Hansard Department to capture the entire report as having been read, and I would read the recommendation and the conclusion of the committee. Right, Honorable Speaker, by way of recommendation, the committee recommends to the House, by majority decision, the approval of the nomination of Justice Paul Bafo Boni for the appointment as Chief Justice of the Republic of Ghana. Right, Honorable Speaker, all the new patriotic members of the committee, minority, indicated before the vetting that they have voted against the nominee. Right, Honorable Speaker, the committee acting in accordance with the provisions of Article 1441 of the Constitution of the Republic of Ghana and Order 217 of the Standing Orders of Parliament, duly examine the nominee submitted by His Excellency the President of the Republic of Ghana for appointment as Chief Justice. Upon careful deliberations, the committee knows that the nominee demonstrated outstanding competence a very deep knowledge of the law and a firm grasp of the judicial ethics. He addressed questions posed by the committee with professionalism, clarity, and intellectual rigor, reflecting his capacity to uphold the independence, integrity, and dignity of the highest court of the land. The committee is satisfied that the nominee possesses the requisite qualification, judicial temperament, and commitment to constitutional values expected of Chief Justice of the Republic of Ghana. In conclusion, all the members of New Patriotic Party minority were opposed and indicated from the onset before vetting that they are voting against the nomination of the Chief Justice nominee, and subsequently walk out of the proceedings after the preliminary remark by the Honorable Minority Leader on behalf of the Minority Caucus. The committee therefore recommend to the House by majority decision the adoption of the report of the approval of Justice Paul Bafo Boni as Chief Justice of the Republic of Ghana. Right Honorable Speaker, I so submit.
Honorable members, the motion has been moved. Any seconder?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion, ably read by the chairman of the committee. Mr. Speaker, we had a public hearing which was scheduled and held on the 10th of November. The nominee, Justice Paul Bafo Boni, was present, and he responded to the questions that the members of the committee actually posed to him. Mr. Speaker, as Chairman rightly said, he demonstrated his deep knowledge of the law and the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, his background, knowledge, and experience left us in no doubt that he is actually the right person for the job. Mr. Speaker, his exceptional vision of the judiciary and what he intends to do when this House approves his nomination was quite exceptional. As the chairman rightly said, I will urge this House to approve the nomination of Justice Paul Bafo Boni. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much.
Honorable members, the motion has been moved and seconded. It's now for the consideration of the House. At conclave this morning, we agreed that we will take 2 members from each side from the group that we refer to as backbenchers. So 2 backbenchers from each side of the House. They have submitted, your leaders have submitted the names to me, and I'll refer to them. Then the middle belt will have a member each, and the front bench, the ship will have a member each, and then the leaders will conclude. So we are having 5 from each side of the House. The backbenchers have 5 minutes each. 5 minutes each. The middle belt, 7 minutes. And then the ship, 10 minutes. And the leaders, 15 minutes each. This was the understanding at conclave. Since the motion was moved and seconded from the majority side, we will now listen to a backbencher from the minority, and there are 2 members presented as backbenchers, Honorable Anthony Imia and then Honorable Sami Awuku. So either Anthony Imia or Sami Awuku will start. 5 minutes. Yes, Minority Leader.
Speaker, with respect, thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, we are going by the agreement, except to say that when we are sending the list to you, we proposed to take our list in a certain order, but it will still comply 5 each for the backbench, the middle bench, and then the ship and the leader. So, Mr. Speaker, if you check, Mr. Speaker, so if you check the list we gave, the ship we yielded to Honorable Anyimedu to start his 10 minutes for the ship allocation. He yielded to him, and then we have Honorable Tampuli for the middle, which is the 7 minutes, and then after him, our backbench 5-5. So that is how we would end our side. So we would plead with Mr. Speaker to go by the order that we wrote, but still complies with our agreement without any restriction.
Honorable members, I've been told that the order they want to contribute to the debate is to go by the numbers that they have presented to me, starting from 1 to 5. If I'm to go by that, 1 is Honorable Enyimedu Kwame Entry, and I'm told he is to have 10 minutes. So, Honorable, you may do so now.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful for the report that is ably presented to the House by the chairman of the committee, Honorable Ehiafo. Amongst the things that the First Deputy Speaker had told Ghanaians are that the new patriotic party members on our side, before we could do or finish the vetting, had indicated, I chose my words correctly, before we could conclude. Before we could conclude the vetting, had indicated that we were going to vote en bloc. What the chairman refused to tell this House and Ghanaians are the reasons that we had adduced for voting against the nominee. We indicated at the committee that we're going to vote against the nominee. Mr. Speaker, amongst the other things that we have stated are that there are 7 separate proceedings at the various jurisdictions, inclusive of the High Court, the Supreme Court, and the ECOWAS Court. Mr. Speaker, Ghana is a member of ECOWAS and a very serious member of ECOWAS. Under the ECOWAS, we have the ECOWAS Parliament, we have the ECOWAS Court, and Mr. Speaker, we must respect the court. What would happen if all these cases that are pending before the courts, they decide and they go against the government? Mr. Speaker, Attorney General, as at now, had not, in most of the cases, had not filed anything challenging the issues at stake. All we are saying is that, Mr. Speaker, under normal circumstances, we have the Chief Justice of the land. And if the seat is vacant, we must have someone to occupy the seat. It must be something that we should do with joy. It must be something that every Ghanaian must be interested. But, Mr. Speaker, the very basis that is giving rise for the vacancy of this seat is challenged. The very basis is what we are saying, that it is pending at the various courts. So it has not arisen for us to challenge or to go through the vetting and vote for another member to occupy that seat.
Honorable member, please, you may move to another issue. I have already pronounced on this matter. I won't go back. If you are dissatisfied with my pronunciation, my ruling on the matter, by our rules, you know what to do. You cannot come through the back door. Go through the front door and come properly to this house. You may move to another issue.
I'm grateful, Mr. Speaker. I respect you and I respect your ruling, Mr. Speaker. I wouldn't challenge that. I'll move on, Mr. Speaker. Save that, Mr. Speaker, I'm not challenging. I just wanted that is our view, and that is what I expected the chairman to inform the House and to Ghanaians. But I'll go on. Mr. Speaker, amongst the other things that we seek to tell Ghanaians is that the very person, Mr. Justice Bafubani, stands conflicted, because the very person that is occupying a seat is sitting under a number of cases to determine the old Chief Justice whether it is right or wrong for the person to be seated. And that's, we say that he is conflicted.
Honorable member, please, you are a highly respected legal luminary. You were lecturing law at the university. You are now a member of parliament, and you carry a lot of respect. What you are submitting now is at the wrong forum. That is at the wrong forum. And so please, I will just advise that you move to another issue, because you know what to do. The issue you are raising, not here. Please.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I'm very grateful. Mr. Speaker, I accept to plead with you, Mr. Speaker. I thought that we on this side of the House, Mr. Speaker, on your left, would want to tell you and Ghanaians why we had indicated that we were voting en bloc. Mr. Speaker, it has nothing to challenge. It has nothing to challenge your reasons. And Mr. Speaker, we have, this is the Parliament of Ghana. And Mr. Speaker, this is a very serious
Honorable member, please, I'm happy that you know that this Parliament of Ghana. And so, if you have a matter before the National House of Chiefs, you don't move to talk about your case before the National House of Chiefs at the meeting of the caucus of the youth. Please, that is a different forum. You know what to do. Please.
Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful. Mr. Speaker, what I pursue to be my duty here, Mr. Speaker, is to urge it out to Ghanaians why we have taken a stand. Amongst the other things is that, Mr. Speaker, we see this practice. This is very serious. That the executive is controlling Parliament in Ghana. Mr. Speaker, the executive.
Honorable member.
The executive.
Honorable member. Please. The statement you just made is a very serious statement. As I sit here, please, there is no executive that can control me. I want to assure you.
Right, Mr. Speaker, I pray thee. Maybe I didn't make myself clearer. But what I mean, Mr. Speaker, is that, and Mr. Speaker, I think I need your protection.
The public doesn't hear them.
Honorable members.
Mr. Speaker, what I mean
honorable members,
by what I've said.
Please, I'm in charge. I will allow the debate to flow within the remit of our rules, our practice, and our conventions. And in fact, I made that known at the meeting at the conclave. Your leaders are aware. But I must apply the rules. If not, my presence here is of no use to the whole country and to the practice of democracy. Please, so I'm very, very careful with what I do. You may go on.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm guided. Mr. Speaker, the point I would want to make here is that there are three arms of government: the executive, the judiciary, and the legislature. And Mr. Speaker, what's our side of the house?
Honorable members, honorable members, please, I have taken note of all the interjections, and he has 10 minutes. So I'm looking at the 10 minutes, and I'm deducting all the interjections from his 10 minutes. So either you keep your cool, listen, and when it's your turn, you put across your own views, or we stay here till midnight. I will not take any minute from his 10 minutes. So please, you may go on.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Amongst my 10 minutes, I may want to plead, Mr. Speaker, may I remind the House of Article 115 of the Constitution. And I read, Mr. Speaker, there shall be freedom of speech, debates, and proceedings in Parliament, and that freedom shall not be impeached or questioned in any court or place out of Parliament. So that's the end of proceeding. Just a reminder. What I am saying, Mr. Speaker,
member,
is that
you just read the provision. It says it shall not be questioned in any place out of Parliament or where? Court. We are in the House here. So here it can be questioned here.
Mr. Speaker, now that I am guided that when a parliamentarian is speaking, one can gag the person, I take note. Mr. Speaker.
Please, honorable member.
Mr. Speaker, it will get to other people.
Don't mislead the public. Please.
Mr. Speaker, I need your protection.
Honorable member, I will protect you, but don't mislead the public. We do not say gag the member, but you read the provision 115. Please, this is an opportunity for many to learn, and many of our citizens are listening to us. I want to read it carefully. 115. There shall be freedom of speech, debate, and proceedings in Parliament, and that freedom shall not be impeached or questioned in any court or place out of Parliament. So, as I preside here, I can question your freedom of speech applying the rules, but I cannot go out of Parliament to question it or go to court to question it. But here in session, that freedom is open to question or to impeachment. Please, the rules are clear even in our standing orders. Don't mislead the public. You may go on.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the point I am making is that on our side, we believe that one arm of government is controlling another arm of government. And in this case, the executive is controlling the judiciary. By this act, Mr. Speaker, the act of where there is the head of judiciary, that judiciary is removed, and that had not been exhausted. And these matters are pending before various courts. The 7 cases that are pending, Mr. Speaker, I can go ahead and then mention it. Mr. Speaker, amongst other things.
Please, I've taken note of your time. The majority leader is on his feet. Please, what is the issue? I've taken note of your time, please. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, our standing orders in Order 1, 2, 3 clearly prescribes the content of a speech. And 1, 2, 3, 2 says that a member shall not use offensive, abusive, insulting, blasphemous, or unbecoming words on a member or any other person, or impute improper motives, or impugn the integrity of a member or any other person. Mr. Speaker, he has said that the executive, that is the president, essentially, when you say the executive, you are talking about the president. He has said that the president, the executive, is controlling the judiciary. Mr. Speaker, for a member to say on the floor that the president is controlling the judiciary, when the president has sworn an oath before this House to uphold and defend the Constitution, and the Constitution does not make provision for the president to control the judiciary. So when you stand in this House and say that the president is controlling the judiciary, you are clearly impugning the integrity of the president. So, Mr. Speaker, I therefore think that the member is out of order, and you should direct, Mr. Speaker, that should be struck out of the records of this House.
Honorable members, the member has expressed his opinion. And in expressing his opinion, the member Honorable members, just a few days ago, I talked about the clapping of hands. That is not part of the practice of this House. You can heckle your colleague, but don't use your hand and be clapping. It's not. Please, I identified the person who was doing that. But at least for today, you will be pardoned. Next time, I will not do so. Honorable members, please, let me repeat. The member expressed his opinion, and in expressing his opinion, he never used any offensive, abusive, insulting, blasphemous, or unbecoming words on the executive or any other person. So he's entitled to express his opinion. Once he hasn't used any such word, I think he's in order and he should continue.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker, for my protection, for your protection. I'm grateful. Mr. Speaker, there are various cases pending before the courts. There is a matter of and Mr. Speaker, if I may make a small reference. There is this case of the Chief Justice Gertrude Tokono versus Article 146.
Honorable member,
Committee.
please, honorable member, you can't take us back. I'll pronounce on this matter. Why? Honorable member, you know, please, minority leader, may you kindly allow the very competent honorable member to continue with his submissions. I am very observant, and I have watched you, and I've seen and even heard some of the things you are whispering to him. That is not allowed. Please, he is competent enough. I am very vigilant. Please. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, with respect, the respected Dominic Nitiwul is here. All we are telling him is to focus and abide by your direction. Mr. Speaker, please, Mr. Speaker, he is a Catholic, I'm a Catholic, you are. I'm rather telling him to focus so that you don't have to come in again.
Please.
Mr. Speaker, I am, with respect, we are here. I am telling him that focus on the issues that are non-controversial. That's what I'm telling him, Mr. Speaker. I beg of you.
Honorable,
for records, I don't want to be misquoted. Mr. Speaker.
Honorable minority leader.
Mr. Speaker, in any event, I have a right to confer with my colleague to confer.
Honorable minority leader, you are facing your colleagues. You are facing your colleagues in the majority, and also the part of the public gallery behind them. I am facing the majority and facing the minority and facing the whole public gallery. I observe what is happening. Truly, Honorable Dominic Nitiwul kept on drawing his attention to go back my rulings and focus on his dissent. I watched that. I eavesdropped. That is true. Honorable minority leader, when you turn and you are talking to him, I don't only see you, but I also hear you. Please, honorable member, just go on with your submission.
I'm grateful, Mr. Speaker.
You are now left with 2 minutes. 2 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, it is common knowledge that, and it's our belief, that this constitution, the very constitution that we are protecting and guarding against, is being breached because there was no prima facie case made against the former Chief Justice, and the matter still remains in court. Mr. Speaker, the matter still remains in court, and that had not been dispensed with. Mr. Speaker, other applications have been filed for certiorari that decisions that have been made must be quashed. Again,
Honorable
those
members,
decisions,
please. You can't litigate that case before Parliament. You can't. This is not the forum for that. Please, if you go that way again, I'll apply the rules. You know the rules. Please.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, we also want Ghanaians to know, and I cited the primary Fashe case, and nobody knows it in Ghana. We are, Mr. Speaker, the reports that, and we are told that there were 3 petitions against the former Chief Justice, and we heard of 1. The report of the committee, Mr. Speaker, remains unpublished. We don't even know what went into that. And we believe that as Ghanaians, before we get to today, we must know the details of why there is vacancy in Ghana that we need to fill. All we are saying that this arm of government and the head of that arm of government, which is judiciary, Mr. Speaker, that seat is not vacant. And even if an attempt had been made to make it vacant, that attempt, Mr. Speaker, we cannot see through that. We think that is faulted. That is.
Honorable members.
Mr. Speaker, we expected.
Honorable members, the honorable member has finished with his submission. The time is up. And honorable members, I direct that all what he said after my last ruling are expunged from the records. I have a number of times drawn his attention that this is not the forum for the litigation of those cases. What we are considering now is the appointment of a nominee. That nominee has been taken through the process of public hearing. You had the opportunity to appear before the committee and to put across all what you just alleged. You opted to boycott. It is now not for you to come through the back door and be making allegations. Hearsay evidence is not admissible here. Please, let's move on. We now will listen to, from the majority side, whether they also want me to go by the order that they've numbered. And therefore, from the majority side, they started with the backbenchers. And the first backbencher is Honorable Zuwaira Ibrahima. 5 minutes. 5 minutes. 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity to look at the report of the Appointments Committee with regards to the nomination of the Chief Justice nominee of the Republic of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, I want to make this preliminary statement that I actually had the very rare opportunity and privilege to sit through the entire vetting process on Monday. From beginning to end, Mr. Speaker, I was there. I saw everything that played out. But, Mr. Speaker, we'll leave issues of that day for another time. Today, we are looking at Justice Paul Bafuboni. And, Mr. Speaker, from very humble beginnings, born in Guasu in today Ahafo region, Guasu, his lordship worked his way out and worked higher the ladder of leadership of this country. Mr. Speaker, his background any day is worth celebrating. And Mr. Speaker, as I sat in the vetting session and listened to my Lord Justice Paul Bafuboni, I was convinced that he was the best suited for the position at this time. Mr. Speaker, why do I say this? My Lordship was nominated to the Supreme Court in January 2008. He spent 17 years at the Supreme Court. And Mr. Speaker, even at home, we all have this adage that we say, experience is the best teacher. After 17 years, Justice Paul Bafuboni demonstrated at vetting that this country and the judicial system of this country is going into very safe hands. Yeah. Mr. Speaker, I say this because as a woman, Mr. Speaker, and a champion of women leadership, I want to celebrate all the women chief justices that we've had. Yeah. We had Her Lordship Georgina Wood, who was appointed to the Supreme Court in 2002 and became Chief Justice in 2007. She reigned for 10 years, and we all saw the output of her work. Yes. It was not in question. Yes. Her capabilities were never in question. Mr. Speaker, we saw Her Lordship Sophia Akufu, who had spent 22 years at the Supreme Court before becoming a Chief Justice in 2017. Mr. Speaker, she exited the role with impeccable credentials. Mr. Speaker, again, let me say this to this House, and I want it on record. Again, I had the opportunity to be a member of the vetting committee, appointments committee that vetted Her Ladyship Tokono. Mr. Speaker, I recall I asked one question. I asked my Lordship, what are the attributes of a good Chief Justice? Give me 5 attributes. She gave one. And she turned and asked me, what did you say again? Mr. Speaker, the Saturday after that vetting, a former member of this House, a learned member of this House, Honorable A.B.F. Hussaini, was on Joy Newsfire discussing the vetting of Her Lord. And he said,
Honorable members, Minority Leader. Deputy Minority Leader. Please, honorable members, may we have your ears. Deputy Minority Leader.
Right, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I know that, hello, Mr. Speaker, the mention of the former Chief Justice Tokonu is not a subject under discussion at this point in time. If you look at the report, I think we are relating the report that has been submitted before us and attacking the personality of Chief Justice is not something that we have to entertain. So I just call for the expansion of that part, attacking the former Chief Justice, to be expunged from the debate. Thank you very much.
Honorable, please, honorable members, please. I heard her say that as a woman, she was going to celebrate women that were Chief Justices, and started with Her Lordship Justice Georgina Wood, and said so many things about her. I practiced before her when she was High Court judge. I know her very well. Then she proceeded to Justice Sophia Akufu. She was in practice, private practice, when I was also practicing. So I know her very well. Now she proceeded to Justice Tokonu. She is far behind me, so when I was in flight, she was not available. She was saying what happened. Please, she was. Honorable members, please, I have to relate to this before I give my ruling. She was sharing her experience when she appeared at the appointments committee, and that she member speaking was a member of the appointments committee, and she asked her a question about the five attributes of a Chief Justice, and now she's going through what took place. So I was keenly listening to her to see whether she will pass the acid test of our rules. That is why I'm following her keenly. If she doesn't, I'll call her to order. Please, I'm listening. I will not allow her to say anything that is unparliamentary about the former Chief Justice. Please. Yes. Honorable member, you are left with 1 minute, 30 seconds.
All right. Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. So, Right Honorable Speaker, to pick up from where I left off. So this is the experience with Her Ladyship Gertrude Araba Tokonu. To the extent that the former Member of Parliament, Honorable A.B.F. Hussein, had occasion to speak on Joy News File on the Saturday and said that in his opinion, The most important question that was asked that day was the question asked by Honorable Zuwaira Mohammed Ibrahim. And the Chief Justice nominee failed to answer that question. Now, Mr. Speaker, I'm making this point in order that I can dovetail effectively into my next point. Mr. Speaker,
Honorable member,
Mr.
please,
Speaker,
please. Honorable member, as you rightly stated, that is the opinion of Honorable ABA Hussaini. As to the marks you are giving to her answer, it is not for you to be satisfied with her answer. Once you ask the question, even on the floor here, the answers that are given does not necessarily satisfy the people who ask the questions. You cannot use that as the basis to judge her on this particular situation when she is not in question. We are not here discussing the former Chief Justice. No. So if you are going to celebrate them, and let's move on. Please. Yes, Honorable Dominic Clinton.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm guided.
They've called. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much.
The record has to be expunged. It has to be expunged.
Mr. Speaker, that tells us one thing. They are not listening to you because they have known that you called me.
Please go on.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, I want to really thank you. People who are not here to defend themselves, as Mr. Speaker has said, if you want to say adverse things about them, Mr. Speaker, I want to plead, as you have done, you protect them. So I want to say to you that, Mr. Speaker, as you want to say, Mr. Speaker, that I call on you to let them expunge that particular section so that it does not stay in the Hansard. The section, the point she just made in trying to give marks to somebody who is not here, and even she is the subject of all that we are doing, they should expunge it. Because if there's anything, the record is that she has been our Chief Justice before, and she has cases in court. We don't know what will happen. So they should expunge that portion from the Hansard.
Honorable member, I'm trying to get which portion, because please, what I said was that she referred to the opinion expressed by ABA Hussaini, showing that they were not satisfied with her performance. And I said that is his opinion. So is that why you are saying I should get expunged?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the point I'm making, the entire section she referred to the former the Chief Justice or Justice Tokono's vetting, where she says that she failed to answer questions. I think that we should expunge that. That's the point I'm making. We should expunge that from the records. Just as you admonish her that she should veer away from it, I'm going further to plead with you to let the Hansard expunge that section completely from the records. Because unless somebody reads your comments, if I'm reading the Hansard and I don't go further to read your comments, I will not know that you have told her to move away from it, and that is not good. I just want them to expunge that section. That's all that I'm saying. The section that goes to say that in her view she has failed those questions, so she expunge it. That's all I'm saying. Honorable member,
I want to hear you again, because if I had heard the use of the word fail, I would have definitely ruled her out of order. What did you say? What did you say?
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to correct this. Mr. Speaker, I asked a question to the then nominee, asking her to give 5 attributes of a good Chief Justice, and she mentioned 1. Thereafter, the Saturday after the vetting, Honorable A.B.A. Fuseni was on Joy News Newsfile program discussing the entire vetting process, and he indicated that he thought that the most important question that was asked at vetting was the question asked by Honorable Zuwaira Mohammed Ibrahima to the effect that the nominee should give 5 attributes of a good Chief Justice. That is what I said. I never used the word fail. Hansard is my witness. They can go back and check. The word fail never came from me, Mr. Speaker. He said he was not. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, I've listened to her, and so I'll proceed to direct that if she had earlier used the word fail, that portion be deleted from the official reports, particularly the word fail. Now she has stated clearly she did not use it, but it's recorded, and so the official reports will go through all this. If they come across the use of the word fail and the words after it, should be deleted from the official reports. Please, now you have 1 minute.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, and tying it all into my previous statements, Justice Bafo Boni made very strong statements at vetting. And one of the things he said that drives my enthusiasm today, and I quote, he said, "The Constitution of Ghana entrusts the Chief Justice with a dual responsibility to adjudicate cases with fairness and to safeguard the credibility and moral authority of justice itself." Mr. Speaker, it gives all of us comfort and hope. Mr. Speaker, as I said, I watched Justice Bafo Boni. He spoke from his heart. This is a man who was ready to leave a job at the prison service so he could marry his sweetheart. And he was adverting with Mrs. Bafo Boni. Mr. Speaker, it tells you the character of the man.
Honorable members, may we now listen to Honorable members, may we now listen to Honorable Anthony Emia. 5 minutes. 5 minutes. 5 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, may I place on record that Gertrude Tokonu, throughout her distinguished service as a judge and Chief Justice, had an impeccable record.
Sure.
Not just impeccable, My Lord, Mr. Speaker, sorry. It was also spotless. Unfortunately, we did not give her the chance to exhaust her full term as Chief Justice of the Republic of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, the executive summary before me this afternoon makes capital out of Article 144 of the 1992 Constitution, which has given birth to this exercise and the said report. But in the view of the minority, the said article has been invoked prematurely. And I say so based on arguments advanced by my colleague, Honorable Anyimedu, citing the various cases. What is interesting about the said cases, Mr. Speaker, is that
Honorable member, don't fall into the same trap. That is not before us. And you know that these are matters pending in the court. So you have the right forum to go and ventilate your grievances and as much as possible vindicate yourself at that forum, not in Parliament. Let's proceed with the business before us. That's all.
I am very grateful, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I will dwell on our own rules from our standing orders, particularly Orders 103F, 1231, 217 Rule 2, as well as 216 Rule 4, in further proceeding with my comment on the report. And with your kind permission, I would want to read the various orders. Mr. Speaker, Order 103F says, a motion shall not relate to a definite issue, and a motion shall relate to a definite issue and not F. Be the subject matter of an action on which a judicial decision is pending in such a way as may, in the opinion of the Speaker, prejudice the interest of the parties to the action. When you move on to 1231, 1231, which is under content of speech, says, a member or a person entitled to participate in a debate shall not make reference to any matter on which judicial decision is pending in such a way, or may, in the opinion of the person presiding, prejudice the interest of the parties in the action. The combined effect of the combined effect of Order 103F and 1231, with a greater of respect, is to prohibit reference to parliamentary proceedings that could prejudice cases before the courts. But in this particular instance, that is exactly what has preceded events leading to today's reports. I will not. I will not dwell from what.
Please, honorable members, don't tamper with the mic. You may go on.
Then again, if you move to Order 2172 and Order 2164, part of our own rules. And Mr. Speaker, again, I seek your permission to read Order 2172, which says the chairperson and ranking member and 2 other members of relevant subject matter standing or select committee shall join the members of the appointment committee to consider persons nominated by the President for appointment as Chief Justice and Justice of the Superior Courts, Ministers of State, Deputy Ministers, Administrator of the District Assembly's Common Fund, the Special Prosecutor and other persons specified under the Constitution or any other enactment. The 2164 stipulates that the clerk is responsible for arranging questions admitted by the Speaker to conform with the rota and to inform the ministers accordingly. From my understanding, the combined effect of 2164 and 2172 is that 1, there was no lawful vacancy that is flowing directly from 2172.
Honorable member, you are out of order. Please, your time is up. And we proceed to the next person. Honorable members, we will now listen to Honorable Muntaka Mohammed. 5 minutes. 5 minutes. Honorable members, the timing has been captured by the recordings. The instruments will give 5 minutes exactly. So when it gets to the 5 minutes, it will cut off automatically. That is what happened to the honorable member. And so I had to give him extra minutes. So please, Honorable Muntaka Mohammed, Minister for Interior, take note.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you for the opportunity, but to remind the House that, Mr. Speaker, I'm not a backbencher, because I heard earlier Honorable Ayimbadu was given 10 minutes, and I thought, Mr. Speaker, I don't know how the leadership agreed, but the most important thing is that ministers are equated to rankings and chairs. So I don't know if that timing could be relooked at, but other than that,
Honorable member, you are actually not a backbencher, but you have been favored to speak instead of a backbencher. That should have been given to a backbencher. So I thought that you should have shown some gratitude to your leaders. If you think that you are oversized, then we'll get proper size for you next time.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'll thank you and the leadership for the opportunity to speak in place of a backbencher. But Mr. Speaker, my worry is about the conclusion of the report of the committee. Mr. Speaker, as you may know, the House is guided by rules. And all our rules, Mr. Speaker, because of timing, I want to state that if you take Order 217, it says that the committee's report will either be by consensus or by voting. Mr. Speaker, so far as all of us were concerned, there was no voting at the appointments committee. Because, Mr. Speaker, as you know, votings are done at the tail end of the matter, whether it's a motion, whether it's a question, whether it's whatever decision is taken at the tail end. And Mr. Speaker, as we all also know, because of the timing, the rules of the House says that whatever rules that play to the chamber equally plays at the committee level. And Mr. Speaker, like I'm debating now, I cannot speak now and tell you, Mr. Speaker, when it's time for voting, I'll be voting this way and therefore step out. No, it has to be, I have to be present and be voting, as in Article 104 of our Constitution and our Standing Orders 139. Mr. Speaker, I believe that the committee's conclusion should be that it is by consensus decision. It cannot be by majority decision. It was by consensus decision. But Mr. Speaker, and the most important thing, as Mr. Speaker, you may know because of your deep knowledge of this House and its rules, if we are at a committee to vote, until somebody raises quorum, quorum is assumed. If it's time for us to vote, and there's nobody to raise issue of whether we have our full membership or what have you, it is assumed. Mr. Speaker, when people walk out, their names will still be recorded as present. When you are going to record those who were present, their names will be recorded. But they cannot say, we are voting, but we are walking out. No, the time that they were saying they were voting was not time for voting. So, Mr. Speaker, I want the House to consider this and amend the committee's report to indicate that the decision was by consensus, so that they do not take more of our time. Mr. Speaker, most importantly on the nominee, for me, I'm wondering why our colleagues are even doing what they are doing. Because, Mr. Speaker, it is very clear by Article 146 of the Constitution, where the President is mandated, if there is petition, to remove a Chief Justice or otherwise, the proper procedure was followed to the end. And if you have a challenge to that, it is not on the floor of Parliament that you come and challenge that. Mr. Speaker, the nominee, if you look at his experience, you and I, Mr. Speaker, with all humility, were members of the Appointments Committee when we vetted him in 2008. I was a backbencher member of the Appointments Committee, and he's been there for 17 years. Mr. Speaker, if you look at his impeccable records, you will be wondering why has he not been Chief Justice long ago. Because, Mr. Speaker, this is one person that has run his career through almost all the government. He got to the bench through President Rawlings, as indicated by even the committee's report. He goes to the High Court through President Rawlings. Then, through President Kufuor, he went to the Appeals Court and the Supreme Court. And he's one of the very experienced persons that we have. If you look at his experience, if you look at the things that he's been able to do, even academically, and you wonder why he was not even made a Chief Justice earlier. But like we said, everybody marks his time. This is his time. This is the time for Justice Paul Bafuboni. And Mr. Speaker, we must support him and encourage him to be able to give out his best, as he himself had indicated in the record. But Mr. Speaker, I want us to look at the issue of the committee's conclusion, saying that it's by majority decision. Mr. Speaker, I strongly believe it is by. Thank you very much.
Honourable Member, very difficult to accede to your request because you now have to define what voting means. What do you mean by voting? Do you have to use a thumbprint? Can you use your mouth to vote? There are so many ways that you can determine somebody has voted. The report is very clear. It says after the minority leader made his submission, which was preliminary, it stated clearly and is quoted, the minority caucus hereby vote en bloc to reject the nominee. That is at the public hearing. And so, clear indication as to voting. Then, getting to the end of the report, the chairman captured it again, where he says in conclusion, all the members of the New Patriotic Party minority were opposed to and voted against the nomination of the Chief Justice. That is what we have. And so I'm saying that then you have to define what we mean by vote. Has it got to be a physical indication either by drum or pen, or could it be by word? And that one, we may have to look at it again. Then he concluded, the chairman, the committee therefore recommends to the House by majority decision. He didn't tell us how the majority came by the decision. And it could be just the discussion there that they agreed that we support the nomination. That will be a decision, and that will be a way of voting. And so once they took that decision and adopted the report, we cannot question that they haven't been voting at the committee level. That is the challenge I have. And so I'll have difficulty in directing that the report of the committee be amended to capture the views that you've expressed. May we now go on to the next person, and that is the Honorable Member for Tampuli Alasan. Tampuli Hassan, your constituency is Gushegu. That is his name here. Yes, please.
I'm sorry, but Speaker, with due respect, I submitted the names from the minority, and as far as I can recollect, the next to speak is the Honorable Samuel Opus. Speaker, if you may indulge me. That is the least. No, that is the least.
Well, that is what I have here. But when your leader was speaking, he mentioned Tampuli before. But what you actually submitted to me, the third name is Sami Awuku, which is 5 minutes. But in his submission, he mentioned Tampuli first.
With respect, not to challenge the leader, but we will respectfully require of you that we go by the list. So we will.
So, Honorable Sami Awuku,
yes.
5 minutes.
Thank you, Speaker.
Right Honorable Speaker, let me thank you for the opportunity to comment on the Appointment Committee's report on the President's nominee for the office of Chief Justice.
Are you contributing to it or you are commenting?
I'm contributing to it, Right Honorable Speaker.
Because the two are different. The two are different. If you are going to comment, I will take note of that. If you say you are going to contribute, then I take note.
Right Honorable Speaker, I'm contributing.
You may go on.
Mr. Speaker, I listened to the First Deputy Speaker as he eloquently also touted the achievement of the President's nominee, including his diligence and competence. So, Speaker, this is a sharp departure from a previous position when Justice Bafuboni was nominated for the office of Supreme Court Judge under President Kufuor. The NDC vehemently opposed it anyway. Mr. Speaker, our position and that of the minority is not premised on personal grounds, but clearly on a matter of principle. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Article 1446 of the Constitution, it is clear that the judiciary currently is not leaderless. The acting Chief Justice enjoys the powers of exercising his discretion and also the administration of justice. So, Speaker, what may likely create some genuine crisis in the minds of people will be the invitation of Parliament in helping install a new Chief Justice and the court subsequently, if matters before it are resolved and goes the other way. Mr. Speaker, for the avoidance of doubt, Article 144 mandates the President, and the President's power to also nominate a Chief Justice is not impaired at all, and it's not challenged. The President has exercised that power by nominating Justice Bafo-Boni. Parliament's approval function, like all other constitutional powers, must also be exercised consistently with other constitutional provisions, Right Honorable Speaker, including the separation of powers, judicial independence, the sub judice rule, and also respect for pending processes. Right Honorable Speaker, Justice Paul Bafo-Boni has less than 2 years to retire. And we respectfully hold the view that this process must also not be rushed. And with all the benefits available to him and the powers available to him as acting Chief Justice, we believe the balance of convenience arguments really can hold sway here. And what is this balance of convenient argument here? If Justice Paul Bafo-Boni is approved by Parliament today, Right Honorable Speaker, and the ECOWAS Court or Supreme Court decides otherwise, Mr. Speaker, the Constitution does not give direction on how to deal with such matters under such circumstances. Mr. Speaker.
Please, Honorable Member, may you move from that and go to the next topic. You have other issues, go to that.
Right Honorable Speaker, it is our considered position, and we hold a view, and in complete fidelity to the law, that we believe that these processes, we can hold on with it and exhaust the processes. And it's on this basis that we join the House and also call on the House as well to reject the nominee. Thank you.
Honorable Member, thank you so much. You are within your 5 minutes. It was just left with some seconds. Thank you so much for being timeous. We now go to the next person, and that is from the majority side, Honorable Dominic Ayine, the Attorney General and Minister for Justice. You, Honorable Minister, you have 10 minutes. 10 minutes. 10 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the motion.
Honorable members, he is not speaking as a backbencher. He is speaking as a middle bencher.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute.
Sorry. Yes, Honorable Habib.
Mr. Speaker, with respect, you said he is speaking as a middle bencher, but Mr. Speaker, with the agreement we have, middle benchers don't have 10 minutes. Then you have 7 minutes. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm reminded that unless he is speaking on behalf of the leadership, but if the Attorney General is speaking as a middle bencher, he has 7 minutes, not 10 minutes.
Honorable Member, you are right. But what they submitted, I can see they cancelled the Honorable Eric Opoku 10 minutes, and they gave him 7, and rather gave Honorable Dominic Ayine 10 minutes. That's what I have here on the paper. So he is speaking for 10 minutes. Honorable Eric Opoku is giving 7 minutes. That's what they have done. Please.
Mr. Speaker, with respect, in our case, we did indicate that the minority chief whip, that is the ship and the whip, slot was given to Honorable Anyimedu. That was the reason or the basis for his 10 minutes. So if it is the case that one of the leadership from the majority front bench is ceding his position or his allocation to the Attorney General, then they should indicate so. Rather than that, none of the speakers, apart from the leaders, have 10 minutes to speak. So they should put that on the record so that it will not be the case that leadership will also speak and then...
I have put that on the record. They don't need to do that. So please, let's move on. You have 10 minutes.
Right Honorable Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity to contribute to the motion for the approval of His Excellency the President's nomination for appointment as Chief Justice of the Republic of Ghana of the Honorable Justice Paul Bafo-Boni. Mr. Speaker, I have a preliminary observation to make. As was rightly pointed out by the Honorable Zuwaira Ibrahima, I also, the Honorable Member for Salaga South, I also sat through the entire vetting process and observed, sometimes with consternation, about the conduct that was exhibited at the vetting. Mr. Speaker, the Constitution enshrines the doctrine of the co-equality of the three branches of government: the executive, the legislature, and the judiciary. The doctrine of co-equality means also implicitly that the principle of comity, and I'm talking about committee as in C-O-M-I-T-Y, must apply in the relationship amongst the three branches of government. What does committee mean? Committee, Mr. Speaker, simply means courtesy extended towards a person that you respect as a co-equal. Mr. Speaker, on that day...
Honorable Member, you have 10 minutes.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Unless you want to tell me...
I will speak within the 10 minutes,
Honorable Member, unless you want to tell me that the apology are rendered to the judiciary because of the conduct of some members at the Appointments Committee is not sufficient. Unless that's what you want to tell me, I think that you need to move away from where you are now to another issue. I have done that already on behalf of the whole House. And I did it sitting on this same chair, presiding over this House. So please, don't overstretch that issue again.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I thought rightly that I was adding my voice to your powerful voice about how we conduct ourselves. So I take a cue from you. Mr. Speaker, we on this side of the House, we have no doubt that the President of the Republic appointed the right person to the position of Chief Justice of the Republic. Mr. Speaker, in line with Article 128, Clause 4 of the Constitution, there are three main criteria for qualification as a Justice of the Superior Court. One is high moral character, proven integrity, and that the person should be not less than 15 years experience as a lawyer. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Chief Justice, the Honorable Paul Bafo-Boni, more than qualifies within the context of Article 128, Clause 4 of the Constitution. He's been a Justice of the Supreme Court or a Justice of the Superior Court for more than 30 years, more than 3 decades. There has been no incident of questionable acts of integrity on his part. Indeed, prior to coming for a vetting, Mr. Speaker, the NIB, or the National Intelligence Bureau, or what we used to call BNI, did background checks on him
and the report came back with a clean bill of health. He is squeaky clean as far as his job as a justice of the Superior Court is concerned. So there are no questions to be raised when it comes to meeting the constitutional criteria. Mr. Speaker, we all know in this country that our judiciary is at a crossroads, that public trust is fast declining when it comes to the performance of the judiciary. Various studies, empirical studies have shown that that is the case. In that respect, Mr. Speaker, you need an experienced hand to steer the affairs of the judiciary and take us out of that storm. And the right person at this moment in time is no other than the person who has served the judiciary with distinction for over 3 decades. Mr. Speaker, when he answered the questions, you could see he did so with brilliance. You could see he did so from an experienced standpoint, somebody who knows the judiciary outside out, and he is a person who will steer us out of the troubles that we are now facing in terms of the institutional performance of the judiciary. Mr. Speaker, what caught my eye as the Attorney General and Minister of Justice on that day was when he was asked a question regarding how he was going to transform the judiciary. Mr. Speaker, I am sure the minority will, do well to listen to what I'm going to say. Mr. Speaker, he gave us 3 cardinal pillars on which he is going to transform the judiciary. He said he is going to introduce rules relating to procedural clarity and flexibility. Second, he is going to introduce efficiency in justice delivery. And third, accountability at all levels of judicial decision making. This is what we need at this point in time in our history. This is what we need for the judiciary to be independent and to perform and deliver justice to the people of this country. Mr. Speaker, on the issue of pending suits, I am, or let me say my office is, a nominal defendant in all the suits. And I know better, looking at the Constitution and our standing orders, than to comment on pending suits before the courts of justice, whether it is the ECOWAS court or it is our own judiciary. But Mr. Speaker, I want to assure this House and all Ghanaians, our citizens who are listening to us, that nothing untoward, no untoward conduct has emanated from my office. And the minority, with all the experienced lawyers that they have, including but not limited to the Honorable Minority Leader himself, should know that if the Supreme Court comes out with its decision saying that the process of the removal of the Chief Justice was groundless. In other words, there was no ground, there were no, legal grounds for the removal. Mr. Speaker, no, listen to this. If orders are made, the President of the Republic, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, has no option but to obey the orders of the court. In fact, if he does not obey, the Constitution says that is a high crime.
Honorable Minister and Attorney General, this is an area that I've given a directive on. You have to move away from it and let's focus on the matter before the House.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Minority Leader is on his feet, yes.
Speaker, with respect, my respected colleague, the learned Attorney General, made reference to me in his submissions. To the extent that I feel misquoted, I just want to take the opportunity to correct the fact on record. He contends that the minority, with all its lawyers including me, have misconstrued the matters at the various courts, and goes on to make further submission that should there be any ruling in favor of the plaintiff, Her Ladyship Justice Tokonu, Mr. President would obey. Mr. Speaker, the gravamen of my contention and that of my colleagues is to the effect that the learned Attorney General's office, with the time given to file defense in the suit, has failed to do so. That was the argument of bad faith we raised, that in ECOWAS court there's a time, and if we really want to enrich our constitution and enrich democracy, that when a person appears before court, parties to the suit, however nominal, would make their views known. And Mr. Speaker, the learned Attorney General, by making inference to my submission, again says that he is merely a nominal. But as nominal as he is the only party the Constitution provides as the one to file a defense. So it was his duty to take issues, traverse the matters, and Mr. Speaker, throughout the period, he did not. And it was the reason why we argued that, look, having failed to do that on time, you've created a certain lacuna, you've created a certain situation that goes against the rights of the respected former Chief Justice. That was the contention. I was not raising any other thing, but rightly saying that if you had failed on time, especially when you were served with all the processes on time, look at the way the injunction application was speedily heard. The substantive matter was pending long before vacation, and even after legal vacation, you didn't file a defense. You later went to the court to file a process for leave for extension of time, to file your process out of time. Meanwhile, we were receiving a nomination. Meanwhile, Parliament was again bound to hear the nominee. This was the argument we made, and it was not to attack the issue before the court. It was the action of your office, and that is why we raised it. So let it happen.
Minority Leader,
yes, Mr. Speaker.
We have heard you.
Very well.
Heard you.
Very well.
Please, I was compelled to give him time because you referred to it, and it's not a matter, as I directed earlier on, that is of concern to the motion that is before the House. So kindly move away from there and then make your submissions. I will definitely, I've taken note of the interjections, and you have enough time to make your submission. Please, you may go on.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. There is a point of correction, and because we are a house of record, Mr. Speaker, I think it is very, very important. The Honorable Minority Leader himself knows very well that the rules of court, CI 16, supplemented by CI 47, the High Court Civil Procedure Rules, accords lawyers the opportunity to apply for extension to file their processes out of time. This is not something strange, and there is nothing sinister in what we have done. So, Mr. Speaker, in rounding up, I wish to employ all of you, my colleagues in this House, that we approve the President's nominee because he is ably and eminently qualified in terms of Article 128, Clause 4 of the Constitution. He is one of the most experienced justices of the Supreme Court that we have, and his experience is definitely needed at this point in time in our history in order to
Honorable Minister, you are timed out. Yes, may we go to the next speaker now, and that is Honorable Tampuli Hassan. You have 7 minutes. Honorable member, please. I was trying to get the second deputy speaker. I just recollected he's on an assignment. So may you kindly give me just 5 minutes. I'll be back and then you make your submission. Sitting is suspended for 5 minutes.
You have been watching the live coverage in Parliament on the approval of the nominated Chief Justice. Thank you for staying with us. The House is suspended for just 5 minutes, but you stay with us and we'll be right back after this break.
So, Charlie, the deal there, I almost get her.
Syntax pipe, as tough as it can get.
You're so sorry with your back, sorry. Oh, what you was a thing. What the cat never well. Hey! No, I'm back.
Between a pie and cabo.
Hey, madam, bye, menu.
A Syntax pipe. Metono, Omukacham send a word in pa. Say a fee, say a foam.
We all play differently. Some live for the thrill, some play chill. But it's the emotions that unite us. Bets for everyone. Reveal yourself. 1xBet.
Kevin, be a good boy. Focus on your studies and don't follow girls with longer life than their future.
My son is under VIP security and I'm the head of domestic affairs. Johnny Mami, don't be optical. Guys, we need to boss in my mother room. Man, Johnny Mami, what is? No control. Boy, no more feeling what is?
Okay, senior, thank you.
Yeah, you think it's free. Major Gary, and that's all you sugar. Yeah, let me do that. Hey, that a bit. Supermarket or chop. Agent and Gary.
Cream come to you.
Wait now. So you Gary. For me. Oh yeah. Thomas. Block.
You have the choice to pick and choose. So you choco Gary. Boys and girls, why I say?
Assembly approved.
Dreaming of your own home? Thinking of upgrading your space? Then it's time to stop dreaming and start building with the Republic Bank Love FM Habitat Fair 2025. From Thursday 27th November 2025 to Sunday 30th November, all roads lead to the Kumasi City Mall for the biggest housing event in the Ashanti region. Come face to face with the biggest names in real estate, banks with flexible mortgage deals, interior designers, home accessory brands, and the very best in building technology. Plus, don't miss our Habitat Mini Clinic where experts break it all down from the first block to the finishing touches. The Republic Bank Love FM Habitat Fair 2025. Financing your dream home. Inclusive, sustainable, and affordable living for all. Make a date and don't be late.
This event is in partnership with Republic Bank. Sponsored by DBS Industries, Syntax Tank, Doormaster, Ayuda App, Superlock, and Prestodia Ghana Limited. Supported by...
Hello, Ghana.
it's time to celebrate 50 years of sports excellence. The Sports Writers Association of Ghana, SWAG, will honor and celebrate Ghana's sporting excellence at the 50th SWAG Awards in Accra. Date Saturday, November 15, 2025. Venue.
Mommy, please, I'm ready.
Ready for what?
The school fees I spoke to you about. It's a no fees, no exam rule.
Auntie, what should I do? That's why I've been telling you. Get a boyfriend. Maybe not on show.
Hello, Ghana. It's time to celebrate 50 years of sports excellence. The Sports Writers Association of Ghana, SWAG, will honor and celebrate Ghana's sporting excellence at the 50th SWAG Awards in Accra. Date Saturday, November 15, 2025. Venue Accra International Conference Center. Time 6 p.m. Theme Gold and Glory. A call for change in national orientation and investment in sport. Special guest of honor, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, President of the Republic of Ghana. Guest of honor, Mr. Julius Deborah, Honorable Chief of Staff of the Republic of Ghana. In attendance, Mr. Gianni Mello, President, Association of International Sports Press, AIPS, the prestigious and longest running awards event in Ghana, the SWAG Awards, promises to be an unforgettable night of glamour, excitement, and celebration of Ghana's sporting achievement. Performing is Afro-pop and dancehall star Stonebwoy. Come, let's celebrate our sports legends and honor the best to inspire the rest. For sponsorship, contact 050-701-7001. The 50th SWAG Awards, sponsored by GCB Bank, Gold Board, Tobinco, Stanbic Bank, Ghana Free Zones Authority, National Petroleum Authority, Omni Basic Bank, and Phoenix Insurance.
Dreaming of your own home? Thinking of upgrading your space? Then it's time to stop dreaming and start building with the Republic Bank Love FM Habitat Fair 2025. From Thursday, 27th November 2025 to Sunday, 30th November, all roads lead to the Kumasi City Mall for the biggest housing event in the Ashanti region. Come face to face with the biggest names in real estate, banks with flexible mortgage deals, interior designers, home accessory brands, and the very best in building technology. Plus, don't miss our Habitat Mini Clinic, where experts break it all down from the first block to the finishing touches. The Republic Bank Love FM Habitat Fair 2025. Financing your dream home. Inclusive, sustainable, and affordable living for all. Make a date and don't be late.
This event is in partnership with Republic Bank. Sponsored by DBS Industries, Syntex Tank, Doormaster, Ayuda App, Superlock, and Prestodia Ghana Limited. Supported by...
Watching DSTV means getting the TV you love, but staying connected means getting something extra. Stunning. Extra matches, extra dramas, the best local and the world's biggest. Extra laughter, music, movies, and extra vim. I love it. Just stay connected or reconnect and get upgraded to the next higher package at no extra cost. Charlie, we got you. Keep watching. Get more with DSTV.
Each week, the media landscape is filled with political rhetoric, but the time for truth is now. On Prime Insight, the Veil comes off will dissect the biggest political stories of the week. No half-truths, no distortions, just facts, context, and fearless conversations. This is not just another talk shop. This is the battleground for ideas. Join me, Lehesuga, as we demand accountability together. Prime Insight is on Joy Prime every Saturday. Ghana's politics unfiltered.
In a world where education shapes futures, the real change begins with conversations.
Government has never given any indication of abolishing free researchers. This is very clear.
Welcome to EduTalk, where Ghana's leading educators, policymakers, and stakeholders share bold ideas and reimagine the future of learning.
Formally, in this objective-based curriculum, we only do memorization.
Back to Parliament, where the Speaker is back and the House has actually resumed. The debate is ongoing and subsequently the approval of the nominated Chief Justice.
Given the pending legal suits challenging the removal of the former Chief Justice, In its response, the nominee affirmed that Parliament was acting fully within its constitutional mandate, emphasizing that the mere filing of a writ or an application for injunction does not automatically stay the performance of a constitutional duty unless a specific restraining order is issued by a court of competent jurisdiction. Mr. Speaker, it continues with the second, third, and fourth paragraphs. Mr. Speaker, with what we have here, and having regard to the fact that you have made your ruling, is it out of order if one continues to speak to these same reports in accordance with the rules of this House? Mr. Speaker, I'd like to seek your guidance.
Honourable Member, I made a ruling earlier on this matter, not today. In fact, it was a written ruling I delivered here on this matter. And I say none of you challenge that ruling. And that ruling remains the ruling of Mr. Speaker and is binding on the House. So we can no longer go back to it. I was talking about my act, not the act of the nominee. Please, and I stay by that.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll be guided accordingly. Mr. Speaker, it has to be put on record that Justice Paul Bafo-Boni, the nominee for the office of Chief Justice, was appointed to the Court of Appeal by His Excellency President John Agyekum Kufuor. Mr. Speaker, at the time that he was being nominated or appointed to the Court of Appeal, there were High Court justices who had served in the High Court long before him, but President Kufuor found him suitable to be taken to the Court of Appeal. Mr. Speaker, subsequently, after 2 years, even though Justice Paul Bafo-Boni met his seniors at the Court of Appeal, President Kufuor again found him suitable to take him to the Supreme Court. So, Mr. Speaker, largely we on this side of the divide are not opposed to the nomination of Justice Paul Bafo-Boni for any personal. Listen to me, Mr. Speaker. We are not opposed for any personal reasons. We are opposed to his nomination based on principle of the pendency of matters by the Justice Takonu, which are still pending before courts. And we have taken this principal position just to let you know that we do not have any issues. In fact, we don't just want to join issues with you, especially regarding the matter of Justice Paul Bafo-Boni. Mr. Speaker, we have to look at this matter within the meaning, within the framework of the preamble of the 1992 Constitution. Mr. Speaker, we the people of Ghana, in the exercise of our natural and inalienable rights to establish a framework of governments which shall secure for ourselves and posterity the blessings of liberty, equality of opportunity, and prosperity. Mr. Speaker, it continues in a spirit of friendship and peace with all peoples of the world and in solemn declaration and affirmation of our commitments to freedom, justice, and probity and accountability. The principle that all powers of government spring from the sovereign will of the people. The principle of universal adult suffrage, and Mr. Speaker, my emphasis, the rule of law. Supremacy of the Constitution, equality before the law, and respect for the fundamental human rights and freedom of our people. Mr. Speaker, in terms of fundamental human rights of the people and access to justice, Mr. Speaker, embedded in that rule of law thing is the accessible and impartial justice. Mr. Speaker, we must be given usable opportunities when we think our rights have been violated to be able to vindicate our rights. Mr. Speaker, one of the things that we must advert our minds to is that when there are pending matters it's important that I am allowed to finish the process before a decision will be taken that will prejudice my rights. And Mr. Speaker, we are not saying this because this is Justice Tokono, but this right must be available to every one of us and every Ghanaian. Mr. Speaker, fair legal procedures. Mr. Speaker, if I take a matter to court, I have every right to complete the matter before I'm told that my issue is foreclosed. Mr. Speaker, if matters are pending before courts and you leave the office, Mr. Speaker, Article 1446 provides situations where a justice of the Superior Court, including the Chief Justice, may lose office. Stated misbehavior, incompetence, and inability to perform the functions of the office. Mr. Speaker, what we are saying is that if we go ahead to confirm Justice Paul Bafo-Boni and he becomes the Chief Justice, and in the event that the pending cases terminate in her favor, what happens to that office? Mr. Speaker, we anticipate that there will be constitutional nuclear meltdown, and that is what we intend to avoid.
Honorable member, please, I don't know how many times I have to draw the attention of members to this matter. That is not what is before us. Finality of the rule of law is pronounced and is in the bosom of the courts. Legislative power, the power to make laws, is in our bosom. The Constitution added the power to approve, that is, give prior approval to nominees by His Excellency the President. And that is exactly what we are doing. As to whether our decision is the final rule of law, is for another body to determine. And so the proper venue, and I keep on emphasizing that, it's not this house, it's the court. And so please, once you have the matters pending there, the matters will continue to pend there, and you can vindicate those rights there. The judiciary cannot say that because Parliament is considering a bill that may have some effect on a matter before the judiciary, they'll have to hold on until we pass the bill before they proceed with the matter. They can't say that. The same, I'm just putting it in simple language, that once a matter is before the judiciary, they can't say because that matter is before the judiciary, Parliament is stopped from also performing its function of lawmaking, of oversight, of these approvals and the rest until they finish adjudicating the matter. So we have to go on with ours. And that is exactly what we are doing. We cannot be stopped. I have given my ruling on this, and you are bound by it. If you are not, you know the rule in our standing orders. You know what to do. If you are not satisfied with that, you also have the courts to go and vindicate your rights. But so far as the matter before us is concerned, let's stick to that matter. Let's go on with that, and then later on you can proceed with whatever you want to do. But for me as Speaker, I preside. I don't judge. I preside. And I'll preside and make sure that what the rules say should happen will happen. At the end of the day, the House will be given the opportunity to take the decision. The rest, you can proceed on after that, please. So let's move on to the matter before us.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm guided. Mr. Speaker, next I would like to refer this House to Article 1254 of the Constitution, where it says that the Chief Justice shall be subject to the Constitution
as be the head of the judiciary and shall be responsible for the administration, supervision,
I told you about the timing. When there was the interjection, it stopped. It's automatic. It's not being controlled by me. Please, kindly give him 1 minute. 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, what that provision provides for is that we are not looking at the Chief Justice capacity as a justice of the Supreme Court, but as a head of the judiciary in terms of the human resource, planning, organizing, directing, control, and discipline of the judicial human resource, the judicial service staff, including even judges. Mr. Speaker, one would be not too far away if you ask the acting Chief Justice whether or not he will be transferring judges, whether or not if a justice of the Superior Court, conducts himself or in any way he will be taking action against the person, or whether or not any disciplinary action can be taken anybody as a judge or any staff of the judicial service. Mr. Speaker.
The 1 minute is over again. So, but honorable member, don't be worried about that, because even this constitution, when it was being drafted, it was said to be drafted by hairdressers. Now, when it was approved, the people who stated that the hairdressers were drafting constitution kept on applauding the good works of the hairdressers. So, and you have also done that today. It's just that politicians are a different breed of human beings. So, that is the challenge we have in the world. May we proceed to the next person, this time from the majority side, and that is Honorable Eric Opoku. Honorable, you have seven minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the motion before this House. Mr. Speaker, this House is witnessing inconsistency in its highest apogee. Inconsistency that has never been seen on the floor of this House, except today. Mr. Speaker, you recall that in the last year of Mr. President John Agyekum Kufuor, 2008, Justice Paul Bafuboni was elevated to the position of Supreme Court Justice. And the Appointments Committee's report was submitted to this House for approval. Mr. Speaker, that day, records of this House indicates that the minority we see today, they were in the majority. And they extol the virtues of this man right in this chamber. They describe him as competent. They describe him as competent, a man who has served this nation with dignity, an honest judge. In fact, they said a lot of good things about this man. Mr. Speaker, what has changed? What has changed? Today, the same person has been elevated, and now you are opposing his nomination. History will be the best judge. Mr. Speaker, again, I heard Honorable Enyimadu spoke about executive manipulation of the judiciary. Mr. Speaker, you recall that between 2003 and 2006, Justice Paul Bafuboni was appointed to the fast-track High Court. He was appointed to the fast-track High Court, a court established by President Kufuor, tried some cases, and after some years, declared unconstitutional in the history of our country. That was the period of executive manipulation of the judiciary. That was the period. And it happened under your watch. And today you have the courage to sit in the same chamber and talk about executive manipulation of the judiciary. Mr. Speaker, again, your ruling on the matter, on this matter, is fortified by this report.
Honorable member, please. May we listen to, yes.
Mr. Speaker, very respectfully, I stand on Order 122 to clarify a point. Mr. Speaker, we don't appoint to the fast-track High Court. We appoint to the High Court. So, Mr. Speaker, that clarification would have to be clear. There's nothing like we appoint to the High Court and not the fast-track High Court. When you are appointed to the High Court, you are then assigned to a division of the High Court. Mr. Speaker, this is the point. You don't appoint to the High Court.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, it is in the report, page 8. Page 8 of the report. Listen. Page 8 of the report. He was elevated to the High Court in 2000, serving at Sunyane and Kumasi between 2000 and 2003, and later appointed justice to the fast-track High Court. Is it the report? So what's your problem? So, Mr. Speaker, I was speaking to the report, exactly how it is captured in the report. Now, Mr. Speaker, you are ruling on the matter that while Parliament is discharging a lawful duty, no court action can stop that, is fortified by this report. And it's interesting we raise this issue for Ghanaians to know. Mr. Speaker, paragraph 27 of the report.
Honorable member, your leader is on his feet.
Okay.
Yes, please.
Mr. Speaker, I have been trying very hard to get members on this side to listen to opposing views. I urge our colleagues to also pay attention and listen so that we can expedite action on this matter. I'm just appealing to our colleagues on the other side.
Honorable members, please, we need to listen to each other. Honorable Doctor, he represented Parliament at our march against the judiciary. He was among the 11, and he ran all over the field without touching the ball. And he was substituted. So I understand that. Honorable members, please, we only consider and give prior approval to nominees of the President to the Supreme Court. The High Court and the Court of Appeal don't come before the House for prior approval. Please, that is the state of affairs. The process that he went through, I was minority leader. Concerns were expressed, but this was not a matter that came before the House for his approval or otherwise. Not at all. Please, let's go on.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I was saying that reading page 27 of the report, under point 6.18, propriety of proceeding with the vetting process. Your committee has reported, and indeed they have cited two major cases, one involving a member of this House, Honorable Vincent Asamoah versus Attorney General. And the report reads, to substantiate his position, the nominee cited relevant legal precedents, including Dufour versus Bank of Ghana and Vincent Assefuah versus Attorney General, both of which affirm the principle that the existence of a legal challenge does not suspend constitutional processes in the absence of an explicit court injunction. Mr. Speaker, these two cases.
Honourable Member, I ruled on that, so let's move on.
Mr. Speaker, I'm moving on because our colleagues, when I raised the issue, that the same person, when he was brought here, they extolled his virtues. They said no, they are not opposed to his nomination, but they are talking about some legalities. And the basis of their argument is that there is a case that is to stop the proceedings of this House. And I'm reading this to fortify your ruling that they don't have basis. Their argument is baseless. They are only talking because they are in the minority and they want to be heard. Otherwise, they'll have no case at all to be even making noise in this House. The truth of the fact is that the man qualifies, he is competent. In fact, he is the first son from our region, Ahafo, to be elevated to this position. And the people of our region are solidly behind him. And so we urge our colleagues on the other side that you cannot oppose everything on this earth. You were here defending some few days ago. Now you are transforming.
Honourable members, we move on to the next person, and that is the last from the minority caucus, and the leader himself wants to take up that task. So I call on Osahene Afenyo-Markin.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to add my voice to this debate on the floor. Mr. Speaker, in making my contribution, I would want to, in addition to the report, rely on the certified copy of the verbatim report of proceedings that has been served on my good self by the clerk through the chairman. And for the avoidance of doubt, I would want to make same available to the table office for the record, because I'm going to rely on same. Mr. Speaker, that said, I shall proceed to say that for the first time under the 1992 Constitution, a sitting Chief Justice has been removed pursuant to Article 146 of the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, that removal effected on 1st September 2025, following recommendation by a committee chaired by
His Lordship Justice Gabriel Puaman has generated unprecedented litigation challenging its constitutional validity, procedural regularity, and legal effectiveness. Critically, several proceedings were filed before her ladyship's removal was finalized. These are contemporaneous constitutional challenges asserting fundamental and irredeemable flaws in the Article 146 process. The removal proceeded despite these pending objections. These objections now remain unresolved before multiple courts of competent jurisdiction. Mr. Speaker, we, the minority, hold a view that there has been inconsistency in the approach in this matter, and that if care is not taken, this country that we all seek investment for may not attract that needed investment. Mr. Speaker, as we speak, the prima facie findings of the Council of State remain unpublished. 2, as we speak, the very report that recommended...
Honorable Member, I thought your reference to this matter was a matter before the House.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
But what you are talking about is not before the House.
Mr. Speaker, then let me use the phrase well. Let me rephrase it for the purpose of clarity. Mr. Speaker, my submission is to the effect that the matters giving rise for this motion to be taken are such that we, the minority, still believe that there are serious matters for the constitution of our republic. Mr. Speaker, and I say so because today we consider this nomination, and you have made it clear that our approval or otherwise does not bring a finality within the context of the rule of law, which I agree. I'm not contesting that. But it is our view, most respectfully, that one, the fact that the prima facie determination is not in the public space is of concern to us. 2, the fact that the recommendation, the report that gave rise for the final decision of His Excellency the President is also not in the public domain is of concern to us. Mr. Speaker, we contend that for the purposes of transparent democracy, the era where the citizens require information, it should have been an instinctive, inherent decision to have released a report. Because, Mr. Speaker, we hold a view that this was no less a matter because it was dealing with an organ of government, of state, the judiciary. That is our contention. Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Member, as I said, you are complaining about acts of another arm of government. Mr. Speaker, I hope my time is being stopped. Not Parliament. Not Parliament.
No.
And those matters are not before Parliament. And so I have consistently guided you and your colleagues to deal with the matter before Parliament. Continue with the others at the proper forum, not the floor of Parliament.
Mr. Speaker, we are not litigating those matters in Parliament, but those matters gave rise to this, what is before us. So what I'm trying to do is to give a background to the very matter before us, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Eric Opoku in his submission argues with some force that executive manipulation started in Kufuor era. I found it very rich. And he tries to use that to justify the concerns that we are raising to say that we are acting in double standard. No, Mr. Speaker, In President Kufuor's era, no Chief Justice was removed. Mr. Speaker,
Honorable member,
Speaker,
please. I don't want us to go beyond what is before us, because many of the things that you say, because many of you were not born early, you don't know, you don't have the information. And in fact, I have bought some books, and I'm going to distribute the books particularly to leaders, so that you read to see the perception that we have given to the people outside there. They are very senior, intelligent people who held high office of state, who have written some books about Ghana politics. I have the books. I bought plenty copies to distribute to you free to read. I believe that will change your approach to how you go about the business on this floor. The information that I have from experience in this house, if I disclose them, many of the things you say are incorrect. The presidents and former presidents, they know. You don't know. And they know that I know what I'm talking about. So please, confine yourselves to the matters before the House. Let's deal with that one.
Mr. Speaker, we are saying that the fact that there appears to be some right violation against Justice Araba Essagbah Tokunu, we in the minority are unable to support this nomination. Mr. Speaker, the learned Attorney General, in his submission, alluded to the fact that even when Parliament approves this nomination and the court determines otherwise, the executive would be bound to respect it. He was right in saying that when a court makes a pronouncement, the executive will be bound by it. But what he did not say is the conduct of his office in the handling of the very matter that he is saying when there is pronouncement, they would be bound by it. Mr. Speaker, he himself submitted that the rules of court allows for extension of time application to be made. The question we ask is that why didn't the Attorney General, considering the enormity of this matter, act with alacrity? Mr. Speaker, the question that begs for an answer is that for all these periods, if justice was really meant to be done, why didn't the Attorney General file a defense? He is now saying that we shouldn't worry, and that if there is any positive outcome, the president will be bound by it. But we are interested in the process. The minority in this House is interested in the process, and it is contending that his actions amount to bad faith and denying the respected
Honorable Minority Leader. Honorable Minority Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
I acknowledge that the minority is interested, and you are expressing your concerns. And those concerns have also been expressed at the right forum. But I say this is not the forum for that. the Attorney General's conduct of conducting proceedings in that court is not before the House. That at all is not. And so please, let's handle what is before us. Then at the appropriate forum, which you are doing, you continue with it. You can just refer that this is what you are doing, but don't go into the details.
Speaker, with respect, Mr. Speaker, just place my time on ice for us to interrogate this preliminary matter. Mr. Speaker, well, I will leave it to you, but I would want to learn. Mr. Speaker, in my submission, I was responding to the Attorney General. These are facts that he has made known to the House. So I was responding to his own argument. I was not saying anything new. It is what he said that I was referring to. But if you say I shouldn't delve deep into it.
I stopped him.
Mr. Speaker, very well.
I stopped him.
Very well.
And I said he should come back to the subject matter on the floor.
Very well. Mr. Speaker, that's...
Please.
Mr. Speaker, if it is so, I will not belabor. Mr. Speaker, today, our colleagues who vehemently opposed just 2 nominations to the Supreme Court, and when they had the opportunity, they brought 7. Their principled argument vanished into thin air. Today, Mr. Speaker, when our friends in the NDC argued against 2 nominations to the Supreme Court, when they had the opportunity, they brought 7 at a go. Today, the same people who opposed this nominee in 2008 are today saying that they are for his cause. Mr. Speaker, we leave everything to posterity. Every single thing that we are witnessing in this House is for posterity. But we believe as minority that in spite of all that is happening, which happenings is affecting the rights of a citizen, the best days of our country are ahead of us. Mr. Speaker, we would not belabor. We maintain our opposition to this nomination, and we reject same, and we are going to demand a secret ballot to reject this. We are going to demand a secret ballot to vote, to let Hansard record our opposition. Mr. Speaker, we know that there are members who have their own views and would want to exercise their right when there is secret ballot. We, the minority, are going to invoke that so that we take a secret ballot to register our dissent on this matter. Mr. Speaker, I wouldn't exhaust the 15 minutes. I will submit here to and then leave the matters to rest. Thank you so much.
Honorable members, the last person to have a say on this matter is the majority leader. The minority leader actually used less than 15 minutes. So it's the majority leader who is now to end the debate, and he has 15 minutes to do so.
Mr. Speaker, Mine is a very brief one. Very brief. In 2012, we had a national election for the presidency and for parliament. The election results were disputed. President Akufo-Addo was declared winner. John Dramani Mahama and the NDC petitioned President John Dramani Mahama was declared winner. Akufo-Addo petitioned the courts. Mr. Speaker, in 2020, we had another election, and President Akufo-Addo was declared winner, and John Dramani Mahama petitioned. The cases traveled before the Supreme Court, and finally, the Supreme Court made a pronouncement. Mr. Speaker, it was clear to every Ghanaian that in spite of the cases pending in the Supreme Court, we went ahead and swore in those declared by the Electoral Commission as having been validly elected. But the case went on, and in the case of the petition against John Dramani Mahama, it was in August 2013 that the Supreme Court handed a ruling. Mr. Speaker, when we put the question to the nominee as to what he thinks will happen if the previous Chief Justice's case turned out in her favor, he simply referred us to these two cases. If in a presidential petition, we are convinced that if the ruling goes against a sitting president, that person will vacate the seat so that the winner will take over. Why would we entertain doubt that if a Chief Justice who has left office gets a ruling in her favor, that the sitting Chief Justice will not give way so that the decision of the Supreme Court will be enforced? So the answer is simple. We have to proceed. And when the decisions of the courts come, and the implications are that what has happened should be reversed, the Chief Justice nominee said he is ready to give way, and whoever the courts declare in favor of will come and occupy the post of Chief Justice. So there's no problem. Mr. Speaker, the second issue about the listing of cases was put to the nominee, and the nominee explained that he, as acting Chief Justice, is not responsible for listing cases. So if the minority's position was that some cases hadn't been listed, then that is a matter for the registry, because as an acting Chief Justice, the Chief Justice normally empanels the court when the registrar indicates that all the processes had been concluded, and then we had reached a stage where we would need to empanel a court. So he wasn't responsible for cases not listed. Mr. Speaker, I think that a lot has been said already about the nominee, and I will not belabor the point, except to once again, lastly, register the point that in 2012, July 24th, 2012, Justice Theodora Wood was nominated, approved by this House, and appointed a Chief Justice. 2013, January,
President John Evans Atta Mills, under the NDC, became president. He coexisted amicably with Justice Theodora Wood, who was appointed by President Kufuor under the NPP. Mr. Speaker, again, on 24th of July 2012, when we lost the president, John Dramani Mahama took over as the president, and he coexisted amicably with Justice Theodora Wood, who was appointed by President Kufuor, an NPP president. What is my point? My point is simple, that the NDC under President Atta Mills and under the current president, John Dramani Mahama, has coexisted peacefully with a Chief Justice appointed by the NPP. So, Mr. Speaker, let me conclude by saying that my colleagues have already argued and given reasons why we should approve the nomination to the post of Chief Justice, because essentially he qualifies under Article 1284 of the Constitution, has been a judge for 30 years, overly qualified, has been a Supreme Court judge for more than a decade and a half, and is now acting as the Chief Justice. Mr. Speaker, without saying more, I will just say that put the question and we will vote. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, at the conclusion of the debate, I put the question. Those in favor of the adoption of the committee's report, say aye. Those against, say no. Honorable members, I put the question again. Those in favor of the adoption of the report of the committee, say aye. Those against, say no. Honorable members, I think the ayes have it. Honorable members, we have the Honorable Deputy Whip, Minority Deputy Whip on his feet. Let's listen to him.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker,
I rise under Order 1513. Mr. Speaker, Order 151. Mr. Speaker, I rise under Order 1513. Mr. Speaker, with your leave, I read Order 1513. A member may challenge the decision of the Speaker on a voice vote, and the Speaker shall determine whether to call for a head count or electronic vote. Mr. Speaker, I invite you for us to do a head count on this, since our electronic vote is not working. Speaker, head count.
Honourable members, there's a challenge to my decision on the voice vote, and there's a call for us to take a head count. Yes, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, let me read Order 1513. Well, it says, a member may challenge the decision of the Speaker on the voice vote, and the Speaker shall determine whether to call for head count or electronic vote. Whether. Mr. Speaker, keep quiet. Whether, Mr. Speaker, there is no automatic right to a head count or electronic vote when somebody challenges the voice vote. There's no automatic right. It is for the Speaker to look at the chamber. Because where Mr. Speaker sits, he sees the numbers. Where Mr. Speaker sits, he sees the numbers. He sees the number constituting the NPP votes, and sees the number constituting the NDC votes. And Mr. Speaker knows that the NPP micro-minority have already indicated they are voting against. The NDC supermajority has already indicated they are voting for. So when you look at the numbers in the chamber, it is so clear that it becomes unnecessary for a head count. Mr. Speaker, so Mr. Speaker, we have confidence in you and your understanding of the rules. The rules say that a member may challenge the decision of the Speaker on a voice vote, and the Speaker shall determine whether to call for head count or electronic vote, or whether not to call for head count or electronic vote. Mr. Speaker, it is obvious, and there's no need for you to call for a head count or an electronic vote. It is obvious that they have lost the vote. We've won the vote, and take a decision and let's proceed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, I have determined that there should be a head count. So we are going to do a head count. Head count. Please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, we are going to do a head count.
Mr. Speaker,
please, those in favor of the motion, please rise up to be counted.
Mr. Speaker, there is a problem. Mr. Speaker,
attention, Mr. Speaker, I want to draw your attention to the Constitution in Article 111. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Constitution in Article 111.
Please, honorable members, be at your seats. Members are moving around and they are having a challenge in counting you. Please, say rise up, rise up. Please. Honorable members, you may resume your seats. Resume your seats. Honorable members, those against the motion rise to be counted. Please, clerks at the table, you are asked to count all those who have risen. Please, so any person that has risen and is standing should be counted. Honorable members, you may now resume your seats. Resume your seats. Honorable members, at the count, the ayes have 163. The noes 69. Yes, Honorable Habib.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise under Order 1526. Mr. Speaker, I rise under Order 1526. Mr. Speaker, for the avoidance of doubt, I read. Order 1526 states that where a member rises to challenge the results of the head count, the Speaker shall call for division. So, Mr. Speaker, I therefore challenge the head count, and I call for you to apply Order 1526 as stated in our orders for division, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable member. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, the member rose and quoted Order 1526. And I just heard him read, where a member rises to challenge the results of the head count, the Speaker shall call for a division. I have not heard him challenge I did not hear him challenge the head count. I did not hear. I did not hear him challenge. I did not hear him challenge. I did not hear him challenge. I did not hear him challenge the result of the head count. So, Mr. Speaker, let him come properly. I did not hear him. But Mr. Speaker can give a ruling if you heard him challenge the results of the head count. I did not hear him.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to plead with you and draw your attention to Order 154, which states, and I read, despite Order 153, the Speaker may, if in the opinion of the Speaker, a division has been unnecessarily claimed, take the vote of the House by calling upon the members who support or who oppose the decision of the Speaker to rise and be counted, upon which the Speaker shall declare the decision of the House or direct that a division be held. Unquote. Mr. Speaker, in drawing your attention to this order, I plead that you exercise your authority as expected in that standing order, given that the numbers after the count speak for themselves. And the call for a division is an unnecessary request. Mr. Speaker, I thank you.
Yes, Honorable Habib.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when I rose earlier on, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes, go on.
Mr. Speaker, when I rose earlier on, it was under Order 1526, and that I challenged, and it reads that where a member rises to challenge the results of the head count, the Speaker shall call for a division. Mr. Speaker, therefore, I challenge the results from the head count and call for a division under Order 1526. Mr. Speaker, even though the honourable member for Tamale North, Honourable Soyini, drawing your attention to Order 154. Mr. Speaker, Order 154 is clear that despite Order 153, I haven't raised anything under Order 153. I am within Standing Order 1526, which is mandatory to the Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I make my case. Thank you.
Honourable Member, I'm still waiting to hear your challenge.
Mr. Speaker,
it's not sufficient to say a challenge.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, to make my earlier on, I tried to draw your attention. Mr. Speaker, I made this challenge because number one, Mr. Speaker, I did not believe that the number as presented to you from those who voted for the yes or the ayes were up to the number presented to you, Mr. Speaker. And also, I was drawing your attention to Article 111 of the 1992 Constitution. And Mr. Speaker, I read Article 111. The Vice President or a minister or a deputy minister who is not a member of Parliament shall be entitled to participate in the proceedings of Parliament and shall not be accorded the privilege of all members of Parliament except entitlement to vote. Mr. Speaker, the time we were taking the vote, the Ashanti Regional Minister is seated there. He's still here. Mr. Speaker, the Works and Housing Minister is still seated here. He has no right to vote. That's my basis for my challenge, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, Order 153 and Order 152 and Order 154 must all be read together. Because Order 154 says that despite Order 153, the Speaker, if in the opinion of the Speaker, the Speaker may, if in the opinion of the Speaker,
A division has been unnecessarily claimed. A decision has been unnecessarily claimed. Take the vote of the House by calling upon the members who support or who oppose the decision of the Speaker to rise and be counted, upon which the Speaker shall declare the decision of the House or direct that a division be held. Mr. Speaker, if you read Order 153, it deals with division and says the Speaker shall direct that the lobbies be cleared in the case of a division. The division bell shall be rung for 1 minute. The Speaker shall invite the leadership of the majority, minority, or independent caucuses to appoint 2 tellers each to observe the division process. After a lapse of 5 minutes, the Speaker shall announce the names of division clerks and the tellers. So 153 deals with the procedure for division. Is that okay? And 154 says that in spite of the fact that there is a procedure for division, Speaker can also say that a division has been unnecessarily claimed. That's 154. That's 154. And if the Speaker takes a position that a division has been unnecessarily claimed, the procedure is that he would ask one side only to rise up and be counted. Just one side. He can say that because you are not many and you are just 69, it is easier to count you. So you should rise up and then he will count you. When he counts you, he can direct and declare the decision of the House. That is what 154 says. That's what 154 says. So I therefore call on Mr. Speaker. To rule that a division has been unnecessarily claimed. And on the basis of a ruling that a division has been unnecessarily claimed, to proceed to count one side and then declare the decision of the House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, Minority Leader, yes.
Speaker, with respect, the Honorable Member for Tolon invoked Order 152 and was very clear in his application. The Order 153 that provides for procedure on division anticipates that possibly the 151 that was initially invoked, which gives rise for a head count, could be wrong. It is a reason why there's a whole procedure provided for under 153, which talks about clearing the lobbies, which talks about the leaders providing tellers. Mr. Speaker, in the first instance, it is the clerks who have done the accounting, not independently verified by anybody, and they have brought the figures to you. The member has challenged it, and that is why the second stage step allows for agents, that those who are saying no, those who are saying yes, will have an opportunity to validate the counting process. Mr. Speaker, for the majority leader to immediately invoke 154 to say that 154 says, despite 153, Speaker may. Mr. Speaker, that provision there must not be construed in a manner to negate the mandatory obligation under 1526. No, it is saying where the number, if you read 153, 11 and 12, it says that if a member states that he voted in error and that his vote was counted wrongly, the member may request that the vote be corrected or counted before the speaker declares the result. 11, where the member numbers in a division are equal, the motion shall be considered lost. Now, Mr. Speaker, if you read these together, it is rather dealing with a situation where a declaration is made under 153 and the speaker would want to exercise a discretion where a member is unnecessarily making a claim under division, because it anticipates that a member may not be satisfied and may be taking certain steps to make a certain application. If they now move away to refer to 152, Mr. Speaker, that is not in the contemplation of this regulation. If the intendment of Parliament was to the effect that Mr. Speaker can invoke 154 to, as it were, negate the effect of 1526, Mr. Speaker, the Parliament would have said so. It did not say that despite Order 1526, Mr. Speaker, in his opinion, may consider a division unnecessary claim. No. 154 does not make reference at all to 1526. Mr. Speaker, that provision does not make reference to it at all. If the lawmakers had intended the 154 to have effect on 1526, it would have said so in clear language. Mr. Speaker, what has not been written or said is not meant to be added to the whole lot for interpretation. What 154 contemplates is the 153. That is why it mentions 153 without more. Nobody should attempt to lead, Mr. Speaker, astray. There is a huge temptation. There's a huge temptation. Earlier, the majority leader said Honorable Habib did not challenge. So he didn't hear. Now he moves away. He moves away to now invoke 154. The 154 is contemplating 153. Mr. Speaker, I would not want us to further delay this. 1526 is mandatory, and I'll conclude on it. It says where a member rises to challenge the results of the head count, the speaker shall call for a division. I don't know why the super majority is afraid. What are you afraid of? What are you afraid of? If you have your numbers and you believe in your numbers, let's go into division. If you believe in your numbers, let's go into division.
Honorable Minority Leader, you have made your point. The Honorable Habib mentioned a particular member. I just want to know whether the member was present when the head count was being taken. Please, I want to know from the member, please, it's not from any of you, is a member present? Please, I want to hear from the member. Yes, honorable member.
No, come here. Come and use this one.
Honorable member, yes. Mr. Speaker, respectfully, during the head count, myself and the Honorable Minister for Works and Housing, we were both outside the chamber. We were not counted during the head count. Thank you very much.
You work them out. What of this
Yes, honorable members, it's my view that the division has been unnecessarily member. Honorable members, the division has been unnecessarily claimed. Honorable members, please resume your seats. Members, the motion has accordingly been adopted. This Honorable House has accordingly approved the nomination of Justice Paul Bafubone as Chief Justice of the Republic in accordance with Article 114 Clause 1 of the 1992 Constitution, respectively. I want to take this opportunity to, on behalf of the House, congratulate the nominee on his approval by Parliament. I urge the nominee to take all what has happened right up from the day of the nomination up to his approval, I should say prior approval by Parliament, into consideration in his tenure of office. Once again, congratulations.
I've just been watching the live coverage of the approval of the Chief Justice that was nominated. You've seen the debate in Parliament, both sides. Quite a lot happening in Parliament, but finally, he's being approved. We shall start with our live coverage, very special live coverage of the 2026 budget and economic policy presentation right here on Joy News. Independent, fearless, and credible. We've as well pitched camp at Abossey Okai, the heartbeat of Ghana's informal economy, where traders, artisans, and small business owners are waiting to hear how next year's budget will affect the cost of doing business, jobs, and their daily hustle. And in Kumasi, we're told expectations are high for real reliefs and opportunities in today's presentation. Emanuela Irabina Akwe is on standby there as well. And then we have President of the Association of Ghana Industries, Dr. Humphrey Kwesi Eyim Dake, on Zoom to join us with expectations and concerns of Ghana's manufacturing and industry sector as the government looks to reset and re-energize the economy. Of course, helping us make sense of the complex policy and issues and economic numbers are two of the finest minds. Winston Amar and Evans Mensah are breaking it all down with clarity and context. Finance Minister Dr. Kasiala Tuforsen is expected to mount the podium in Parliament to present the 2026 budget statement and economic policy of government in the next 60 minutes or maybe. But before we get into the expectations and analysis, we'll pause to extend our deepest condolences to the families of the 6 young women who lost their lives during the stampede at the Elwak Sports Stadium yesterday while seeking recruitment into the Ghana Armed Forces. We'll also send our thoughts and prayers to the 5 in ICU and 12 others in critical conditions as we unpack the expectations of 2026 budget from the 24-hour economy to the big push, health, education, energy, agriculture, and especially jobs. We're asking the big question, what's really in this budget? What is in it for you? And Winston and Evans have joined me in studio. But before we get into the expectations, it's important to understand where we have come from, all right? And so this afternoon, there's been a lot happening in Parliament. But let me start with you, Winston. This morning, you've had a lot of extensive conversation on expectations of this budget. But let's take it back a little bit. In March, when the Finance Minister presented the 2025-year budget, a lot of expectations. It's been some months already. We're about to listen to the 2026 one. What are your expectations?
Well, I mean, I expect the Finance Minister to continue with the fiscal stability. I mean, I expect him to consolidate that. When it comes to the VAT, I expect to see, the scrapping of the COVID-19 levy. I also expect that would have an effective rate of, say, 20%. I do not expect the computation where you'd have to calculate, Get Fund levy and the National Health Insurance levy before calculating VAT on that. So I expect that to also go. But of course, most importantly, I want to know how the Finance Minister, now, this is his first year, and so a lot of the things were just meant to stabilize things. But now I expect him to take off. How does he intend taking off? Many people have complained, for instance, that yes, we've seen a lot of progress, stability and all of that, but how do you take off to ensure the growth of the economy, particularly when it comes to the creation of jobs? We've been expressing our condolences to the families of the 6 who lost their lives at the Elwak Sports Stadium. But it actually tells you it's symptomatic of something. Yesterday, I was listening to Evan speak with Professor Godfrey Bokpin, and he talks about the problems that we have when it comes to unemployment in this country. So beyond the stability and everything, what are the policies and programs in place to ensure that we're able to create employment? So it'll be important to know, for instance, where we are when it comes to the policy on the 24-hour economy, because this is the government's economic policy that is going to be presented by the Finance Minister. One of the things we've done most of the time is just to talk about, the budget. But of course, before the budget, it talks about the government's economic policy. So what is the plan? Where are we when it comes to the 24-hour economy? Where are we when it comes to the government's flagship programs that are believed to be the tools for the creation of jobs? These are the things that I want to hear.
Right. Evans, even before I take our viewers to Kumasi, because I understand the high expectations over them, the 2025 budget, I was right here with you. We listened in. You broke it down a little further when the minister joined you on PM Express in March, which I think he definitely will be joining you a bit later today. If you look at the economic policy that he presented in 2025, how much will you rate it even before we go into the 26th one?
I want to just reiterate the points that those who actually feel the economy on a daily basis have been talking about since we knew that the budget was going to be read today. So yesterday on PMX, I hosted a few of them. So the AGI, I hosted farmers, the Peasant Farmers Association, their rep. The banks were also represented. John Ewa was here on the show. Then we have Guta. Now, they have lived this economy. They represent the real economy. And this finance minister has shown that his focus is about people. And, economic policy doesn't translate into people's pockets, and lives really often doesn't tend to be effective. That appears to be his focus. I just reiterate the point that it made. And in their assessment, it has been positive. They have seen the direct correlation between the policies announced in the budget of 2025 and their businesses and the constituencies that they represent. So you talk to Guta, for example, and before this year, one of the biggest challenges they've had to deal with the depreciation of the cedi and the lack of stability. What they've had this year has blown their minds in terms of the opposite of what used to be the case, say, last year, when the cedi was hovering around 17 cedis to the dollar. We're currently talking about some 10 cedis, 9 pesos. And this has been very consistent throughout the year. If you look at the data that we've pulled up, looking at the trends, it was in May that we had the highest this year of 15 cedis, 5 pesos. And the 2025 budget was ready in March, don't forget. So it was March, February, March, April, and May. So just 2 months after that, it went significantly up. And then we saw the market intervention of the BOG, where we have fiscal policy and monetary policy working in conjunction, collaborating very effectively. Because another thing we saw was the reining in of expenditure and being fiscally very disciplined. And that obviously, working with the monetary policy, will have an impact overall on the economic stability, which will reflect necessarily also in the stabilization. And then we also saw the gold board initiative and the commodity prices, particularly gold. Because if you look at oil, the projection versus the actual currently, there's a deviation to the negative. Same with cocoa. But gold had sort of held us all up because it's almost doubled from what was projected to what we currently have. And so just to answer the question more directly, for those who feel the economy on a daily basis, their verdict is this has been very positive. They've seen the translation to their pockets. We saw the minister in the market, and just before we came out, just watching it to see what the market women were telling him. They were telling him about the prices having gone down. Last year when he was here, I played a video to him because one of the market women he spoke to, when he went to the market, told him that one particular product that she sells in her shop used to be, the time he went there, 2 weeks before he went there, used to be sold for 1,300. The day he went there, it was 1,700. So that was a huge jump. That time inflation was biting everybody. Now when he goes back to the market talking to the women, there's a reverse of that, where you have prices having falling. And you see that when inflation figures having dropped from the 20s to now single digit. So the evidence is there, both at the macro level, but also the micro level. This is trickling down.
Okay. I would go to Kumasi. Winston, when I come back to you, 2 questions. So we'll just go back to the 2025 budget, but we'll try and as well just a casual look at the NDC's manifesto, of course, because you cannot just look at the 2025 budget and forget what they promised, and the balance between the requirements of the IMF as to whether between the period they read the budget, the implementation of a few things, has the promises in the manifesto taken expression in the deliveries at all? When I come back to you, that'd be the answer I'll be demanding. But I'll take you now to Kumasi, where Iraba Kwe is on standby. Iraba, now what's the expectation in Kumasi?
In a few moments, we know that Finance Minister Honorable Dr. Ato Forson is going to present the 2026 budget. Well, on the ground, it seems like progress is actually visible. we can see that the inflation has come down to 8% and the appreciation of the cedi as well. But then, on the other hand, people in the market are asking for real impact. They are asking for these figures to actually reflect in their pockets, as we've been engaging with them today. And I have here with me one guy I would like to speak to. Hi.
Hello.
What are your expectations from the budget that is going to be read today?
Oh, well, just yesterday we heard the Mohammeds and Kukon Kitinkiti, people are signing up for the job, but I'm expecting them to sometimes cut importation rates so that it will help the local producers to also make more sales and stuff. And second, I think Mahama is doing a very good job. I think we, the youth, the betting tax is no more, e-levy and all those stuff. So kudos to the NDC administration. So, yes.
But then it's expected that they are going to scrap the COVID levy. What do you think about that?
Oh, that's also a good news. I think recently I just imported a 2014 Yaris. Still, duty is still steep. So when this levy is omitted, I think it will help people that are willing to export things into the country. Sure.
But then you are talking about duty. How about the cedi appreciation and dollar depreciation?
Oh, okay. It's somehow confusing because, as we all know, the dollar is down, but still, as you can see, market is a bit slow. We come to job and people are not really purchasing our goods, so it's kind of confusing. The dollar, the cedi is not really having impact on the market. So I think they have to do certain things so that we can really feel the impact what the appreciation of the cedi is doing for us. Yes.
All right. Thank you very much. He feels like we have to do something about the cedi appreciation so that we can really feel the impact. Eja memawa hanet saying.
Boko.
Mpacho wa ejuma benwa.
Mpacho me pama die.
Opama die na ejuma mu to saying.
Ejuma mu die boko. Ejuma ne ekoyi. Be em se niama mienu miensa bi na ase sankabe yi a aban ne timi hwemu hono mu ne kakra ma yen dia anka ndie ye ne beji ho pa sanka ho.
And you might be to say,
oh, to say, Abia, Nyamaboa, as a was rock kakra, because yes, you know, yen to me, ye be free a buying hot direct, but a benam a binimuso and son a drew yeho. It is a cobasa Abia, o copper material, Biatona, say Abia Ubeko, Adiani, see, now Ubeko, Adiabechi, Ubecono, now called Danny Dia, Basana, Eddie, Basa, Nipanicret, Mitoa, Obecacho say, amount to now Ukra, Genono. Any boarding and the side of the copper foods and as a yato. Not as a way do man also buffer man. No.
Massa sitting no a crossry. Yakasa wanted saying your muscle. Now one casa so what to say and your man now entire now permanent what it is so dear.
Oh. Mimi mom dear say me koto ade na me hunu say ebia say ade no yatete so ne na asefo as ade no me gibe ya ebia 100 cedis those days na e wosro na makoto hwa ade na se ne bo ne wo fom ne de me ntimi nyi 100 say basa na mabu nipa no na mesisi no
nti se si a budget no wosusu se eden pa na nka omu nka wom emfa ma wo
budget ni die misusu se adia eno no ye ho adwuma pa ma ye petrol no petrol because me huni say petrol die ye nya resin pe na bibia dane because eno na ye yina ahodia ekuta bibia nti se petrol die ye resin pe be ma nyama ye den akosoro nti se aban ne betimi aye no ho bibi kakra ma ye ya anke be boa na afin so kanea no eno so bills na ya na ye kototo kanea ne acha ye 2 days 3 days na sa enso wo so hwedin a unhunu ade poten a udi kanea na ye a wo se timi esasa ma usan koto biom ti sa ade we so ehun hia me pa sa ban ne timi eye bibi fa ho anke beboa
me pacho me da se he is saying he wants the government to do something about electricity bill and fuel prices. And he also hopes that prices will actually go down from where he buys from so that he can be able to reduce his own market price. Patronet is saying.
Oh, good evening. I'm doing good, and you?
Oh, I'm also fine. Okay, so you tell me, what is your evaluation of the 2025 season? I mean, they read the budget this year. Do you think it has been good?
Yeah, they read about even though, but nothing shows in the market. Everything is the same thing as when we have to reduce the
Well, stay with me. I shall take you back to Kumasi, but right before that again, let me take you back to Parliament, where NPP's Gideon Bako is addressing the media.
Fear of an individual or person that is untoward is addressed, but I'm worried at the manner in which the military coup operation took place in the Ahafo region. We have had hundreds and even thousands of people who have been, whose houses have been invaded unawares. They have been taken away from the region to somewhere in Ashanti region. And such people did not have that right or luxury of time to even prepare for the travel or their movement to Ashanti region. I am by this calling on the Ghana Military Service to ensure that the rights of those individuals who were, moved from Ahafo region to Ashanti under the operation to ensure that Galamsey activities do not happen are given proper and rightful treatment such that their rights will not be violated. What I also want to say is that we know certainly that amongst those who have been, moved or who have been arrested, so to speak, today, are people who are certainly into the activity. But there are also other people who are innocent. Because of the manner of the operation, chances are that the military will get hold of individuals, some of whom are pregnant women, some of whom are younger people, whose parents may have been engaged in the activity, and they get to their houses and everybody in the house is carried away. I am not against the action by the military. I am not against the fact that we want to ensure that any illegal activity does not happen. What I am calling for is that we put a human face to some of these exercises such that innocent people are not carried away together with people who are truly culpable. We have to do proper investigation before we embark on such activities such that we can have a targeted approach and go for the people who are truly engaged in the activity and not go under an operational soup to get other people who are innocent. If anybody is innocently attacked in this manner, so to speak, attack in the parentheses, that person would have his or her rights violated one way or the other. And let's be mindful that most of these people who have been affected by this are breadwinners for their homes. Their main intention was to get up in the morning, go and labor and get something for the household. They only got themselves involved in this activity accidentally, and I know that the military knows the right thing, and once investigations are done and they identify the innocent people, they will let them go. go. But we are only appealing to the Ghana Military Service that in further action or in any action of this nature in the future, they must ensure that they go for the right people and not boss even innocent people together with people who are truly culpable. We believe in the Ghana Military Service, and we believe that just as they have done in the past, they will do the right to the people of Ahafo this time around. We appreciate them once again and want to encourage them to do what they are doing for the good of this country. Thank you so much. God bless you.
Well, from Parliament, we shall take you back to Kumasi. Well, not Kumasi, but I'll take you to Abossey-Okai, where my colleague as well is on standby. If Pearl is on standby at Abossey-Okai. Pearl, let me know, what's the expectation? That's really the hub of Ghana, right? What's really the expectation over there?
If you can hear me, I'm at Abossey-Okai, the hub of spare parts here in Accra. Well, it's been a rainy day. Most of them were waiting for the finance minister to present the budget early on. A lot of them, if you can see around me, have started closing their shops. But I have here with me a man who deals in Nissan, Toyota, Hyundai, Kia, and Mitsubishi spare parts. It's called Ojas Spare Parts. Well, he's been doing this business for how long?
15 to 20 years now.
Okay, so you heard him. He's been doing this business for between 15 and 20 years. And I would like to briefly speak to him about his expectations of the finance minister as he presents the budget in a few minutes. He's going to speak to me in the local dialect. Into finance minister about presenting budget in a few minutes. Now, you say more ejuma more the foreign currency and edi injuma. But if you look at it, who say the city has enjoyed some stability against major foreign trading currencies and also especially the US dollar. How has that impacted Momo business?
Yeah, me as a businessman, manage recently, say recent positive economic dollar no. Senior finance minister Nancy Omoba Abayemuno. Omo to me at the Enshishebi Agu Akwemu Ama Sidino at me Enya na Horden Kakra. Abua Ama Yen Agredifo no. Na me can say 2024 December anymore. Na inflation rate no was 23.8%. But as at July 2025, at me I drop about 13.7%. And Chama Yanso Yanema Yakofa Yano Yanso Atitiso Ama and Yemen Atitiso Yaran Mukogim, a morning Yama Yatui, Ubia Dihua dance yes, Yenina Atitiso. And to me, expectation and me expect a free honorable at to force in Honese measures ya Omodia Gu Aquamu at me Ama. Sidi no atumi anya hoden agina so a ene agina no onfa saa measures no enwu akwan mu na ye koye ni mu no ye hu ni saa na ekosoro a ena ma ye nso ye toto ye ne mu no enti ye expect o mu say onfa saa measures no enwu akwan mu se ne be ya sidi no be koso anya na hoden na consumers no so a ebeto free ho no omo so atumi ato ye ne ma no cheap se ne a ye de be ma won.
So MFA, to give you a summary of what he says that he expects the government to maintain the gains made in the stabilization of the cedi against the dollar and other foreign currencies. Now, apart from enono, then beyond now pese government budget now you're presenting.
Yeah, your budget is your best abano, especially say your core banks in the class Ebia Okopelo Nadia, a horns your best say Omonja Mayan. Interest rate no high, and also a high young businessman. Into your best repeat, into measures be on the Begu interest rate ya business may be koji loan every banker, and also a beba from Ama Yens Yahuato and also Omonja Mayan. And the two your best repeat say Omo empe okwan bi ombefa so atimi create jobs. Ama Ghana youth na omo so anya adwumaye. Eno de omo trans na omo mfa enema enwu akwan mu. Na Ghanaian youth no entimi enya adwumaye na ahotomra. Ye hwe de si na nsan a eya na eya homete. Ohwe regions no enipa akogu ho. Youth na wie school. Ekura mu degree dit etitifie. Adwuma bi eni ho. Nti esre pi. Eno so omo fa measures ne enema bi nwu akwan mu ma youth ni so entimi enya adwumaye. Timi expect say eno so nka meti bibi afa ho ewo budget ni.
So he's also saying that what he wants to hear is that government reduces the interest rates on loans, puts measures in place to reduce the interest rates on loans. And also he spoke about the issue of unemployment. The government should put in place policies to ensure that the youth are gainfully employed. Now, if you look behind me here, a lot of them are seated in front of their shops. Most of them won't talk to me, but I'll try and speak to some of them here, what the expectations are as the finance minister prepares to present the budget. Finance minister never presented budgets no in a few minutes from now. Then I'll pass one to a budget.
Oh, ne president ya say yen so be edi wo so bi okay wa ye bibi amayen.
Bibi to say
oh to say be a duty about duty na embra form na time I di nema no maybe say 3 months am betime ya na ka reduce so na be a onema be do portal process na ka embra form digitalization no mu improve no na ka embra so na be ya uyi nema na bia we na wo so kan akasa no so akwan bi dedemu a na I passed a government no oye I don't to payment but it seems okoye no omoja ne aka no omoja o enye adwuma jama nsuo to a ye bre wa ha ye nante a obre tiga no so e bompa esenka ono so metima hu mpanfo be na nkoma ba na abehwe amayen ti me de akra me wa no.
Okay, so he's also talking about the issue of roads and also the fact that they want some of the import duties reduced. Now, I just want to speak to some of them here. Emefa, just want to speak to some of them here. If we join news, someone finance minister never presented budgets no in a few minutes from now. Now, more expectations any near way.
Okay, we didn't come now. What we still needing the offer. Maybe I am on shaft. Upper car be a shaft. The whole Ghana.
Yatia.
Media. They may share the money. Say 24 hours economy now boss no. And I may stress of a baby a man be miska. Na matimi ya juma 24 hours. I mean 2 stone mu. No be provide security in some man. Or man police soldier. On be bomb ho ban wetimi ya juma na akronfo bi metron shame so. Na bank so betimi ya juma 24 hours bank so betimi ya juma day and night. And I may share say ban no mo peska bi famre me na mfanya juma. Na me dem ntimi impro amanfo e wo juma no mu. Etiane ade a me hwe no say na finance minister to force betimi aboso na acha 2 weeks time over my escalate the 24 hours economy no.
2 weeks yeah, it's unrealistic.
That be me here in time because I'm on for me here is can't tell me the juma because I'm me who say 24 hours no mo kan no bibia da na kwan mu etiane ni na me hwe ni me sabeka.
So you want the government to start the 24-hour economy? That's what you want?
Me ba chu me say about start 24-hour economy because wa check crowd do because me yes I me so mabobom ipa bebira man na say ye be 24-hour economy to me dey wait me for adwuma ama man ton so sa akoma no etiane ni ade na me hwe ni mu say man betumi dey aya abebo ame.
Thank you very much. Let me speak to this gentleman here who had agreed to speak to us early on. Now, the finance minister presents the budget statement in Parliament shortly. What are your expectations?
Oh, okay. Yeah, expect to say the BIA na yeti. Oh, dollar na above dollar na isi. But still no above form there. Now so enya so bia wo market na ye no so. Enti be say na ye hwe kwan ni say eno no nka ende ya o de budget betu dwen. Saa ensem no obetumi na waka ho bibi. So what dollar no so there. Now so I was saying enya so ewo enyoma e wo dwa so na ye ton o say enya so but say still no enyoma na ye ton no ne bo no wo so say na net ye na ye hu so bi asa nti sra ban say e beto dwen say there e be stress saa e ho no omo hwa ho bibi kakra na omo ye say na be ya obi so te say ya te dollar no so a na oba market abeto bibi obi hu so ampampa say dollar na ye te so no enya so wo adwuma na ye no so
So what he's trying to say is that even though the city has appreciated against the dollar, they are not feeling the impact on the trades that they apply. They're not feeling the impact on their businesses. So what he's expecting the finance minister to do is to put in place measures that would ensure that even though the city has appreciated against the major trade in foreign currencies, they would feel the impact on their businesses. There will be a reduction in prices so that consumers can also buy from them. MFA.
Definitely, we shall come back to you in Abosso Klein, but right now, I shall take you back to Parliament. Quick question to my colleague, is interacting with Kujo Ponkroma.
Standing orders. Yeah. These are new standing orders, and these new standing orders prescribe that the House should be the one to determine the form. So it's very different from the previous times.
Because really, does it make any difference? Whether it's a statement or not, or it's a motion, the various estimates from the various ministers will come by way of motion, and then the committees will consider it. Is it not really technicalities? No. Because it's look at the time, and I was trying to ask you, your third term, you did journalism for so long. Have you seen a budget presentation in the evening before?
I have never seen this before. The finance minister himself is not in the chamber. In fact, sometimes you hear people asking, where is Ato, where is Ato? So there are those who are also wondering, is there a problem on their side as well? But we are ready. The form matters because apart from the appropriation bill, remember that the first thing he will bring today will be the economic policy. I keep saying this. So it is the policy that must come, in our view, by motion so that the House can approve the policy. If not, at the end of the day, if the government claims that it has parliamentary approval for anything within the policy, it will not have parliamentary approval because Parliament will not have approved it.
You not approve the policies together with the estimates. So no. At the economic committee, for instance, or the budget committee, or any committee, for instance, you are approving money based on some policy.
No.
Is that how it works?
No, the policy side does not include estimates. The estimates come from the draft appropriations bill. So that appropriations bill will be laid as a bill in Parliament. It will go through the reading, referred to committee. Committee will do the work on it, and then it will come back. But the policy, the economic policy, must come to the House, and the House must give approval. How does it come to the House? By statement. The House cannot give approval to a statement. It must be by motion, inviting the House to take a decision to approve. So, first of all, under 1952, the view under the new standing orders is that Parliament must prescribe the form, and the form that we believe must be adopted is a motion. And so that decision has to be taken so that the minister can move a motion, properly so-called, that he's asking the House to approve the economic policy. And then we can debate that policy and approve the policy for him.
Enough of the technicalities. George and I were talking about right now about what the expectation is. This is like the exit budget towards the IMF program. And unless the government decides that they're going to extend it, they are going to do that. What are your own expectations? George is talking about how heavy things are going to be on the revenue side, looking at some of the taxes, the VAT, COVID-19 levy and all of that. What are your own reading as a ranking? And you've also been in a committee of the whole with the finance minister.
Yeah, so first of all, this is the second economic policy out of 4 economic policies that the NDC government or President Mahama will have to deliver. The first economic policy had as its major thrust deepening stability. And if you read the annual budget performance reports under the signature of my friend Ato Forson, Minister for Finance, if you read the annual revenue report under his signature, he admits that stability or the exercise to stabilize the economy had started in 2024, and that what they are doing is that they are deepening it. So the thrust of the economic policy for 2025 was to deepen stability. And remember, we've all said that, of course, in the first year, you'll be doing more of cleanup. The thrust of the second economic policy that we're expecting would have to focus on how to consolidate that stability and then now implement their major flagship programs aimed at transforming the Ghanaian economy. So on the economic policy side, essentially, this is what you're expecting. And then you see the various layers that they'll put in. On the budget side, you now have to see the revenue and expenditure measures which will give life to this economic policy that they are talking about. You want to see a more credible revenue strategy. And I say more credible because the revenue strategy they brought in 2025, remember we said, was not fit for purpose. As at half year, we were proven right. Revenue had underperformed by about 14 billion. and they had to cut expenses by about 19 billion so that they could achieve their primary balance, in particular, on a commitment basis. And that's why we kept saying that wasn't fiscal discipline. They were missing the revenue and expenditure targets, and therefore just trying to stay.
But they could have still decided to overspend. They still decided to be frugal.
You can't.
But we've gone past our deficit, so we've had negative.
That is a breach of the rules. That's a breach of the rules. So that is not the norm. So fiscal discipline, I keep saying, is first when you have a prudent program that is fit for purpose. Second, when you achieve that program. And third, the achievement lands you still within that zone. It's not when you fail to achieve your targets and then you say, I've been disciplined. You told me that you will earn 100 cedis, pay my children's school fees, and leave 20 cedis in the bank account. You didn't earn 100 cedis. You couldn't pay my children's school fees. And then you put 20 in the account and say, this is fiscal discipline. No, that's not it. So we're expecting a more credible fiscal program that can yield the revenues that they need or the state needs to fulfill the social contract that the government has signed with the people. So on the fiscal side, essentially, that's what we'll be looking at.
There was a big debate this morning when I spoke to a couple of MPs, including the former Deputy Defense Minister, Dr. Stephen Amo, and others, that, and you've reiterated part of that point, that part of the progress we are seeing that the path had been laid between 2024 and now, and that Dr. Atuforsen himself had indicated that he was deepening that process. They also still say that this is the MPP still just trying to play a little bit smart and claim credit for a rebounding economy, because those who say the inflation was still double digits, the depreciation of the cedi was still there. Now we have single-digit inflation. You look at what the cedi is, it says that definitely something is being done that was not being done in 2024.
Let me respond to those ones specifically. First of all, forget what I say. Forget what the NDC says. Look at the data and decide for yourself. So start off with inflation. We inherited by 2017 inflation of about, if I recollect properly, inflation of about 16%. By the time we hit 2018, 2019, we have brought inflation down to 7.1%. There was a global cost of living crisis that shot up inflation to about 54% in Ghana.
People disagree that it's global. They say it was locally made.
So check the data around the world.
Yeah, but the neighboring Ivory Coast, the inflation wasn't like that. In Nigeria, in this neighborhood, it wasn't like that.
No, so check their inflation around 2016, 2017, and check their inflation around 2023. You will find out that literally in many of these places, sometimes inflation literally doubled. Okay, so ours, of course, was at 7 point something. It went to 54%. But the more important point is this: the exercise to rein in inflation through tight monetary policy started, and that's why we brought it down to 23% thereabout. And as they came, in accordance with what he said, they were deepening it. They've brought it down to currently, I think, about 8 point something percent. And I keep making the point that if you pay attention to the forecasts, in 2024, the forecast was that 2025 average inflation will be 11%. So the question is, what is average inflation now? Are they hitting that 11% target? The expectation is that they will end the year around average 11%, not year-on-year 11%, but average for the year. Okay, so inflation, there's evidence that the exercise started. Yes, it went up, but the exercise to bring it down started. Now come to the currency. The currency has, appreciated by about 30% so far. The question is how and why. Initially, and today on your morning show at your radio station, I took my time to go through the dates. Initially, the government denied that they were doing market intermediation. They said they weren't doing any market intermediation. That's what the governor said. Then the president said it was good leadership. Then we kept calling them out until the IMF came in and said, no, you are doing market intermediation. You don't have a framework, so stop it. When they stopped it, the currency started appreciating. The president then admitted that the currency was appreciating because the Bank of Ghana had stopped the market intermediation. Then the IMF instructed the Bank of Ghana that now at the beginning of every month, you need to pre-announce how much intermediation you are going to do. So I think October, they announced 1.1. November, they've announced another
a little over 2 billion.
A little over 2. So October, November alone is 2 billion. By our calculation, they've already done intermediation of about 8 billion. That is the major reason for which the currency is appreciating. And anytime they stop it, the currency will start depreciating because the regular demand and supply rhythm and how the market should operate properly is not able to hold our currency. That is a fact. We don't need to turn around and jump it. But the question is, so how are they able to get these dollars to intermediate? Well, Gold Board used to be called the PMMC. I want to refer you...
PMMC was not aggressively buying gold in the way Gold Board is doing now. They did $8 billion just about a month or so ago. $8 billion.
Don't worry. Where did PMMC get the idea and the structure from? In 2021, we rolled out a gold purchase program. The Bank of Ghana just issued a statement yesterday where they admitted in that statement that, yes, they mentioned it in black and white in the statement, that they are going to be able to intermediate in the market using the proceeds of the gold purchase program. I'm not making this up. It's in the Bank of Ghana statement. So it's not what I say and what the NDC says. It's what the facts are. They themselves are admitting that this is what they are doing. This is the source of it. I'm coming. So if you speak to somebody and he says that, okay, this is the trend, I don't think we should spend forever trying to debate it. I think what we should now ask is the question of how do we sustain it? Because today we're able to intermediate on the market because gold prices are at about $4,000 an ounce. When we started the gold purchase program, it was about $1,700. So today there are massive windfalls, but the government is pumping the windfall to, suppress the real rate. It's fine. It's okay. So what will happen when gold prices are no longer $4,000? We need to therefore find a more sustainable framework for doing it. So I think the conversation is not about, those facts are there. We don't need to really litigate them. The conversation is, so how do we sustain it going forward? And those are some of the issues that we have raised and ideas that we've put on the table.
Let me ask you this last question, then I'll give it to George for a conversation. Growth. Yeah. The last time Ato Forson presented the budget, he pegged it around 4% in terms of the projection. Yeah. You look at the data now, the government is on track to end around 6%. They've done at the time,
that's a half year.
And so at the end of the NDA, it could go a bit higher. At the time, some of the argument your side made was that it was not ambitious enough, and that in fact the growth target you had set was way higher than that. Yeah. For him to just bring it to 4% meant that we're not going to do much. Some would have said that he was playing a nice game to under promising so that he can over deliver. Okay. And now he can say he has done something well. But at least his target was 4%, and he's going to end the year way above that. That shows something, no?
So the good thing is that the Ghanaian economy is not in one person's hands. We have what we call a medium-term planning framework. So you can always look at the medium term and see, so as of 3 years ago, what was the projected growth for this period? You get my point? That projected growth tells you what the expected growth for the year 2025 is. So it doesn't matter if you choose to lower the bar and come back to that level. That one really doesn't matter. What really matters is that in the year gone by, we did growth of about 5.7. The government has come with a reset program. We need to look out for two things. The first thing is, what are the growth goals in the reset program? And do those growth goals translate into the projected growth or the end growth? So I'll give you an example. Take Joy FM. I remember a year in which we said that drive time was going to yield some revenue and therefore move us forward.
But see, I'm not sure how Kwesi will be happy about you telling
but these are not secrets. Okay. There's a year in which we said drive time was going to yield some, because there was a particular set of promotions we wanted to run with Bolare. It was going to yield some revenue and move us forward. And that was Mr. Kwesi Owusu-Asare Jibe. That was his strategy for projecting growth. So a lot of investment went into it. At the end of the year, it so happened that that particular program and all the investment that had gone into it did not yield the growth that we were looking for. It was rather windfall from another development, some things that a number of agencies were doing and had decided to spend. And even that spending went on another program. Okay, so if we ask Mr. Kwesi Owusu-Asare that, Chairman, this was your growth strategy for which we invested money in it, would he be able to say that, yes, his strategy has worked? I think respectfully the answer is no. So what we need to do at the end of the year is look at his growth goals, look at the results, and let's see, have we achieved higher growth or growth at par with what we said? Has it come in the areas that we made the investments? And thirdly, what kind of jobs have been associated with that growth? That's how we look at it.
George, I wonder if
I think it's time to let appreciate Kojo's time. Yeah. We're going to come back to him, so please be on step. I mean, Kwekwe, help me. Yeah. What is the practice? I was in around the speaker's lobby. I was not in. I realized that it wasn't just about the two leaders. The whole leadership have been called into a meeting. Is it still about debating about the format of this budget, or the issue about the scholarship bill. What has happened? I know the practice that the two leaders will be called into a meeting, but it looks like the whole leadership from majority and minority have been called into a meeting. What I picked up was that Ato Forson has already been mic'd until he is around. What is happening?
I think there's a big conversation happening now as to whether or not the budget should happen. But that is a big decision because, as long as I can remember, I don't remember the last time a big conversation around the budget was expected to happen, then it didn't happen.
Let me just cut in. Under this leadership or the speaker, things have changed. Yeah. The rules, regulations, and the format have changed. So for the first time, we have a budget being presented.
Definitely. Yeah. And it's almost 5:30 now. So the government side would have to rationalize the kind of business they have on the paper now and what they want to do with it. The speaker had said that they wanted to do the scholarship secretariat bill. But that is a bill you can pass tomorrow morning or Monday when you come back or on Tuesday. The budget is such a critical piece of government policy, and so you just cannot leave it. So I suspect a conversation will be had about government business. What do you intend to prioritize? And I also think that even more than that, because it's easier for the government to rally around and say, okay, no, we won't do this bill today, we'll do it tomorrow. But to convince the minority to tone down on their stance, to take the motion on the formatting which the budget should come, is big, because the minority have been making a lot of noise in the last few days that they need this. And you heard Kojo say that, listen, you need to know whether the budget is coming by statement or motion. And I was telling Evans yesterday about that, and he was even asking me, what is the consequence of that? And ultimately, this is such a big thing that has to be decided. So I think it's a matter. But let me just catch Mr. Foko for you, the former NIB boss, and get some understanding of what is looking with the budget and all of that. It's 5:30. I'm not sure we've had a time where a budget is supposed to be presented and it has not been presented. So it is major that a budget presentation will not happen. What is going on?
Your guess is as good as mine. I have no doubt that the minister will come to present the budget. But the concern I have is if you come so late. Now, what is the time now?
5:25.
5:25. I haven't seen a budget reading that takes less than 2 hours. So if it's going to take 2 hours and it's 5:25, we haven't started. So assuming we even start at 6, it means we are going to be here till 8 p.m. And is it fair that we've been sitting since 12 noon? That is too much. And I'm wondering really what is going on. It's the budget, and you've had the time all this while to put the numbers together. So really, what is the issue? There must be something. But whether you bring it as a surprise late in the night or whatever, we will scrutinize it. If it's not tonight, tomorrow we'll be on it. So I think the earlier the better for him.
There are those who actually say that you defeat Lady because of all the things with the division. But Honorable Amaboa is here and George is also here. Let's try and briefly, what's going on? You are in cabinet. Are you going to have that? Where's Ato?
I'm excited about the finance minister coming to basically give the good news. And I think that at the end of his delivery, you will see that you won't take anybody's word for it. The numbers will speak for themselves. Because what President Mahama and this finance minister has led this government to do is basically, if there is no magical, it's God sent. Because the same time last year, where we were in that deep hole, today after his delivery, you will see that Ghana is really on a true path of consolidation. We are even out of that doom that we were brought in. The finance minister, I'm excited to tell you, is coming to turn our numbers to talk about single-digit inflation. Can you imagine who dreamt about it? That in 10 months, Ghana will be talking about single-digit inflation. We'll be here talking to you about our B+ ratings. He will be here talking to you about debt that has been cut so drastically. He's here to talk to you about infrastructure development that is unprecedented, that is strategic. He's here to talk about a future of Ghana that is planned, that is really, and he's here to talk to you about a government that knows exactly the next steps that are important is here to talk to you about employment, empowerment, is here to talk to you about the cost of living, the improvement in the people of Ghana's lives. The Minister of Finance will be telling you that it is possible to get it out of the doom in 10 months. We thank God for the change.
That is the Lands and Natural Resources Minister there. I mean, Mr. Kofo and
interesting. I mean, I heard his comments, and it's interesting. You know, NPP government handed over an economy that was in calm mode to the NDC.
Really?
No, it was in calm mode. No. Look. We had COVID, which, I mean, dampened the economy. But by the time that we were handing over, the economy had recovered. We were growing at 5.7%. Okay? So this is what was handed over. If you read, he talked about the S&P report. If you read the S&P report, okay, it says that before the NPP left government, it had already negotiated over $13 billion worth of dollars worth of the debt already, and that contributed to where we are now. So the restructuring had already been done, and the economy was back on track. So what they're talking about as if they've done some magic within 10 months is actually not the case. Look at the report that they are talking about. The first point that S&P spoke about as a basis for upgrading the country was the fact that yes, our commodities are doing well. Gold and cocoa are doing well in the world market. If gold and cocoa are doing well in the world market, you ask yourself, what really is the contribution of NDC to this? It's world market that is doing well for these commodities. So we shouldn't pat ourselves in the back. Okay, we shouldn't pat ourselves in the back. If you look at the 10 months of this government, you ask yourself, really, what structural changes have been done? You can't point your hand really to something. Structural changes? No. Not really. All these have been on the back of these commodities doing well. Yes, we've built, our reserves to go up to about $11 billion, which is good. But like I said, this is because we are getting good price for our gold and cocoa, which is helping it. It's good. But in terms of contribution from the government itself, that one is not there. And we have to be frank about it. Okay, it's not there. And we don't want to, talk about this issue of, as you said, doomsday that was handed over. No, like I've said, we handed over an economy that at the time that we handed over was in a calm mode. It was growing at 5.7%, which is decent growth. Restructuring had been done and the economy was calm. So I don't think 10 months any magic has been done at all.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chumba Fokwo, a former NIB boss. You've also heard the Lands Minister. I just want to talk to you about what blame you accept for the turn of affairs. It's 5:30. They also say you were filibustering with the Chief Justice vote. You didn't have the numbers. You were going on and on and on and on and on. And then 5:30, people are looking with bated breath. What is the data the Finance Minister is bringing? A very important day budget. And you were filibustering about a vote you could never win, regardless.
We're not filibustering. What you need to appreciate is that we work with intelligence. We don't know what we know. We're working towards getting a secret ballot. That possibly could have made a difference. It didn't happen. And you couldn't get there unless you take the initial voice votes and subsequent head count. And that is exactly what we did, unfortunately. We have a speaker that tilts towards the NDC, so we couldn't get there.
Yeah, but when you call for a division after a head count that is so glaring, you stood up. People in the homes are watching 3 pews full of majority MPs on their feet, and then one side, and then you say you want to challenge the division. Nobody will listen to you.
What we know, you may not know. So please.
Right. So let's talk about the budget. Your expectations. The Lands Minister telling you that, listen, the doom that your government plunged the country into, they are taking us out and they are putting us on a hill.
A very simple analogy. Do you remember when we subscribed to HIPIC? The effect of HIPIC was that certain debts we owed were not going to pay. And as a result, our total debt stock reduced, if you recall. It's the same with the DDEP. once you subscribe to the DDEP, negotiates to discount the payment of your debt, clearly the debt stock, the total value of your debt will reduce. And so if you come and say that it is by the effort of the NDC that has resulted in the debt reduction, that cannot be supported by the evidence on record. Clearly,
you're talking like a lawyer. The weight of the evidence.
Yes, clearly, when the debt stock reduces, right, it's likely to have a ripple effect on other indicators, and that's exactly what is happening. I am looking forward to the fact that to a situation where, with the effort of the MPP administration through the debt renegotiations and reduction, right, having stabilized the economy, I'm looking forward to how we are going to create employment for the teeming youth of Ghana. When the president gave his inaugural State of the Nations address to Parliament, he told us that about 2 million Ghanaians are unemployed. Add the the result of the Chief of Staff's directive that some Ghanaians should be sacked from their employment. Persons who are Ghanaians, born and bred Ghanaians, some of whom are married, some of whom are the breadwinners of their family. Right. Add their numbers to the 2 million. Of course, you have in excess of 2 million Ghanaians who are unemployed. I am looking forward to how the NDC will tell us that in view of the stability that we inherited from the NPP, this is the path we are taking to resolve the issue of unemployment. Indeed, if we have a lot of Ghanaians, if we have a lot of employment opportunities, what happened yesterday at the Elwa couldn't have happened. To the extent that now Ghanaian youth all think that the only source of employment is the security agencies, tells you the frustration of the situation we have at hand. It's a very dire situation that we must pay attention to. That almost every Ghanaian youth either wants to work for the military, wants to work for immigration, wants to work for the police. When government budget cannot even support it, it tells you that it's an utopian situation. And therefore, this budget, unless it answers the question as to how it is going to create jobs for the teeming unemployed Ghanaian youth, will be meaningless. Right. Unless it answers that question, it will be completely meaningless. Because if prices are falling and I don't have job to afford it, in fact, the situation of unemployment, in view of what happened at the Airwalk yesterday, it's not a national security threat. Remember, these Ghanaian youth didn't die whilst walking through the Sahara Desert to get to Europe. They didn't die on the desert. They didn't die in a canoe, right, which was heading to Europe. They died right here in Ghana looking for employment, not from the private sector, a government sector, which is limited by the budget. Right. And so any budget that doesn't answer the question as to how it is going to create jobs for the teeming unemployed youth of Ghana who are dying just to be recruited into the military, who are getting maimed just to be recruited into the military, when we all know that even the slots, politicians have taken over and are going to... Part of them? Are you part of them? No, I don't have any slots. Okay. They have taken over, making them available to their constituents, and that they were only being deceived to be hide. Right. Thank you. Unless it answers it, the budget will be meaningless. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Bafoje was the Minister MP for Menchia North, Menchia South, I should say, telling us about this invitation.
Let me also try. I mean, we've been having a debate about why we are here and why things have delayed. We've been taking something from the rumor mill. Why was the approval of the Chief Justice scheduled for today when the House knew that there is a budget presentation?
In fact, yesterday, that was part of the thing that the Speaker called on the majority to decide. When the paper was laid, the question was asked, did they want to take it today? The Speaker told them that, you have a budget today, so why would you do that? And he said, let's come at 12, let's do it quickly, and then by 2 o'clock we'll do the budget. Mind you, budget is actually almost always presented in the morning. This 2 p.m. something, it's a bit of a novelty. But they still said they would do it. And then it started at 12:30, then they ended up almost at 4:35. So there was a bit of a miscalculation in terms of how long this would take before this was done. And now the debate is done, and now there's a big debate about who is moving a certain motion, who is doing this, who is doing that. And that also has delayed the process for several times.
We've seen the clerk is calling in the members of parliament in. It appears that there have been progress on the meeting with the leadership, so something is going to happen, whether the presentation is going to come on or other business will go ahead. Right?
Definitely. So we're going to take you back inside where the Speaker of Parliament, as we understand now, is seated. George Rafi will be back here right after the presentation to put the questions to the members of parliament on both sides, what they've heard from the finance minister. Is it big enough? But we have to go in and also listen to the speaker. What is he going to do? Is he going to take the motion, the two of them, on the scholarship bill, and also the motion standing of the minority? We're going to zoom right into the budget. Let's take you to the floor, and we can take it over in the studio, guys.
Please, let's listen to the Minister for Finance.
Mr. Speaker, before I present the 2026 budget statement and economic policy of government, permit me to, on behalf of His Excellency the President, to express my deepest condolences to the families of those who lost their loved ones in the Ghana Armed Forces enlistment tragedy yesterday at the military Air Work Sports Stadium. Mr. Speaker, words fail us at this time of deep grief. We can only pray for them to find God's comfort and peace in this difficult time. Right Honorable Speaker, colleagues, on the authority of His Excellency the President, in accordance with Article 179 of the 1992 Constitution and Section 21 of the PFM Act, I have the honor and privilege to present to this House the budget statement and economic policy of government for the 2026 financial year. Mr. Speaker, this address is an abridged version of the full 2026 budget statement and economic policy of government. I respectfully request that the Hansard Department captures the entire budget statement and economic policy of government for the year ending 31st December 2026. Mr. Speaker, I accordingly present the budget statement and economic policy of government for the year ending 31st December 2026. Right Honorable Speaker, again in accordance with law, I will also lay before this House the following statutory reports. The first will be the 2025 annual report on petroleum funds, and the second will be the 2025 annual report on the collection and utilization of the African Union Import Levy, in line with Section 7 of the African Union Levy Act 2017, Act 952. Mr. Speaker, in the course of 2026 and pursuant to Article 36(5), I will cause to be laid before Parliament on behalf of the President a coordinated program of economic and social development policies, including agriculture and industrial programs at all levels and in all the regions of Ghana. Right Honorable Speaker, I will also present the following bills, regulations, and memoranda for consideration by this House. Speaker, the bills and regulations will be the following: the value for money bill, the Virtual Asset Service Providers Bill, the Value Added Tax Bill, the COVID-19 Health Recovery Repeal Bill, the Ghana Education Trust Fund Amendment Bill, the National Insurance Amendment Bill, the Public Procurement Regulation, request for approval for a revised investment policy of the Ghana Petroleum Funds in line with Section 31A of the Petroleum Revenue Management Act 2011, Act 815, and finally a request for approval to implement an AI-powered trade data analytics system to support customs revenue mobilization and enhance trade facilitation. Mr. Speaker, I stand before this House humbled by the confidence reposed in me by His Excellency the President to deliver his second budget under his reset agenda. Mr. Speaker, when this administration took office, we met an economy in distress, weighed down by debt, weakened by mismanagement, and stripped of confidence. Mr. Speaker, in the 2025 budget, the 2025 budget was our first act of courage, a declaration that Ghana would rise again through reforms, discipline, and visionary leadership. Right Honorable Speaker, the theme for this year's budget draws from the President's profound words in his 2025 State of the Nation address when he declared that, Mr. Speaker, quote, "Today, inspired by Almighty God and propelled by the massive mandate given to me by the people of Ghana, I am moved to make a purposeful and bold declaration that I, John Dramani Mahama, will fix the economic crisis confronting our country and reset it on the path of growth and sustainability." Right Honorable Speaker, it is with that same conviction that I present the 2026 budget under the theme Resetting for Growth, Jobs and Economic Transformation. This government has chosen a harder but higher road, the road of reform, renewal, and resilience. We have restored fiscal discipline, brought inflation under control, stabilized the cedi, and rekindled investor confidence. This is not just a recovery, it is a reset. It is a story of a nation that refused to stay down. This is a rebirth from the ashes of daunting inheritance, a heavy burden laid upon us by the previous administration. Mr. Speaker, it is indeed a revival forged amid the tempest of hopes harbored by the ordinary Ghanaian, whose spirit has long been weathered by 8 years of hardship, impoverishment, and shadows of deception. Mr. Speaker, it is a story of Ghanaians who endured hardships with dignity and held on to hope when the road was rough. Right Honorable Speaker, we have learned a powerful truth, and the truth is that fiscal discipline is the backbone of national progress. Mr. Speaker, there is no shortcut to responsible economic mismanagement. Mr. Speaker, there is no shortcut for responsible economic management. Never again must we allow recklessness, waste, and indiscipline to define how we handle the people's money. Right Honorable Speaker, President Mahama has made it clear that under his watch, the integrity of our public finances will remain sacred. Mr. Speaker, confidence is returning. The Black Star is rising once more. Ghana is back, strong, stable, and full of hope. And yes, our Black Stars are heading to the World Cup. Right Honorable Speaker, with that renewed energy and optimism, this budget is about building on the foundation we have laid, turning stability into opportunity and opportunity into prosperity. On behalf of His Excellency the President, I extend my deepest gratitude to organized labor, the employers' associations, and workers of Ghana who work with government to successfully agree on the national minimum wage and base pay for 2026, ahead of this budget, reflecting our shared vision of fairness, stability, and productivity. Mr. Speaker, the 2026 budget marks a decisive shift from recovery to transformation, from resilience to productivity, and from stability to jobs. Mr. Speaker, over the next year and beyond, government will focus on 3 priorities to reset for growth, jobs, and transformation. Speaker, the first will be consolidating the macroeconomic stability. The second will be accelerating economic transformation and job creation. And finally, strengthening security and social sector for inclusive growth. Right Honorable Speaker, our vision is clear. A Ghana that produces more than it consumes. A Ghana that exports value-added goods, not just raw materials. A Ghana where jobs are decent, incomes are rising, and opportunities shared by all. And, Mr. Speaker, a Ghana where every citizen lives with dignity and pride. Mr. Speaker, that is the Ghana we are building. A Ghana powered by discipline, driven by vision, and anchored on shared prosperity. Right Honorable Speaker, having outlined the guiding theme and vision for this budget, I now turn to the state of the Ghanaian economy as at October 2025. Mr. Speaker, and to show where we stand, what we have achieved, and where we are heading. After that, I'll present the policies, priorities, and resource allocation that will drive Ghana's growth, jobs, and economic transformation in 2026 and beyond. Mr. Speaker, at the beginning of the year, we inherited a painful effect of the fiscal slippages of 2024. Pressures that weighed heavily on households and businesses and public finances. Mr. Speaker, confidence was fragile. Inflation remained elevated. The exchange rate was unstable, and the public debt was elevated. Yet, through visionary leadership, fiscal discipline, and policy consistency, the tide has finally turned. Mr. Speaker, Ghana's economy has now recovered, marked by renewed investor confidence and an improved macroeconomic outlook. Mr. Speaker, I'll now give you real sector performance. Mr. Speaker, Ghana's economy has regained its rhythm. Real GDP expanded by 6.3% in the first half of 2025, up from 5.1% in the same period of 2024, driven by stronger agriculture and service, lower inflation, and renewed business confidence. Non-oil GDP grew by 7.8%, showing that our growth is now powered by domestic production. Mr. Speaker, the service sector remains the heartbeat of recovery, surging 8.8% with ICT up 17.2%, finance and insurance up 9.5%, and education up 14.9%. Agriculture, the backbone of stability, also grew by 6%, doubling that of last year. Mr. Speaker, cocoa rebound from a sharp 21.4%, contracting to 2.8% growth. Mr. Speaker, thanks to the targeted farm support, and smarter policies. Industry held steady despite reduced oil output. Manufacturing rose 6.3% and construction 4.0%, reflecting reliable energy and revived infrastructure projects. On the demand side, Right Honorable Speaker, household consumption grew by 8.2%, reflecting stronger household confidence. Government spending also slowed to 3.7%, proving fiscal discipline. The Speaker, export grew 11.5%, led by gold, cocoa, and non-traditional export. This is the growth that creates jobs, lifts incomes, and builds lasting stability. The Speaker, I now take you to price development. Right Honorable Speaker, inflation has fallen faster than anyone imagined, from 23.8% in December 2024 to 8% by October 2025. Ghana is back to a single-digit inflation. This was not by sheer luck. It is the outcome of disciplined fiscal policy, steady monetary management, stable exchange rates, and strong domestic production. Together, these have restored confidence, stabilized the cedi, and eased the pressure on families and businesses. Food inflation reduced from 27.8% to 9.5%. Prices of everyday food such as tomatoes, garden eggs, okra, and fish are finally falling. Mr. Speaker, Non-food inflation also dropped from 20.3% to 6.9%, supported by steady fuel prices and lower import costs. Right, Honorable Speaker, this progress proves that sound policies brings real relief. Sound policies brings real relief. So, Speaker, both imported and local price pressures are now contained. Right, Honorable Speaker, the task ahead is to sustain this stability by keeping fiscal discipline, boosting food security, and ensuring strong coordination between the fiscal and monetary authorities. The Speaker, I now take you to fiscal performance. The Speaker, 2025 marked one of Ghana's strongest fiscal turnaround in decades. The primary balance on commitment basis swung from a 3% deficit in 2024 to a 1.6% surplus by September 2025, exceeding the target and proving that discipline delivers results. Mr. Speaker, reforms in revenue mobilization and spending controls anchored this recovery. The removal of nuisance e-levy did not weaken revenue. Broader tax reforms and efficient gains lifted non-oil tax revenue to 8.7% of GDP, up from 7.8% in 2024. On expenditure, government tightened non-priority spending whilst protecting key investment in the sectors. Mr. Speaker, Treasury bill rates have fallen, saving 8.8% in interest from January to September. Mr. Speaker, 8.8 billion from January to September. Mr. Speaker, public debt dropped to its lowest in a decade, and Ghana's debt risk has been reclassified from high to moderate. These gains have created space for social and capital investment, eased external debt pressures, and restored investor confidence. Right, Honorable Speaker, Ghana's fiscal consolidation is now credible, sustainable, and homegrown. A model of responsibility that turns stability into progress and ensures every city works for the Ghanaian people. Mr. Speaker, I take you to social protection. Right, Honorable Speaker, even as we pursue fiscal consolidation, government protected and expanded social spending to cushion vulnerable households. Allocations to social protection programs increased to 0.9% of GDP, up from 0.6% in 2024. Mr. Speaker, these targeted interventions reflect our conviction that economic stability must translate into social progress. Mr. Speaker, I will now give you an update on power purchase agreements, renegotiations, and other reforms in the energy sector. Right, Honorable Speaker, when this administration took office, Ghana's energy sector was saddled with about $1.4 billion United States in debt to independent power producers, a ticking fiscal bomb, I call it. Mr. Speaker, today, that burden has been lessened. We have renegotiated all power purchase agreements led by Ghanaian experts at no cost to the state, saving over $250 million and restructuring 1.1 billion Ghana cedis over a four-year period. Mr. Speaker, government is now fully current on payment, clearing $300 million United States in 2025 year to date, and allocating $345 million United States for 2026. Mr. Speaker, for the first time, we are not accruing new arrests in energy sector. Solar tariffs, projects like BXC and Mineji have dropped from 18 to 6.5 cents per kilowatt hour, cutting costs and expanding access. Mr. Speaker, this was achieved as part of the renegotiation. Mr. Speaker, the Electricity Company of Ghana revenues has risen almost 90% from 900 million to 1.7 billion Ghana cedis per month, thanks to better enforcement of the cash waterfall mechanism. Mr. Speaker, I repeat, ECG's revenue has improved by almost 90% per month, from 900 Ghana cedis per month to 1.7 billion Ghana cedis per calendar month.
Mr. Speaker, I'll now give you an update on the audit of arrears and payables. Mr. Speaker, upon assuming office, government was confronted with outstanding arrears and payables totaling 68.8 billion Ghana cedis, comprising 50.5 billion in unpaid invoices and interim payment certificate (IPCs) and 18.3 billion in outstanding bank transfer advices (BTs). Mr. Speaker, in fulfillment of our pledge to protect the public purse and ensure value for money, we commissioned the Auditor General, working directly with PwC and EY, to conduct an independent validation of these arrests and commitment. Mr. Speaker, as I informed this August House during the media review of the 2025 budget, this special audit covered all verified arrests and commitment as at end December 2024. The objective was to establish the legitimacy of the claims, identify irregularities, and address the fiscal risk arising from the accumulation of these arrests and outstanding commitment. Mr. Speaker, the audit, Mr. Speaker, the exercise has now been completed, and the Auditor General is finalizing his report for submission to Parliament. But, Mr. Speaker, the findings are troubling and very damning. Very damning. Mr. Speaker, out of the 68.8 billion, Mr. Speaker, I'll give headline numbers whilst we wait for the Auditor General to submit the report next week. Mr. Speaker, out of the 68.8 billion payable submitted for audit, 47.8 billion cedis was validated. Mr. Speaker, an additional 8.6 billion Ghana cedis remains under review, pending further validation due to inadequate documentation, missing third-party confirmation, and lack of supporting documents. Mr. Speaker, these yet to be validated claims may be legitimate, but further evidence will be required before they can be recognized. But Right Honorable Speaker, up to 10.5 billion Ghana cedis were rejected. Mr. Speaker, due to duplications, recycled IPCs, inflated invoices, falsified stores receipts advice, and instances of no work but demanding money. Right Honorable Speaker, out of the rejected amount, about 1 billion Ghana cedis, comprising BTAs, bank transfer advices, that had already been processed by the Ministry of Finance and were ready for payment by the Controlling Accountant General and Bank of Ghana, were rejected. The Speaker, without this audit, these claims would have been paid, underscoring the importance of vigilance and verification. Mr. Speaker, about 2 billion Ghana cedis was also reclassified from claims to BTS. Right Honorable Speaker, the report is ready and it will be submitted and the detail may be discussed by this House. Mr. Speaker, this audit has not only saved the nation billions in potential losses, but also restored accountability, strengthened expenditure controls, and reaffirm this government's unwavering commitment to fiscal discipline and transparency. The Speaker, we have identified an abuse in the use of import declaration forms, IDFs. Mr. Speaker, I'll give you the update. Right Honorable Speaker, our investigation into Ghana's import system exposed a staggering abuse of import declaration forms, a tool meant to support legitimate trade, but now hijacked for illicit transfers and tax evasion. Mr. Speaker, between April 2020 and August 2025, over 525,000 transactions amounting to an equivalent of $83 billion were processed through ICOPS. Mr. Speaker, surprisingly, these amount of $83 billion were transferred from Ghana in the name of imports. But surprisingly, Mr. Speaker, only 10,440 of these transactions were linked to actual imports. Mr. Speaker, an equivalent of $31 billion in transactions were transferred abroad with no goods imported into the country. Mr. Speaker, this leaks bleeds our reserves, weakens the Ghana cedi, and deprive the economy of resources that should have been used to build schools, roads, and hospitals. Mr. Speaker, the audit also reveals that some importers under-declared values to hide about 76 billion cedis in imports, denying Ghana about 11 billion Ghana cedis in potential revenue between 2020 to 2025 August. Mr. Speaker, other importers inflated transfer values aided by some banks that ignored the $200,000 ceiling set by the central bank. Over 17,700 IDF applications broke this limit, channeling an equivalent of about 20 billion United States dollars in unverified transactions out of Ghana. Right, Honorable Speaker, this was not a loophole. Mr. Speaker, I repeat, this was not a loophole. It was an organized system for exploitation. In fact, an organized crime. Mr. Speaker, persons and institutions behind these activities are being referred to the Attorney General, Economic and Organized Crime Office, the FIC, and CID for investigation. Mr. Speaker, also, the Ghana Revenue Authority will establish a special recovery unit to reclaim all this lost revenue between this period. Right, Honorable Speaker, government has since acted decisively. An interagency committee will now audit all imported related transfers going forward. The Bank of Ghana will also match every forex transfer with verified import data. The Speaker, we are drawing a hard line. Every dollar leaving Ghana must deliver real value for the people of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, Ghana's public debt is firmly on downward path. Mr. Speaker, by October 2025, total debt had fallen from 726.7 billion Ghana cedis, or 61.8% of GDP in 2024, to 630.2 billion Ghana cedis, equivalent of 45% of GDP. Mr. Speaker, marking one of the sharpest decline in our history. Mr. Speaker, for the first time in over a decade, we have recorded a negative rate of debt accumulation from a positive 19.1% in 2024 to a negative 13.3% in 2025. Mr. Speaker, this turnaround reflects fiscal discipline, prudent borrowing, and stronger cedi, showing that Ghana's reforms are being measured, Mr. Speaker, and they are showing results. At home, domestic debt market has rebounded. Treasury bill have dropped by 1,600 basis points, with the 91-day Treasury bill at 10.7 from 28.9, the lowest in 14 years. Mr. Speaker, government has paid 20.3 billion Ghana cedis in bond coupons, restoring trust and market liquidity. Mr. Speaker, Eurobond prices are up by 17%, yield down by 300 basis points, and investor confidence is back. Mr. Speaker, Ghana has entered a new era of debt sustainability, anchored on discipline, transparency, and fiscal sovereignty. Mr. Speaker, I'll give an update on sovereign credit ratings. Right, Honorable Speaker, all three major international rating agencies have upgraded Ghana's, affirming new faith in our macroeconomic management. In June 2025, Fitch lifted Ghana from restricted default to B-. Again, Moody's in October upgraded Ghana to CAA1. And Mr. Speaker,
In November, a couple of weeks ago, S&P also upgraded Ghana to B-/B. The Speaker, together, these upgrades marks a global vote of confidence. Ghana is once again credible, stable, and open for business. Mr. Speaker, I take you to monetary and financial sector performance. Right Honorable Speaker, monetary policy in 2025 stayed tight but effective, thanks to prudent management by the central bank and the governor. The Speaker, the Bank of Ghana cut broad money growth to 16.6% and base money to 4.5%, sterilizing 55 billion Ghana cedis to stabilize the cedi and lock in the lowest inflation in 4 years. Right Honorable Speaker, Ghana's external sector remained strong in 2025. The current account surplus rose to 3.2% of GDP from 2%. Driven by robust gold and cocoa export, higher remittance, and strict import management. The Speaker, a $2.1 billion United States dollar trade surplus and growth in non-traditional exports showed a more diversified economy. The Ghana cedi appreciated against the US dollar from 16.35 Ghana cedi to the US dollar in November 2024 to 10 cedi 92 pesos as at 10th November 2025. The Speaker, this represents a rare appreciation of 35%, reflecting sound fiscal and monetary policy management. Right Honorable Speaker, this stability lowered debt costs and eased inflation. Gold and cocoa powered the recovery. Gold earnings rose 68% to 11.2 billion United States dollars. Speaker, cocoa rose 170% to 2.47 billion United States dollars. Whilst oil dipped to 1.83 billion. Right Honorable Speaker, Ghana's rising export firms reserves. Ghana's rising export firm reserves and a stable cedi confirms one thing, that Ghana's recovery is real, disciplined, and indeed lasting. So Speaker, take you to sectorial performance. Right Honorable Speaker, the story of Ghana's economic recovery in 2025 is best told through the work of our ministries, departments, and agencies. Across every sector, from agriculture and industry to governance, infrastructure and human development, performance in 2025 reflects disciplined execution and innovation. The Speaker, our task now is to sustain this momentum. We will boost productivity in agriculture and industry, accelerate infrastructure delivery, and strengthen governance and skills development. Sector ministers will present their outlook in detail, but the message is clear. Ghana is rebounding with purpose and rising with promise. Mr. Speaker, the 2026 medium-term policy objectives and targets is what I'm now going to present. Right Honorable Speaker, as we enter 2026, our mission is clear: to turn the hard-won stability of 2025 into shared prosperity. Mr. Speaker, the sacrifices made by Ghanaians over the past year have restored hope and confidence in our economy. Inflation is down, the city is stronger, and growth has regained momentum. Mr. Speaker, our fiscal strategy will match discipline with compassion. Our key fiscal policy priorities for 2026 are as follows. First will be to maintain fiscal discipline by sustaining a primary surplus of 1.5% of GDP on commitment basis. Speaker, the second is to mobilize domestic resources through continuous implementation of our medium-term revenue strategy. Speaker, will promote value for money and rationalize spending, ensuring that every city delivers value for citizens whilst eliminating leakages and inefficiency. And finally, Mr. Speaker, protect priority social spending in education, health and social protection, to shield the poor and sustain human capital development. The Speaker, in 2026, our monetary and exchange rate strategy will safeguard stability and drive growth, keep inflation low, the city strong, and confidence high. And that will be our monetary and exchange rate strategy. Mr. Speaker, the Bank of Ghana will stay data-driven and cautious, holding inflation within the targeted band of 8 ±2 and easing only when safe. Speaker, the central bank is doing a good job. Right Honorable Speaker, to advance our medium-term macroeconomic goal of stability, resilience, and shared prosperity, government has set bold but achievable macroeconomic target for 2026 fiscal year and the medium term. Mr. Speaker, over the medium term, from 2026 to 2028, real GDP is set to rise steadily, averaging about 4.9% at the minimum. Non-oil GDP is programmed to grow around 5% at the minimum. So, Speaker, inflation will stay within 8 plus or minus 2% targeted band, reflecting a firm grip on price stability. The Speaker, the fiscal balance will remain strong, with the primary surplus of 1.5% of GDP from 2026 onwards. And Right Honorable Speaker, gross international reserves are expected to provide at least 3 months of import cover over the medium term. Right Honorable Speaker, for the year 2026, we will achieve the following at the minimum. Real GDP growth of at least 4.8%, driven by continued expansion in infrastructure and service sectors, agriculture as well. Non-oil GDP, Mr. Speaker, at least 4.9%. End-year inflation for next year will be at least 8% plus or minus 2. Mr. Speaker, primary surplus of 1.5% of GDP on commitment basis in line with our fiscal responsibility framework to sustain discipline and debt sustainability. Gross international reserves of not less than 3 months of import cover, covering a strong external sector and a strong defense for the Ghana city. Mr. Speaker, Ghana's fiscal strategy over the medium term is to lock in stability and turn it into lasting growth. From 2026, government will sustain a primary surplus of at least 1.5% of GDP on commitment basis each year, anchoring fiscal discipline and debt sustainability. Mr. Speaker, revenue and grant are projected to rise from 16.4% of GDP in 2025 to 16.9% in 2026, reaching 17% by 2029, driven by stronger tax administration. Right Honorable Speaker, our focus is on expanding the tax net, not overburden existing taxpayers. Mr. Speaker, expenditure growth will remain disciplined, rising modestly from 15% of GDP in 2025 to 15.4% in 2026. As a result, the fiscal deficit will narrow sharply from 2.8% of GDP in 2025 to 2% in 2026 and 2.1% by 2029. Mr. Speaker, in 2026, government will target a primary surplus of 1.5% of GDP, consistent with our fiscal anchor. The overall fiscal deficit on commitment basis is projected at 2.2% of GDP. On cash basis, the overall fiscal deficit is projected at 4% of GDP. Mr. Speaker, this fiscal stance balances consolidation with growth, maintaining discipline while safeguarding resources for productive investment under the Big Push Infrastructure Program and other national priorities. Mr. Speaker, I now take you to revenue mobilization for 2026. Right Honorable Speaker, in 2026, government expects to collect total revenue and grant of 268.1 billion Ghana cedis, up from 226.7 billion in 2025, a strong 18.3% increase. Non-oil tax revenue, the backbone of domestic mobilization, is projected at 216.1 billion Ghana cedis, growing on the back of improved compliance and enforcement. Oil and gas receipts are expected to contribute 13.6 billion Ghana cedis, supported by steady global prices. The Speaker, non-tax revenue is projected at 20.9 billion, with 18.2 billion retained by ministries, departments, and agencies to sustain essential service. The Speaker, additional inflows from Senate transfers and energy sector levies are estimated at 14.4 billion Ghana cedis, whilst development partners grant will add 3.1 billion to fund key projects. The Speaker, Total expenditure on commitment basis for 2026 is projected at 302.6.5 billion Ghana cedis, equivalent to 18.9% of GDP, up from 251.7 billion Ghana cedis in 2025. Primary expenditure stands at 244.7 billion, or 15.3% of GDP, reflecting targeted spending that drives growth and delivers value. Compensation of employees is projected at 90.3 billion Ghana cedis, ensuring fair remuneration for public servants. The Speaker, 13.2 billion have been allocated for goods and services to improve efficiency across MDS. Right, Honorable Speaker, capital expenditure will rise sharply to 57.5 billion Ghana cedis, or 3.6% of GDP, led by the Big Push infrastructure program, which alone will absorb 30 billion Ghana cedis for road development. The Speaker, interest payments are projected to decline to 57.7 billion thanks to prudent liability management. The Speaker, grant to statutory funds, energy payment, and other essential transfers totals 63.6 billion Ghana cedis, whilst ESLA and IPP commitments are estimated at 19.7 billion Ghana cedis. Overall, the 2026 appropriation stands at about 357.1 billion Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, this is a bold yet responsible budget designed to sustain stability, build infrastructure, and improve the lives of every Ghanaian. Mr. Speaker, I now take you to budget balances and financing. Right, Honorable Speaker, the overall fiscal balance on commitment basis is projected at a deficit of 34.4 billion, equivalent to 2.2% of GDP. The corresponding primary balance records a surplus of 23.3 billion Ghana cedis, representing 1.5% of our GDP. So, Speaker, on a cash basis, the overall deficit is projected at 64.2 billion Ghana cedis, equivalent to 4% of GDP. The cash deficit of 64.2 billion will be financed from balanced mix of foreign and domestic borrowing sources. The Speaker, foreign finance is projected as a net repayment of 6.6 billion, or 0.4% of GDP. This includes extended expected disbursement from the IMF and the World Bank. The Speaker, domestic financing will amount to 71 billion Ghana cedis and will be sourced from long and short-term government securities. The Speaker, the strategy will support domestic market development and ensure their sustainability, as well as maintaining financial sector stability. Right, Honorable Speaker, Ghana's 2025 to 2028 debt management strategy marks a decisive shift to responsible borrowing. With 93.5% of total debt restructured, 20.3 billion in domestic bonds, 13.1 billion in Eurobond, and 5.2 billion in bilateral loans. The Speaker, Ghana is firmly on a sustained path. The Speaker, the strategy focuses on cutting refinancing risk, reducing costs, deepening local markets, and boosting transparency. It revives the bond market, building liquidity buffers, and relies mainly on concessional financing from the IMF, World Bank, and bilateral partners. The Speaker, benchmarks including short-term debt below 15%, treasury bills, and 20% of domestic debt and foreign debt capped at 70%. Mr. Speaker, I now take you to the meat. Mr. Speaker, I now take you to the meat. The fiscal policy measures, structural reforms, and key policy initiatives. Right, Honorable Speaker, the choices we made in 2025 have restored macroeconomic stability, built trust in our fiscal institutions, and rekindled the hope of our country. The task before us now is to turn that stability into sustained progress and to make growth felt in every home, every community, and every enterprise. The Speaker, the 2026 budget represents the next phase of our national renewal, a practical, forward-looking plan to consolidate the gains accelerate transformation, and secure prosperity for all Ghanaians. It is the next chapter in building the Ghana we want, a nation that works around the clock, creates opportunities for all, and protect the dignity and dreams of every citizen. Right Honorable Speaker, permit me to reaffirm government 3 key priorities for 2026. First, consolidation of macroeconomic stability. Second, we will accelerate economic transformation and job creation. And finally, we will strengthen the security and social sectors for inclusive growth. Mr. Speaker, this budget security and social sectors for inclusive growth. Mr. Speaker, this budget builds on the stability of 2025 and channels it into action that delivers more jobs, better infrastructure, stronger industries, and better public service. Mr. Speaker, the budget moves Ghana from recovery to transformation, designed to deliver tangible results, reduce the cost of living, empower businesses, and create decent jobs. First, on the fiscal policy measures and structural reforms. Mr. Speaker, government remains steadfast in the commitment to restore and sustain fiscal stability as the foundation for inclusive growth. Our focus for 2026 and the medium term is to maintain a primary surplus of 1.5% of GDP on commitment basis. We are pursuing a disciplined, data-driven fiscal strategy, one that raises more revenue, spend better, and protect the most vulnerable while safeguarding long-term stability. Speaker, to achieve our fiscal target for 2026 and the medium term, government will implement a comprehensive set of revenue, expenditure, and structural measures underpinned by transparency and accountability. Speaker, on the revenue side, government will deepen domestic resource mobilization through the implementation of the medium-term revenue strategy. In addition, government will undertake comprehensive VAT reforms. Will also tighten enforcement of tax arrests and exemptions, ensuring that all eligible entities pay their fair share. Mr. Speaker, these measures are expected to lift non-oil revenue to 15.7% of GDP in 2026 from a projected 15.1% of GDP in 2025. Mr. Speaker, take you to VAT reforms. In 2025 budget and the media fiscal policy review, government made a firm promise to reform Ghana's value-added tax system to make it fairer, simpler, and more efficient. We pledge to remove distortions, addressing the cascading effect inherent in the VAT system, strengthen compliance, and create a tax regime that supports both businesses and fiscal stability. These distortions have negatively impacted overall welfare, increased the deadweight loss in the economy, and significantly reduced VAT compliance. Today, Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to report to this House that we have finally delivered on that promise. Mr. Speaker, after months of detailed analysis and broad consultations with stakeholders, we have completed the design of modernized VAT system fit for Ghana's economic transformation agenda. Mr. Speaker, government is therefore submitting to this House today and for approval, Mr. Speaker, a bold package of VAT reforms that will make our tax system more equitable, transparent, and business-friendly. Right Honorable Speaker, the new VAT reforms will do the following. We will abolish the COVID-19 health recovery levy. Mr. Speaker, we will abolish the decoupling of GETFund and national health insurance levies from the VAT tax base. So, Speaker, we will abolish VAT on recognizance and prospecting of minerals. Mr. Speaker, we will reduce the effective VAT rate from 21.9% to 20%. Mr. Speaker, we will raise the VAT registration threshold from 200,000 to 750,000 cedis. Mr. Speaker, we will extend VAT zero rating on the supply of local manufacturing textiles to 2028. Mr. Speaker,
For emphasis, we promise to abolish the COVID-19 levy. With the support of this House, Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to say that I'm happy to announce that today, COVID-19 levy is accordingly abolished. Mr. Speaker, by abolishing the COVID-19 levy, government is putting 3.7 billion Ghana cedis in the pockets of the individuals and businesses in 2026. Mr. Speaker, these reforms will also reduce the cost of doing business by as a result of subjecting GET Fund and NHIL levies to import businesses, Mr. Speaker. Altogether, the VAT reforms is expecting to give back nearly 6 billion Ghana cedis to businesses and households. We'll give it to you. 6 billion cedis, Mr. Speaker. Right, Honorable Speaker, the VAT registration threshold has declined in real terms from 200,000 Ghana cedis in 2015 to approximately 48,000 Ghana cedis in current values. Mr. Speaker, this means that small and micro businesses that were exempted in 2015 from VAT registration are now compelled to register and charge VAT. This has placed an undue burden on small and micro businesses and also increased the cost of administering VAT. Right, Honorable Speaker, the increase in VAT threshold is expected to address this problem and make VAT administration simpler and easier to implement. So, Speaker, VAT on mineral exploration and reconnaissance has led to very little investment in minerals exploration over the past 2 decades. So, Speaker, abolishing VAT on minerals exploration and reconnaissance will revive investor confidence, stimulate greenfield activities, and ensure the long-term sustainability of the country's mining sector. Right, Honorable Speaker, this measure will promote responsible mining and help to mitigate the hazard mineral prospecting that degrades our forests and water bodies. So, Speaker, to support the domestic textiles industry, government zero-rated a VAT on supply of local manufactured textiles, which is due to end in December 2025. Government is resolute in supporting the domestic textiles industry, which has demonstrated a capability to expand when given the appropriate fiscal incentives. The Speaker, in line with this and the Ghana Textiles and Garment Policy, government has decided to extend the zero rating to end December 2028, protecting over 2,000 direct jobs. The Speaker, the VAT reforms will make Ghana a more business-friendly economy, create the opportunity for businesses and expansion, and to create more jobs. The Speaker, we are not only seeking to change the policy and framework around VAT, we are also deploying electronic and digital solutions to improve VAT administration. Speaker, the measures proposed will include the following: the introduction of digital solutions to tax collection system. The second is to introduce the fiscal electronic devices. The third is, the Speaker, the introduction of VAT reward schemes designed to encourage general public to assist with policing VAT revenues by collecting VAT receipt for purchases they make. So, Speaker, this will allow taxpayers to use their VAT receipt to benefit from a VAT promotion and reward scheme. Right, Honorable Speaker, these reforms mark a turning point in Ghana's value-added tax administration. They will make compliance easier for businesses, strengthen revenue mobilization, and enhance credibility of our fiscal framework for 2026 and the medium term. So, Speaker, the Ghana Revenue Authority will roll out a comprehensive public education and awareness campaign to ensure a smooth and transparent implementation of these reforms. The Speaker, it honors our pledge to lighten the load on honest taxpayers whilst building a strong, fairer foundation for national development. Right, Honorable Speaker, beyond the VAT, government will, ahead of 2027, embark on a comprehensive reform of Ghana's key tax laws, including the Income Tax Act, Excise Tax Acts, and the Customs Tax Act.
to align them with global best practices, promote equity and competitiveness, simplifying compliance and enhance revenue generation. The Ministry of Finance will commence these reviews in 2026, engage stakeholders and submit a draft to Parliament as part of the 2027 budget. Mr. Speaker, closing revenue leakages at the port. Right Honourable Speaker, significant leakages at our port continue to undermine revenue mobilization. A recent audit revealed systemic weakness in classification, valuation, and cargo inspection. In 2024 alone, Ghana recorded imports valued at 204 billion Ghana cedis in cost insurance and fleet. Yet, only 85 billion Ghana cedis was taxable, pointing to misclassification and underinvoicing. To tackle this, government will deploy an AI-driven pre-arrival inspection for all cross-border shipment. Mr. Speaker, this technology is programmed to detect undervaluation, flag high-risk goods, and strengthen customs capacity to combat smuggling, improve safety, and protect national security. Right Honourable Speaker, by integrating automation into port operations, we expect to significantly boost customs revenue, enhance trade efficiency, and close long-standing revenue gaps. Speaker, on the expenditure front, we will continue to rationalize spending by eliminating low-value programs and streamline earmarked funds, freeing space for critical priority projects such as roads, energy, agriculture, and education. Speaker, every cedi saved will be redirected to projects that create jobs and delivers tangible benefit for Ghanaians. Speaker, to achieve this and support the fiscal sustainability agenda, key expenditure measures for the 2026 fiscal year are as follows. The first will be that we will contain recurrent expenditures by capping non-essential expenditures such as foreign travels, workshops, and vehicle procurement, and elimination of low-impact programs. So, Speaker, we'll rationalize earmarked funds, reinforce commitment authorization, continue to strengthen social protection system by safeguarding allocation to LEAP. So, Speaker, we'll prioritize capital investment in infrastructure, particularly in area of Big Bush. Right Honourable Speaker, on the structural reform side, we'll pursue the following. Government will enforce sanctions under Section 96 to 98 of the Public Financial Management Act. The payroll validation exercise led by the Ministry of Finance in collaboration with the Controller and Accountant General will also be done. So, Speaker, comprehensive review and audit of the budget preparation and implementation process will be undertaken. We will implement recommendations from the comprehensive arrest and commitment audit by the Auditor General, aided by EY and PwC. Right Honourable Speaker, will strengthen fiscal discipline and accountability through the operationalization of Revised Fiscal Responsibility Act. Mr. Speaker, we will institutionalize quarterly expenditure reviews. Right Honourable Speaker, together, these measures will ensure that Ghana lives within its means, mobilize resources fairly, and spend efficiently. Fiscal discipline is not an end in itself. It is the bridge between stability and progress, between policy and real improvement in the lives of our people. Right Honourable Speaker, the real value of Ghana's procurement threshold has eroded over time, trapping even small projects in slow, expensive approval cycles. The Speaker, the last review was in 2016. Since then, inflation and currency depreciation have made it nearly impossible for district assemblies, for example, to deliver basic community projects efficiently. The Speaker, the government is therefore updating procurement thresholds under the Public Procurement Act to restore their values and match today's market realities. Right Honourable Speaker, years of inflation and weak oversight have drained real value from public spending. Too often, projects are overpriced, delayed, or abandoned because scrutiny comes only after money is spent. To fix this, government will establish an independent value for money office, a permanent guardian of efficiency, accountability, and fiscal integrity. Speaker, it will certify major projects before approval, monitor delivery, and evaluate results to ensure every city delivers measurable value. The office will enforce cost benchmarks, require public VFM certificate for contracts, and coordinate with the Auditor General, the Public Procurement Authority, and Internal Audit Agency to impose penalties for waste and fraud. Right Honorable Speaker, the Value for Money Transparency Portal will publish certified projects and citizen feedback in real times. Mr. Speaker, this reform will save up to 3 billion Ghana cedis a year, cut contract inflation, and rebuild public trust. Mr. Speaker, the Value for Money Office is not just another agency. It is Ghana's watchdog for prudent spending and real results. Mr. Speaker, we will be making the following amendment. Right Honorable Speaker, Ghana's petroleum wealth must work harder for its people. Since 2011, our petroleum funds have earned barely 1% annually. Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, it proves that parking them only in low-risk foreign securities limits value creation. To change this, government would designate additional qualifying investment instrument under the Petroleum Revenue Management Act. This will allow a portion of the petroleum fund to be invested in commercial viable domestic energy projects such as gas and power infrastructure that would drive industrialization and jobs whilst improving long-term returns. Mr. Speaker, this reform follows global best practices. Sovereign funds in Saudi Arabia, Nigeria, and UAE now channel savings into productivity investment that powers growth. Mr. Speaker, Ghana must do same. The new framework will maintain strict safeguards, transparency, and performance audit to ensure every dollar earned earns real value. Right Honorable Speaker, this is the mindset shift from passive savings and earnings to productive investment, from idle reserves abroad to energy that powers Ghana's future. Speaker, that is the way we are going to go. Our oil wealth must not sit idle, it must build, and must build our country. Mr. Speaker, I now take you to public debt management initiatives and reforms in 2026. Right Honorable Speaker, 2026 marks a new phase in Ghana's public debt management, one defined by foresight, discipline, and innovation. After stabilizing our debt trajectory through strong fiscal performance and debt restructuring, government focus now shifts to building resilience. We are putting in place modern tools and systems to ensure that every borrowing decision supports growth, safeguards sustainability, and protect the public purse for future generations. Mr. Speaker, one of the key priorities for 2026 is to strengthen liability management in the domestic debt management market. Mr. Speaker, upon expiration of domestic debt exchange program restrictions in 21st February 2026, government will re-enter the domestic debt market strategically. Mr. Speaker, the immediate objective is to reduce our dependence on short-term treasury instruments, lower rollover risk, and create fiscal space for productive investment. Right Honorable Speaker, as part of the strategy to re-enter the domestic bond market, government will begin the issuance of domestic infrastructure bonds to fund critical infrastructure in the 2026 budget and beyond. Mr. Speaker, through buybacks, targeted cash management, we will actively smoothing the reprofiling, smoothing the maturing reprofile of domestic debt and lower interest costs in line with our medium-term debt management strategy. Mr. Speaker, I now take you to key policy initiatives in the 2026 budget across sectors. Right Honorable Speaker, I begin with the energy sector. Energy is the engine of Ghana's transformation. Our goal is to turn power from a constraint into a competitive advantage for every home, factory, and enterprise. Reliable, affordable, and sustainable energy will be the fuel that drives the 24-hour economy, powers industry, lights communities, and creates jobs. Through bold reforms, strategic investment, and smarter management, government is building an energy system that not only keeps the light on, but propels inclusive growth across every corner of our country. The Speaker, I now go to gas to power transformation. Right, Honorable Speaker, Ghana's gas to power strategy is transforming our energy future, shifting from costly light crude to cleaner, locally produced natural gas. This will cut generation costs by about 75%, strengthen energy security, and align with our climate goals. Gas production is rising fast in Ghana. Mr. Speaker, the offshore Cape 3 Point partners, OCTP partners, have expanded capacity from 240 to 270 million standard cubic feet per day, while Jubilee and 10 field partners now supply about 130 from 110 million cubic feet per day. Mr. Speaker, within 10 months, we have added more than 50 million standard cubic feet per day of gas. Right, Honorable Speaker, new agreement will add another 150 million standard cubic feet daily, ensuring reliable, affordable fuel for power generation. To process this additional gas for power generation, government is fast-tracking the Ghana Gas Processing Plant, GPP2. So, Speaker, this shift means cheaper power, cleaner energy, and a stronger, self-reliant Ghana. Right, Honorable Speaker. In the medium term, a total of 150 million standard cubic feet of gas per day will be produced by our OCTP and Jubilee partners, enough to generate up to 1,200 megawatts of power, bigger than Akosombo Dam. So, Speaker, beginning 2026, government will commence the construction of 1,200 megawatts state-owned thermal power plant to offtake the additional 1,150 million standard cubic feet of gas per day from OCTP partners and GPP2. Mr. Speaker, I repeat, beginning 2026, government will commence the construction of a 1,200 megawatt state-owned thermal power plant to offtake the additional 150 million standard cubic feet of gas per day from OCTP partners and GPP2. This plant will support the provision of reliable and affordable power and secures Ghana's energy future. Speaker, the 1,200 megawatts is bigger than what our almighty Akosombo can produce. Right, Honorable Speaker, Ghana's oil production has witnessed consistent decline over the years, falling from 71.4 million barrels in 2019 to an estimated 36 million barrels in 2025. Almost 50% decline. President Mahama has taken decisive action to reverse this trend. Mr. Speaker, government investor-friendly reforms have already secured over $3.5 billion investment commitment. This includes a $2 billion United States dollar framework agreement for the Jubilee and 10 fields to drill 20 new wells, and a $1.5 billion United States dollar memorandum of intent with OCTP partners to expand operations. Mr. Speaker, this new investor-friendly environment has also drawn the interest of oil and gas majors such as Shell in our upstream industry. This is expected to bring in new capital, technology, and expertise to increase our oil and gas production. Right, Honorable Speaker, GNPC will commence drilling for oil on the offshore Voltaire Basin in October 2026. The prospects look good to expand Ghana's hydrocarbon production. Right, Honorable Speaker, an upstream regulatory and fiscal review is underway to make Ghana's petroleum regime more competitive, transparent, and stable. Mr. Speaker, in 2026, government will roll out Rural Electrification Acceleration and Urban Intensification Initiative to achieve universal access to power. Mr. Speaker, through a faster turnkey model, it will connect every unserved community, boost rural economies, and drive Ghana's 24-hour economy policy. An electricity intensification program will extend connections to all remaining homes and businesses, ensuring that no Ghanaian is left without power. Mr. Speaker, the rollout starts in Volta, Oti, Savannah, and Central regions in 2026, expanding nationwide by 2029 with off-grid solar to remote areas. Mr. Speaker, electricity will be universal, reliable, and life-changing. Right, Honorable Speaker, we will undertake feasibility studies on mini hydro electronic potentials of the Volta, Red Volta, and other southern river systems. Mr. Speaker, through these coordinated reforms, from reviving the upstream oil and gas sector, securing gas supply, renegotiating IPPs, building a national power plant, expanding rural access, and reforming the operations of ECG, we are securing affordable and reliable energy for individuals and businesses. We are not just keeping the lights on, we are lighting the path for industrial transformation, job creation, and inclusive prosperity. Q2, agricultural sector initiatives. Agriculture remains the heartbeat of Ghana's economy, the source of food, jobs, and dignity for millions of our people. Mr. Speaker, our vision is to make Ghana's agriculture commercial, modern, mechanized, market-driven, and women-led. The focus is on creating agro-industries across the country, processing, this is how we will feed our materials for our industries, reduce imports, create jobs, and make farming profitable. Once again, Right Honorable Speaker, in view of that, we have developed a national policy on integrated oil palm development. So, Speaker, government is launching the national policy on integrated oil palm development, a bold plan to turn Ghana's red gold into a powerhouse of jobs, industry, and foreign exchange. Right Honorable Speaker, despite being one of Africa's pioneers in oil palm, Ghana still imports nearly 200,000 metric tons of crude palm oil yearly, costing over $200 million United States dollars. This policy changes that by expanding plantation, boosting refinery and processing, will create about 250,000 jobs. So, Speaker, the goal is clear. 100,000 hectares of new plantation, self-sufficiency in palm oil, and global competitiveness, and creating 250,000 jobs in the value chain. To unlock this potential, government will secure a large climate-suitable land banks through the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources to ensure fair compensation, secure tenure. This marks a new dawn for Ghana's agro-industrial transformation. Speaker, we are putting US dollar equivalent window. So, Speaker, oil palm government is establishing US dollars equivalent
oil palm development financing window with the World Bank. Offer long-term, low-interest financing, 5-year grace period, and cover up to 70% of project costs. Development financing window with the World Bank, DFIs, and our development bank. So, Speaker, it will offer long-term, low-interest financing, 5-year grace period, and cover up to 70% of project costs, targeting only sustainable, job-creating ventures. Right, Honorable Speaker, smallholder farmers will be at the center of this policy. Mr. Speaker, through our Outgrower Partnership Scheme, they will access improved seedlings, mechanization, credit, and guarantee offtake at a fair price. Right, Honorable Speaker, the Tree Crops Development Authority, Oil Palm Research Institute, OPRI, and the Ghana Exim Bank will provide technical support, research, financing, backed by smallholder support fund for women and youth to enter into this function. So, Speaker, the Tree Crops Development Authority will regulate production, whilst OPRI develops the high-yield varieties. A tax stamp regime for edible oils will be introduced to curb smuggling and protect local production. So, Speaker, together, these reforms will make Ghana self-sufficient, export-ready, and regional leader in sustainable palm oil by 2032. Right, Honorable Speaker, this policy is more than agriculture. It is a blueprint for industrialization, rural transformation, and shared prosperity. Ghana has the land. We have the people. This adds the vision. This adds the vision to turn every palm planted into a lasting prosperity. So, Speaker, we will establish farmer service centers. Right, Honorable Speaker, under the Farmer Service Centers initiative, the government will provide agriculture mechanization machinery for 50 agricultural districts with over 4,400 different machineries. So, Speaker, these machineries will include the following. So, Speaker, we'll be getting 660 tractors, 3,000 tractor trailers, 200 mini tractors, 200 mini tractor trailers, 200 mini tractor tillers, 200 mini tractor cultivators, 200 mini tractor plows, 200 mini tractor harrows, 200 mini tractor cutter-bars, Mr. Speaker, 200 mini tractor mowers, 463 disc plows, Right, Honorable Speaker, 204 disc plows, 330 16 disc harrows, 1,000 kg mineral fertilizer spreaders, 104 row precision seed drills, 106 row precision seed drills, 132 row pneumatic seed drills, 300 800-liter boom sprayers, 50 combined harvesters, 50 maize headers for combined harvesters, and Mr. Speaker, will also provide 25 soil header for combined harvesters. Right, Honorable Speaker, our farmers always cried, Mr. Speaker, our farmers have always carried Ghana on their shoulders. With this investment, we are returning the favor, giving them the tools, technology, and support to carry the nation into a future of food security and prosperity. Mr. Speaker, the transformation has begun. Agriculture is not just an occupation. It is the engine of Ghana's renewal. Mr. Speaker, in response to the food glut across the country, President Mahama has directed the immediate release of an additional 200 million Ghana cedis
to Food Buffer Stock Company to purchase and store the excess food to protect the investment and income of our cherished food crops and poultry farmers. The Speaker, that will be processed ASAP. Right, Honorable Speaker, President Mahama has also directed that all schools from basic to secondary to purchase rice, maize, chicken, and eggs produced in Ghana only. Mr. Speaker, I repeat, President Mahama has also directed that all schools from basic to secondary schools to purchase rice, maize, chicken, and eggs produced in Ghana only. Right, Honorable Speaker, the Ministry of Education, the Ghana Education Trust Fund, the School Feeding Program, the Free Secondary Education Secretariat, and the National Food Buffer Stocks Company are accordingly directed to ensure strict compliance without fail. Mr. Speaker, I will now take you to the Big Push Infrastructure Program. Right, Honorable Speaker, the Big Push Infrastructure Program, launched under the leadership of President Mahama, is Ghana's largest investment in modern infrastructure, valued at an equivalent of $10 billion United States dollars. It is turning fiscal stability into visible progress by building roads, bridges, ports, and logistics. Mr. Speaker, in 2025, 13.8 billion Ghana cedis was dedicated to strategic road projects across all regions, guided by economic returns, equity, and alignment with 24-hour economy. Mr. Speaker, contractors are now on site on most of the projects. Mr. Speaker, these projects are expected to complete by mid-2027, with payment assured within 30 days. Right, Honorable Speaker, within 30 days of submitting IPCs. Mr. Speaker, the goal is clear. Connect Ghana end to end, making infrastructure the backbone of industrialization and opportunity, from farms to factories and from homes to market. Right, Honorable Speaker, following feasibility studies, two transformative projects have been added to the Big Push. Mr. Speaker, they are the Accra-Kumasi Expressway and the Achi-Amamfrom-Adoso Bridge. Mr. Speaker, let me now provide some details about these two iconic infrastructure projects. Right, Honorable Speaker, a flagship of the Big Push infrastructure program is Ghana's Kumasi, the Accra-Kumasi Expressway project. Ghana's first modern 6-lane bi-directional Class A expressway, stretching 198.7 kilometers. The Accra-Kumasi Expressway will link the capital to the Ashanti region through the Greater Accra and Eastern region, linking the south to the north. The Accra-Kumasi Expressway, which is on a new alignment, will reduce current travel distance by 50 kilometers, from 250 kilometers to 198.7 kilometers. Mr. Speaker, the Accra-Kumasi Expressway is also expected to have travel time between Accra and Kumasi, reducing transport costs by nearly 40%. Mr. Speaker, the Accra-Kumasi Expressway project alone is expected to create over 30,000 direct and indirect jobs during construction. Right, Honorable Speaker, beyond mobility, it will stimulate industrial parks, logistic hubs, and service economies along its route,
powering the 24-hour economy and strengthening Ghana's competitiveness. Mr. Speaker, the expressway will feature 8 major interchanges, each designed to ease urban congestion and improve regional connectivity. The interchanges will be located at the Accra Hub, Adesso, Esaman Kese, Achem Oda, Ofuase, Lake Bosumtwe, and Kumasi. Mr. Speaker, for emphasis, the expressway will feature 8 major interchanges, each designed to ease urban congestion and improve regional connectivity. The interchanges will be located at the Accra Hub, Adesso, Esaman Kese, Achem Oda, Ofuase, Lake Bosumtwe, and Kumasi. Mr. Speaker, it will also include 3 major bridges over the Birim and Pra rivers. Right, Honorable Speaker, the project will include 4 service areas equipped with emergency medical facilities, fire stations, maintenance and rescue centers, catering rest stops, fuel stations, electric vehicle charging stations, and parking lots. Right, Honorable Speaker, these facilities will operate 24 hours in line with our 24-hour economy program. Mr. Speaker, 2 modern 20-toll lane plaza, the Accra main line toll plaza and the Kumasi main line toll plaza will deploy automated systems to ensure efficient revenue collection and minimal delays. Mr. Speaker, the Accra-Kumasi Expressway will open up our dear country. Right, Honorable Speaker, the Adoso Echiamanfom Bridge and related road network will open up the farm prince to large-scale commercial agriculture. This is urgently required to unlock the agriculture and economic potential of the Farm Prince enclave. Mr. Speaker, government has also identified one of the major causes of food inflation to be bad roads linking food-producing enclaves to market. Mr. Speaker, as a result, government is announcing a 3-year program to construct 1,000 kilometers of agriculture enclave roads. Right, Honorable Speaker, the Agriculture Enclave Roads Program will be implemented by the Department of Feeder Roads under the Ministry of Roads and Highways. Mr. Speaker, the roads will be carefully selected and constructed in food processing enclaves only with the support of the Ministry of Agriculture. Right, Honorable Speaker, this will ensure that food produced is transported from farm gate to market to reduce transportation costs, post-harvest losses, and enhance food security generally. Mr. Speaker, the Big Push Infrastructure Program is more than a construction drive. It is a nation-building vision. It will create thousands of jobs, empower local contractors, and strengthen linkages with domestic industries in agro-processing, manufacturing, and construction. Mr. Speaker, it is about connecting opportunities, linking people and markets so that growth is not confined to few cities, but shared across the entire country. Right, Honorable Speaker, only build to recover, but will build to transform. Mr. Speaker, Ghana Airport Company will also introduce an airport development fee to rehabilitate Sunyani Airport, construct a new airport at Bolgatanga, build a multi-purpose car park and a connecting concourse between the Terminal 2 and Terminal 3 at the Kotoka International Airport. Mr. Speaker, land and natural resources are the foundation of Ghana's wealth and future. For too long, our land system have been slowed. Opaque, our land administration system have been slow, opaque, and prone to fraud. Mr. Speaker, this is stifling investment and opportunities. Government has launched a technology-led land administration reform to bring full transparency and land transparency and speed to land transactions. Right, Honorable Speaker, every Ghanaian will soon be able to register, verify, and transfer land online, ending the era of missing files, corruption, and disputes. So, Speaker, to sustain this transformation, the Land Commission, working with the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources, will retain all its revenue to fund a technology-led national land registry. So, Speaker, this will integrate land, planning, and property data on one secure platform. So, Speaker, this will unlock access to credit, boost agriculture business, and make land a catalyst for jobs. Land will no longer be a source of conflict, but a foundation for shared prosperity. Right, Honorable Speaker, Ghana is also protecting Ghana's forests. Government is also protecting Ghana's forests, rivers, and mineral wealth. So, Speaker, key water bodies and forest reserves have been declared high security zones, with 1,000 officers deployed and real-time tracking of mining equipment by Minerals Commission has been instituted. We are working with traditional leaders and communities to reclaim degraded land and restore ecosystems. The Speaker, in 2026, government will partner with private sector to reclaim 10,000 hectares using fast-growing tree species. Right, Honorable Speaker. Government is positioning modern textiles and garment as a cornerstone of Ghana's industrial transformation. 3 new garment factories in Bono East, Central and Eastern regions will be established to operate under the 24-hour economy. Mr. Speaker, this will create about 20,000 direct jobs and boost community livelihood through private sector partnership. To strengthen local manufacturing, export of non-ferrous scrap metals and raw rubber will be restricted under the Feed the Industry program. Mr. Speaker, to strengthen local manufacturing, export of non-ferrous scrap metals and raw rubbers will be restricted under the Feed the Industry program. This will channel raw materials to domestic processes, support component manufacturing, and build stronger value chain in metals and rubber-based industries. Right, Honorable Speaker, 7 new agro-processing plants in the Northern, Central, Ahafo, Bono, Northeast, Bono East, and Western North regions will soon be fully operational. This will process yam, fish, poultry, cashew, rice, shea, and palm kernel oil, cutting post-harvest losses, generating 700 direct jobs, and providing reliable markets for thousands of farmers. Mr. Speaker, these initiatives mark a decisive shift from exporting raw materials to building factories, adding value, and creating jobs for our dear youth. Right, Honorable Speaker, under the President's Accelerated Export Development Initiative to enhance value addition, 2 new cashew processing plants to be financed by the Ghana Exim Bank will be constructed at Sampa in the Jama North municipality of the Bono region and Abuabo Techiman in the Bono East region. The Speaker, I now take you to education. The Speaker, we recognize education as a transformative tool and a catalyst for social mobility. We will deepen our investment in education, especially on infrastructure, to cultivate a generation of informed global citizens. Right, Honorable Speaker, we have developed a program, a 2-year program, to end double track. Mr. Speaker, education is the ladder by which nations climb to prosperity. And for Ghana, the ladder must be strong, wide, and within the reach of every child.
Government is embarking on a bold and transformative initiative to upgrade, modernize, and expand access to secondary education across the country, ensuring that every Ghanaian child, regardless of background or location, can learn, grow, and succeed. Right, Honorable Speaker, many schools are overcrowded and others lack the infrastructure or resources to deliver quality education. As a result of this, the previous administration introduced the double track system, which have adversely affected the academic calendar and the quality of our education. Mr. Speaker, government is rolling out a 2-year program to end the double track system in our secondary schools. We will expand infrastructure, enhance quality, and improve access. This program will eliminate the double track system and ensure that every child can attend school full-time in dignity and in safety. Mr. Speaker, under this program, we will upgrade Category A schools by building new classroom blocks, dormitories, and quality improvement. Mr. Speaker, we will upgrade 10 Category B schools to Category A, equipping them with modern classrooms, dormitories, libraries, science and ICT laboratories. Right, Honorable Speaker. The reality is that whilst Category A and B schools receive overwhelming demand, Category C schools, which hold more than half of available spaces, remain under-enrolled due to infrastructure and quality gaps. Mr. Speaker, this inequality must end, and indeed it will end. Right, Honorable Speaker, we will accordingly upgrade 30 Category C schools to Category B. Mr. Speaker, we will build new classrooms, dormitories, and modern science resource centers for these new schools. Government will complete 30 of the abandoned E-blocks in urban and peri-urban areas and expand access for students in high-demand areas. Right, Honorable Speaker, government has also decided to enhance infrastructure and teaching and learning resources at the basic level. In this regard, Mr. Speaker, GetFund will construct 200 new junior high schools, 200 new primary schools, 200 new kindergartens. Mr. Speaker, GetFund again will construct 400 4-unit teacher bungalows. And Mr. Speaker, 400 places of convenience in underserved communities and schools. Mr. Speaker, each of these will come with furnishing. This will also provide access to more than 200,000 additional students annually. Right, Honorable Speaker, GetFund will procure and distribute free comprehensive curricular-based textbooks covering the following: 4 sets of KG textbooks and workbooks for about 1 million learners, 4 sets of primary textbooks for 2 million learners, and 9 sets of JHS 3 textbooks for 1 million learners. Right, Honorable Speaker, GetFund will provide the following for secondary schools and some selected district education directorate. Mr. Speaker, GetFund will supply 2 million pieces of metal mono desks and chairs, 200 unit 66-seater buses, 200 double cabin pickups, and 50 saloon cars. Right, Honorable Speaker, President's economic diplomacy is yielding results. During his recent visit to China and Japan, he secured about $60 million United States dollars for the construction of a science and technology university in the Savannah region at Damango, Mr. Speaker, and a modern market at Aflao. Mr. Speaker, I now take you to the health sector initiatives. Right, Honorable Speaker, health is the heartbeat of national development, and no country can build lasting prosperity without healthy population. The 2026 budget marks a decisive step in our national journey to reset, modernize, and expand Ghana's health infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, government will begin the construction of 6 new regional hospitals,
for 6 newly created regions, beginning with 3 hospitals in 2026 and 2 district hospitals at Bole and Shaba. Mr. Speaker, also in 2026, government will complete 10 Agenda 111 hospitals. Mr. Speaker, in addition, we will continue the following abandoned hospital projects. Mr. Speaker, we will continue the La General Hospital, Efiem Kwanta Hospital in Sekondi Takoradi Metropolis, Komfo Anokye Maternity Block, and the Ashanti Regional Hospital in Sewua. Right Honorable Speaker, this project symbolizes our commitment to restoring trust and confidence in public health care delivery. Mr. Speaker, government will upgrade 7 hospitals to provide enhanced maternal and child health services. Right Honorable Speaker, the Ghana Medical Trust Fund, also known as the Mahama Cares, was established by the Ghana Medical Trust Fund Act to guarantee sustainable financing in the treatment of non-communicable diseases and specialized medical services. The Speaker, too many Ghanaians battling chronic diseases such as cancer, hypertension, diabetes, stroke, and kidney diseases are forced to choose between life and livelihood. This goal is to build a health system that provides care for every Ghanaian, regardless of income or location, and to move decisively towards universal health coverage. In 2026, Mahama Cares will introduce a comprehensive NCD financing, non-communicable disease financing policy that defines eligible conditions, approved service lists, tariffs, and essential medicines. This will ensure that patients receive uninterrupted care without exorbitant out-pocket expenses. Mr. Speaker, diagnostics and treatment centers will be built on a PPP basis in all major hospitals across the country. This will provide testing and treatment facilities for all the key identified non-communicable diseases under the Mahama Cares program. Right Honorable Speaker, in 2026, we will retool the Ghana Armed Forces. Mr. Speaker, before I proceed, let me honor the late Dr. Edward Kofi Omaneboama, whose vision laid a foundation for the retooling of our armed forces. In his memory, Mr. Speaker, government will, from 2026, launch a comprehensive modernization program to strengthen the Ghana Armed Forces, Navy, and Air Force to today's evolving security challenges. Mr. Speaker, this program will upgrade logistics, equipment, and infrastructure across all services. Mr. Speaker, for the Army, government has moved to renegotiate the 80 million Elbit Systems contract to secure 19 armor personnel carrier needed to boost ground readiness. Mr. Speaker, for the Navy, we acquired the 272-meter offshore patrol vessels fitted with helipads and modern combat systems to protect Ghana's maritime borders, offshore energy, asset and trade routes. The Speaker, these ships will restore control over our exclusive economic zones and strengthen national resilience at sea. Right Honorable Speaker, for the Air Force, the procurement will begin in 2026 for 4 new helicopters and 2 aircraft to enhance airlift, patrols, and emergency response operations. Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, let me repeat. Right Honorable Speaker, let me repeat. For the Air Force, procurement will begin immediately in 2026 for 4 new helicopters and 2 aircraft to enhance airlift, patrol, and emergency response operation. Mr. Speaker, this retooling agenda will transform Ghana's armed forces into a modern, agile, and mission-ready defense force worthy of our sovereignty and the sacrifice of our heroes. Right Honorable Speaker, the Ghana National Fire Service lacks basic equipment to enable them function effectively in their duty to ensure public safety and to protect lives and property. Government will retool the Ghana National Fire Service with 100 fire tenders and assorted fire equipment. Mr. Speaker, government will also work with the private sector to bring in high-rise fire equipment. This will improve the effectiveness of Ghana National Fire Service to respond to emergencies. Access to clean and safe sanitation is more than infrastructure. Indeed, it is a foundation of dignity, public health, and national resilience. Right Honorable Speaker, in 2026, we will intensify our effort with a bold and practical program to complete key water treatment assets across the country. Mr. Speaker, we will begin the construction of critical water treatment plants in Damango, Tamale, and Yendi to provide quality drinking water for the rapidly expanding populations in these three major cities of our country. Mr. Speaker, sports remain one of Ghana's greatest unifying forces and a powerful drive of youth development, community pride, and national identity. Yet, for far too long, large parts of our country, especially the new created regions, have lacked the facility to nurture and showcase talent. Right Honorable Speaker, the Mahama administration is determined to change this. Beginning 2026, government will commence the construction of modern sports stadiums in 3 out of 8 regions without sports stadiums. These new facilities will provide opportunities for young athletes to develop their skills, attract sports tourism, and serve as a training hub for regional and national teams. Beyond football, they will also support athletics, volleyball, boxing, and other disciplines that have long defined Ghana's sporting heritage. Mr. Speaker, we will also take this opportunity to acknowledge the resilience and commitment of our Black Stars, whose qualification for the World Cup continues to inspire our nation. Right Honorable Speaker, in 2026, government will rehabilitate the National Theatre in Accra. We will also commence site acquisition and design of a second National Theatre in Kumasi. Mr. Speaker, we will establish film fund to revive the film industry, such as Kumawood and other film associations. Right Honorable Speaker, we will also establish creative arts fund for the arts, music, fashion, food, and other creative sectors. Right Honorable Speaker, in 2026, government will increase allocation to the District Assembly Common Fund to peoples living with disability from 3% to 5%. Mr. Speaker, part of this amount will be used to acquire and distribute rechargeable motorized wheelchairs to people living with disability. Mr. Speaker, the distribution will be done through the National Council for Persons with Disability. Right Honorable Speaker, effective governance begins with evidence. That's what we cannot measure, we cannot manage. Mr. Speaker, the budget renews government commitment to building a data-driven economy anchored on accurate, timely, and transparent statistics. Right Honorable Speaker, in 2026, the Ghana Statistical Service will be rebasing the GDP and CPI to better reflect today's economy. This will sharpen growth and inflation data, strengthen planning, and provide regional GDP estimates to guide local development. The new CPI will give truer picture of living costs across all regions. So, Speaker, I now take you to resource allocation, where the resources are going. So, Speaker, as we enter 2026, we move from stabilization to acceleration. This budget translates confidence into concrete investment that improves daily lives. Mr. Speaker, including the provision of better roads, schools and hospitals, reliable power, jobs, and targeted support for the vulnerable. Right Honorable Speaker, What follows are the headline allocation that would drive delivery in 2026 and set the pace for medium term. Mr. Speaker, to unlock round-the-clock productivity, export and decent jobs under the 24-hour economy, we are provided an allocation of 110 million Ghana cedis in 2026 for the implementation of the 24-hour economy program. Mr. Speaker, we will be leveraging to the 24-hour economy program will be leveraging with GIF and DBG and provide private capital to keep financing largely of the sovereign balance sheet. Mr. Speaker, we have allocated an amount of 2.2 billion Ghana cedis to the Ministry of Food and Agriculture. Right, Honorable Speaker, of this amount, we have allocated 245 million Ghana cedis for the Nkukwan Kitinkiti and Livestock Program. Mr. Speaker, we have allocated another 200 million Ghana cedis to the National Food Buffer Stores Company to purchase excess food storage. Mr. Speaker, we have allocated an amount of 6.9 billion Ghana cedis, equivalent of 500 million, for the National Policy on Integrated Oil Palm Program between 2026 and 2032. Right, Honorable Speaker, to facilitate transportation of farm produce to market and reduce food inflation, we have allocated 828 million Ghana cedis for the construction of 1,000-kilometer agricultural enclave road for 2026. Mr. Speaker, we have also allocated 690 million to commence the operationalization of the Farmers Service Center. Right, Honorable Speaker, we have allocated 2 billion Ghana cedis for phase 1 of the Rural Electrification Acceleration and Urban Intensification Initiative in 2026 alone. We have also allocated an amount of 15.2 billion Ghana cedis for the energy sector shortfalls. Mr. Speaker, we have allocated an amount of 4.8 billion Ghana cedis to pay down some of the IPP legacy debt as we have negotiated. Mr. Speaker, we have also allocated an amount of 4.3 billion Ghana cedis to the Ministry of Roads and Highways for road construction. In addition to this, Mr. Speaker, we have allocated 3 billion Ghana cedis to the Road Maintenance Trust Fund to construct 10 kilometers each in 166 constituencies in 2026 to keep roads more trouble in our constituencies. Right, Honorable Speaker, to strategically open the country, linking nations, national and regional capitals, we allocated 30 billion Ghana cedis in 2026 for the Big Push program. Mr. Speaker, we have also allocated 33.3 billion Ghana cedis to the Ministry of Education for its program and activities in 2026. Again, Mr. Speaker, aside the amount allocated to the Ministry of Education, we have also allocated 9.9 billion Ghana cedis to the Ghana Education Trust Fund. Mr. Speaker, we have provisioned an amount of 4.2 billion Ghana cedis for the free secondary education program. Mr. Speaker, to end the double track, we have allocated 1.1 billion Ghana cedis for the infrastructure programs I mentioned earlier. Mr. Speaker, again, we have allocated an amount of 537 million Ghana cedis for the no-fee stress policy. Mr. Speaker, that's not all. We have allocated 25 million Ghana cedis for free tertiary education for persons living with disabilities. Mr. Speaker, we have allocated 3 billion Ghana cedis to be able to procure 4 sets of textbooks for KG books and workbooks for about 200,000 learners, 4 sets of primary textbooks for 2 million learners, 9 sets of JHS 3 textbooks for 500 million learners, and procurement of over 2 million pieces of metal monodecks and chairs, 200 units of 66-seater buses, and 200 double cabin pickups for the distribution to the secondary schools across the country. Right, Honorable Speaker, we have also allocated 2 billion Ghana cedis for the construction of 200 new junior high schools, 200 new primary schools, 200 kindergartens, 400 kg 4-unit teacher bungalows, and 400 places of convenience in underserved communities. Mr. Speaker, to improve learning outcomes,
we have allocated 157 million Ghana cedis for capitation grant. Right Honorable Speaker, we have allocated 1.98 billion Ghana cedis for school feeding program. We have allocated 292 million for free sanitary pads for girls. Mr. Speaker, we have also allocated 207 million for the teacher training allowance and 169 million Ghana cedis for BEC registration. Mr. Speaker, we have programmed an amount of 9 billion Ghana cedis in 2026 for national health insurance claim, essential medicine, bridging support, and free medical health care. Mr. Speaker, we have also allocated 2.3 billion Ghana cedis for the Ghana Medical Trust Fund, the Mahama Cares, to support Ghanaians battling chronic diseases such as cancer, hypertension, diabetes, stroke, and kidney diseases. Right Honorable Speaker, we have allocated 474 million Ghana cedis for nursing training allowances. We have also allocated 600 million to construct 3 new regional hospitals. Again, Mr. Speaker, we have allocated 79 million to upgrade 7 hospitals and provide enhanced maternal and child health services. Mr. Speaker, that is not all. We have allocated 100 million Ghana cedis to complete 10 Agenda 111 hospitals. Mr. Speaker, we have allocated 1.1 billion Ghana cedis for LEAP program to protect the vulnerable. Mr. Speaker, to crowd-in finance for women-owned micro, small, medium enterprises, we have provided 401 million Ghana cedis to fully capitalize the Women's Development Bank. Mr. Speaker, 400 million. Mr. Speaker, this is the minimum capital requirement needed to establish a standard commercial bank. Mr. Speaker, to scale skills for jobs at pace, we are allocating 170 million for the National Apprenticeship Program. Right Honorable Speaker, digital skills and SME competitiveness. We are providing 100 million for the National Coders Program and 160 million for the Dumawura Program. Mr. Speaker, we have also provisioned 100 million for monthly allowances to Assembly members. Mr. Speaker, we have allocated 8.9 billion Ghana cedis for the District Assembly's Common Fund, with a minimum of 80% of releases flowing directly to the district assemblies to execute priority projects. Right Honorable Speaker, we are repeating the 2025 guidelines for spending the 80% in the 2026 allocation going to the district assemblies. Mr. Speaker, we have allocated an amount of 207 million for the rebasing of GDP and CPI and related activities. Again, Mr. Speaker, we have allocated 150 million Ghana cedis for the National Anti-Illegal Mining Operations Secretariat, NIMOS, for the activities against illegal mining and forest degradation. Mr. Speaker, government has allocated an amount of 20 million Ghana cedis to the Film Fund as seed money to revive the film industry, such as Kuma Wood and other film associations. Mr. Speaker, we have also allocated 20 million Ghana cedis to the Creative Arts Fund as seed money for the arts, music, fashion, food, and other creative sectors. Mr. Speaker, that is not all. We have allocated 400 million Ghana cedis for the Integrated Recycling and Compost Plant Project, the IRECOPS. Mr. Speaker, an amount of 100 million Ghana cedis has also been allocated for the construction of fishing markets. Right Honorable Speaker, again an amount of 50 million has been allocated for the purchases of fishing nets and outboard motors. We have also allocated 100 million Ghana cedis for the aquaculture development. Mr. Speaker, again an amount of 500 million Ghana cedis has been allocated for district housing, including resettlement of the Akosombo Dam spillage victims. Mr. Speaker, an amount of 200 million Ghana cedis has also been allocated for the construction of mini stadiums in 3 regions. Mr. Speaker, again an amount of 150 million
has been allocated for the procurement of fire tenders and assorted fire equipment. And finally, Mr. Speaker, an amount of 150 million Ghana cedis has been allocated for the Black Stars to participate in the World Cup. Right, Honorable Speaker. Right, Honorable Speaker. The 2026 budget statement and economic policy of government is specifically designed to create up to 800,000 new jobs. Mr. Speaker, I repeat, the 2026 budget statement and economic policy of government is specifically designed to create up to 800,000 new jobs. The 63 billion road contracts under the Big Push awarded so far will generate an estimated 490,000 new jobs. Mr. Speaker, this estimation is consistent with the World Bank metrics on job creation from road infrastructure or road investment. Mr. Speaker, the 3 new garment factories will create over 20,000 direct jobs. 7 agro-processing plants will employ about 700 people directly and thousands more through supply chain. Mr. Speaker, national policy on integrated oil palm development will create 250,000 jobs across the value chain. Mr. Speaker, the farmer service centers will generate thousands in machinery operations, maintenance and logistics. Right, Honorable Speaker, these investments are not isolated. They are part of an integrated national effort to turn stability into jobs and growth. Right, Honorable Speaker, government is putting real capital behind the private sector, which is the engine of jobs and growth. In this regard, we have capitalized the National Investment Bank and will capitalize the ADB and CBG with 1 billion Ghana cedis before the year ends this year. Mr. Speaker, the 400 million Ghana cedis allocated to the Women's Development Bank will deliver affordable financing to small businesses and enterprise, such as Labisi Adam, Prince Layovo, and Caroline Sphere, who I met during my engagement at the Takoradi Market Circle and the Kotokraba Market. Mr. Speaker, in agriculture, 1.7 billion Ghana cedis is being invested in roads, processing zones, and value chains, value additions. Mr. Speaker, directly where jobs are created and livelihood are improved. Mr. Speaker, the new VAT and income tax reforms will cut businesses, will reduce business costs by 6% and free funds for expansion and job creation. Right, Honorable Speaker, we are building an economy where businesses can grow and employ more. Inflation is down, the city is stable, and the interest rates have fallen sharply. Mr. Speaker, together with reliable energy, fiscal discipline, and policy predictability, these measures are restoring confidence and drawing private investment back into the economy. Right, Honorable Speaker, job creation is not a slogan for us, but rather the purpose behind every policy, reform, and investment we make. Mr. Speaker, this is how we build the Ghana we want, a nation that produces, exports, and provides decent, lasting work for every Ghanaian living to contribute to its growth. Mr. Speaker, I now go to conclusion. Right, Honorable Speaker, the 2026 budget statement and economic policy. As I conclude, Mr. Speaker, let us take a moment to appreciate how far Ghana has come in just under 10 months. Mr. Speaker, the Mahama administration assumed office on the 7th of January 2025. We inherited an economy crippled by high debt, fiscal recklessness, high inflation, fast depreciating currency, low investor confidence, dwindling foreign direct investment flows, massive uncontrolled corruption that has become endemic,
draining public resources and suffocating growth. Mr. Speaker, we also inherited high energy insecurity, high unemployment, and unbearable hardship for almost every Ghanaian household. Right, Honorable Speaker, Ghana was indeed at the bottom of the abyss, a nation in distress with its economy bleeding and its people weary, yet yearning for a government with a courage to turn this around. Mr. Speaker, Ghana was indeed at the bottom of the abyss, a nation in distress with its economy bleeding and its people weary, yet yearning for a government with a courage to turn this around. Mr. Speaker, through decisive leadership, bold reforms and resilience of the Ghanaian people, we began to turn the tide. Mr. Speaker, the result speaks for itself. In less than a year, we have recorded a strong economic growth, falling inflation, a strong and stable cedi, improved external buffers, restored fiscal discipline, deepened fiscal reforms, strong and independent fiscal oversight, lower borrowing costs, significant debt reduction, restored investor confidence, expanded social protection, better debt management strategy, and massive infrastructure development. Right, Honorable Speaker, this progress is the fruit of sacrifice and discipline. Ghanaians tightened their belt, businesses adapted, and government stayed the course. Barely a year ago, our economy was uncertain. Today, the cedi in your pocket is stronger. Prices are reducing, and new opportunities are emerging across agriculture, industry, and technology. Mr. Speaker, to our international partners and investors, we say Ghana is back, strong, credible, and open for business. Right, Honorable Speaker, the story of Ghana is no longer one of crisis, but a recovery and renewal. Mr. Speaker, the reforms we have undertaken are not quick fixes. They are the foundation of resilience, competitiveness, and inclusive economy. Right, Honorable Speaker, the Mahama administration is not just stabilizing the economy, it is rebuilding a nation. Our commitment to fiscal discipline, social equity, and sustainable growth remains firm. Mr. Speaker, we will protect the gains we have made, consolidate stability, and ensure that no Ghanaian is left behind. Right, Honorable Speaker, this budget is more than numbers. It is a message of hope. It tells every Ghanaian child, farmer, teacher, trader, and entrepreneur that their sacrifices matter, that Ghana's recovery is real, and that their government is working tirelessly to build a fairer, prosperous, and self-reliant nation. Mr. Speaker, the storm has passed. The foundation is firm. The horizon is bright. Together, Mr. Speaker, under the visionary leadership of President Mahama, the nation builder, we are building the Ghana we want. A Ghana that works for all, thrives in peace, and stands tall once again as the beacon of Africa's renewal. Mr. Speaker, we are indeed race-setting for growth, jobs, and economic transformation. Right, Honorable Speaker, I so present. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Honorable members,
Well, yeah. The much anticipated 2026 budget duly presented to you by the Finance Minister. I have my biggest takeaway, of course, a very ambitious plan to create about 800,000 jobs. That is quite ambitious. But I've got Winston and Evans here. Evans, a lot has been said in that budget. Which one is the most highlight for you?
I mean, I'm looking at the biggest challenges going into the budget. And for in economic terms, one of the biggest ones was the glut that the farmers were experiencing as far as grains were concerned. And the yesterday, for example, we had on PM Express The question was about how is the finance minister going to deal with this particular challenge. And I saw in his delivery today what appears to be a very carefully thought through plan to address the myriad of challenges that the farmers were facing. The farmers were telling us yesterday that government intervention in the past have only focused on the production side of things. So giving them equipment, giving them subsidies, giving them fertilizer to produce. But the entire value chain analysis and mechanisms have not been put in place to deal with. So once you produce, what next? What happens? Storage, markets, roads had always been the issue, which is why we're having the glut. And this man is a farmer, so he knows what I'm talking about.
Yes, he is.
And then so I was paying attention to what the finance minister was going to say about how to deal with it. He talks about what we expect, which is that the buffer stock company is going to be giving 200 million to buy the excess grain in the system. But that will let us deal with the current crisis. So I was looking at, has this been thought through in terms of the entire value chain? Then towards the end, and Wilson was alerting us to, he was just now about to talk about locations. You need to watch their locations to see where government is going to put their money, to see where the priorities are. So I noticed that it talks about transportation. So it says to facilitate the transportation of farm produce in markets and reduce food inflation, they have allocated 828 million cedis for the construction of 1,000 kilometers of agriculture enclave roads. So that had addressed one of the key issues, which is once you've produced, transportation is an issue. We don't have the roads, so the produce then gets stuck on the farms, and if it is evacuated, it's very expensive when it gets in the market for you to buy. So that was addressed. And then there was a question about the mechanization of agriculture, which is an issue, which also goes to the production part of this, but also the services that the farmers will need to be efficient. Then he talks about a whole raft of things that they're going to be now providing to the farmers, the tractors and other tools that they will need. Then he talks about 690 million that they now allocated to farm service centers. That is important. Then I'm looking at where's the market, because that for me was a big thing. Where's the market? What's the problem? That huge problem of providing a market. How are you solving that? Then he talks about the 200 million that the buffer stock company is going to be giving, right, to purchase the grains in the system. But that will deal with the current crisis. But then you look at the bigger picture, which is the big push, the roads. And when he was talking about the Kumasi-Accra Expressway, he talks about the position of some of the interchanges in areas where they know they have to evacuate farm produce to facilitate its movement to the market centers. That was ticking that box also. That for me was key. I'm looking forward to hearing the farmers speak to this, because currently it's a problem. But there's something else he said today about creating the Agric Fund, I believe he says. It was clear to me that Agric was going to be a priority. I was fascinated that they allocated 6.9 billion to the oil palm finance window, which is fascinating. That's a lot of money.
It is.
It's banging a lot on the success of this initiative.
It is, because, Evans, when I talked about, I know that over the weekend the minister was in Takoradi, but he went through my hometown of Mpoho to Benso, where you have the Benso oil palm plantation, and so you can understand why he's saying the things he's saying. But you see that my challenge with this whole food glut thing, I ask a very simple question. Do we have abundance of food, and so people are no longer buying? Or is a case of food going bad at the farm gate because they may not be able to transport it? Have we in this country overproduced food?
The farmers say they haven't overproduced. In fact,
that's the problem. The problem. So that's where I'm getting to, because we're actually creating the impression all of a sudden that we've overproduced. We have not. You see, one of the things we haven't spoken about a lot is that the moment your currency appreciates, it also means that imports could be cheaper. In fact, imports become cheaper. So if your the local population cannot match up price-wise, they would struggle. So you ask a simple question. Today, let's do the analysis. Is it better to say import rice into the country than producing it locally? Is it better to bring in maize than producing locally?
One of the days we engaged, sorry to cut you, but one of the days we engaged the farmers, particularly the rice farmers, they mentioned that, of course, they will not be able to meet the entire demand of the country. And so quite a manageable importation of the rice is quite accepted. In fact, they want that a regulation like the way they used to regulate the soybeans industry, if such an ally at least is provided to regulate the grain market as well, it will help them.
So I mean, I hear the finance minister talking about how secondary schools should use local produce. This was all part of even as far back as the school feeding program and all of that, when the World Food Program was assisting us, because government is the biggest, purchaser in our part of the world. So that's why I say that, look, it's not enough saying, oh, there's a food glut. But the reason I am happy is that we are beginning to realize that. So once we're beginning to realize that, we're talking about the construction of roads to farming areas, okay? So what that would mean is that now it becomes easier to transport. The last time we had a conversation right here in the studios, what we talked about was that the market queens, for instance, the transportation, the cost of transporting food from the farm to the market centers was itself a problem. So people will transport these products and then charge you more for it. But the other point also is that if you are not able to deal with the importation of food into your country, that's where you would have a problem. So it's important, for instance, that today we're saying, let the schools buy them. But also, have we thought about the fact that all state programs could use locally, could source foods locally? It's a nice way of going about it. And so we say, look, anytime we have any program, any person who's supplying government programs should show that they actually procured food locally. The Roads and Highways Minister, Kwame Agbodza, has talked about the fact that if you are going to do any government product, you should show, for instance, where you got your raw materials from. And he was going to use that as a way of ensuring that they are even able to reduce the cost and all of that. So for me, this whole conversation about, food glut, one of the things you must realize is that we've not overproduced. What we have done is that we have still done the same thing that we talked about. What are the problems of agriculture? What should we do? Mechanization. As far back as 2010, I was doing an analysis of 2008, 2009, 2010 budget, and I saw the same thing: irrigation of Accra Plains, mechanization of agriculture. It's become like, a total recall for us every time we're talking about agriculture. But that's not it for me. I mean, I am happy that.
And because we are still talking about food, there was also this announcement of a no-brainer policy that I've struggled to see why we haven't done it before, something that was talked about yesterday again, which is that why don't we make it mandatory for our kids to be fed with locally produced rice and etc.
And institutions as well purchase the locally produced grain.
He announced in the budget, and I want to quote him, that the president has also directed all schools from basic to secondary to purchase rice, maize, chicken, eggs produced in Ghana, with emphasis on only, and that's my emphasis. But the only is important because it tells you you cannot mix it. You cannot say 50-70, 50-50 or 70-30 only. In other words, 100% of what our children in school will be consuming, right from the basic to secondary.
The market is a bit wider than that, though.
Yeah, of course, but at least there's a guaranteed market. That's a huge market.
No, you see, I mean, as I was saying earlier, that's a good policy. It's a huge market. But this is the other thing. Why is it that here we are today complaining about food getting rotten on in the farm and all of that? Technology is so advanced that today you can actually, look, people dehydrate vegetables, tomatoes, pepper, onions, all of that. You can do that and store them. When you're ready to use, then you use them. Okay, so that's not a problem. I am happy. I think that the minister is realistic when it comes to his GDP targets. Even though because we're doing say we're doing around 6%, the general expectation would be that you raise it. But he knows what he's doing. I'm sure that we would exceed that particular target. But I do not, in God's name, understand why we are still paying teacher training allowance. I don't understand. I do not understand why we're paying teachers and nurses when today the conversation is that we have overproduced nurses in this country. Why are we still paying them allowances? Those funds, over 200 million Ghana cedis, could go into supporting other critical sectors of the Ghanaian economy. And the earlier we stopped that, the better. I also don't understand. Look, if people cannot afford to, those who need to be assisted to pay BEC registration should be assisted. If Evans Mensah is sending his child to school, it cannot be the case that he cannot pay for that child's BEC registration. That's something the government doesn't have to take care of. Sometimes we do these things. I've seen the government, I heard him talk about the Nkokon Kitinkiti project, for instance. It's part of the reason we've been asking for all the policy documents, so we can all study it too. When I read, the story this morning in the Daily Graphic, it talked about the fact that it was targeting some 60,000 households and some 50 anchor farmers with 80,000 birds, which would translate into some 3 million birds for the anchor farmers and all of that. But I asked this question: what is our total consumption of, say, poultry, for instance? You're looking at 460,000 metric tons.
460,000
metric tons. And so you're looking at, if you want to actually produce birds to actually feed the country Ghana, and with birds weighing, say, 2.5 kg, you're looking at a total of 184 million, okay, annually. 184 million annually. Now, if I supply you 3 million birds, for instance, there's a percentage that should be allocated to mortalities, for instance, because you wouldn't have all the birds. Okay, so I say, while this is a good policy, I think that it will be a better policy if we actually focus more on helping those who currently are in the industry. Helping them does not necessarily mean that supplying them with birds. Engage them. What are their problems? If it is feed, help them to get feeds at cheaper prices. Okay, so we're talking about feed, for instance. We know that you need a lot of maize for poultry and all of that. How many metric tons of maize must we produce over the period to be able to help these farmers? What must we do differently? These are conversations I want us to have. It's not just, saying we're giving them birds. Because if you give them birds and at the end of the day, it actually costs more, what would happen is that they would not be able to compete. And what we have forgotten is that as our currency appreciates, it makes it cheaper to also import into this country. And the businessman was not born to only come and deal in local produce or products. His job is to make profit. So if he thinks he's going to make profit by importing, unless you probably impose taxes on it, which would then mean that he may not be able to import, and so the local ones would be cheaper. You
have just introduced the term taxes. Let's really talk about the tax reforms, which was a major area. All of the country have been waiting that indeed, will there be that reformation when it comes to tax, particularly even the VAT? So the finance minister said that with all the reforms, particularly out of the VAT, they're likely to rake in nearly 6 billion Ghana cedis, but specifically 5.7 billion Ghana cedis. My question really is, most of the taxes that were abolished in the 2025 budget when he read, which we're still enjoying today, one of the key concerns would be that would they really be able to mobilize revenue? Many said there will be some revenue shortfalls. Today, the VAT has also been reformed, and you will want to break it down for us, Evans. The amount that he says we're likely to rake in, 5.7 billion Ghana.